by the Natan. So I think that vulnerability is still there. These are, I think for Onic, it's them proving again that they deserve that title of the Sky King. We're talking about the Sky Kings. These are immortal guys. These are unbeatable players. And now they're beatable, they're vulnerable. So now they have to prove again that they deserve to have that title back in their name.
Look at your screen though. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen back at home. This is the festival that we were talking about. There's actually a mini stage up there. You guys can actually take pictures with the horse. Have never seen an animal at MPL ever, by the way. Maybe fake ones, but not an actual real horse.
They're gonna make its way into the velodrome.
I hope so.
So I was walking to the velodrome this morning, right? And I saw that horse outside. I was like, is this a, what do you call it, Delman? You know, the horse ride we have in Indonesia?
It's like a horse carriage.
Horse carriage, yeah, obviously.
Well, for fun.
And I was like, there's no way they're gonna offer a horse ride. And turns out it's for the cavalry he's out there.
Individual, man. Did you hear the music start playing?
Ah,
We're gonna take my horse
to the old town road in Hanun.
Anyhow, that's so cool, man. It's great to have a figurehead, you know. Whenever there's if you see all these movies with the medieval battles, it's just great to have one guy just leading the charge, you know, just increase the morale. So I think the fan cheering battle, I feel like Team Mpl Id might really give the Sonics one for their money.
Imagine if they had like a knight in armor.
That would be sick, dude.
Whoa! I mean, yeah.
They should have.
Maybe they will. Maybe they will.
Maybe they
later
will
on.
Make the grand final.
Maybe,
Yeah.
if they make it.
Are they gonna
because
make it?
we do have to talk about it once again, right? Onic TLID. We've seen them go head-to-head in the regular season. It was TLID winning out the first leg, and the second leg, it was overtaken by Onic 2-0. So what will we actually be expecting today, ladies and gentlemen, as both teams are now ready for our opening match of the day? Let's welcome these two teams.
It's the young stallions charging into the velodrome, where it saw and bear witness of the Sky Kings ascending once more. Will they be able to again show that the Sky Kings are indeed vulnerable and no longer immortal? Making their way to the stage are two teams battling out for elimination, battling out for making their cut on towards the playoffs. On the left side, it is going to be the Sky Kings, Onic. And up against them, charging, riding into the dying night, it is the young stallions, Team Mpl Id.
Man, this is going to be an intense matchup, man. And it all starts right here, right now. The mind games have begun, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Yap with Adi walking out with Pete DeLucas and Facehugger with our Marshal Gary, man. You can see the intense faces. They're usually very chill, but in this scenario, they have to let go all the stops and go all out. This is the battle for survival.
Absolutely. They know exactly what is at stake here, and after what both teams have actually gone through, more so for Onic, they do want to have that final chance, right? Make their way to the grand finals, make their way to the Esports World Cup next month, and perhaps put their name and etch it in history. But this is the official team lineup for both of these teams, and it looks like, boys and girls, Aaron Shiki is not going to be in the lineup for TLID. It's actually Kyo as their starter.
So this is a funny account that we've heard from some of the analysts, the Indonesian broadcasters, well, even us here in English. It feels like Widdy initiates better when he's playing with Kyo, and there isn't really an explanation as to why. But Kyo, I think, just enables for the team as well. He's able to play dynamically, passively, or aggressively, whereas Aaron Shiki is the guy who takes risks, right? And I think that sets some sort of insurance for TLID to then progress into the later stage of the game. And yeah, for Kyo, I think it helps them as well.
It might just be because Kyo is a bit more calculated, right?
Yep.
With that aggressive style, if you're a roamer, now you have to think, am I going to try and go fully focused on the engage, or do I want to heal? Just in case, help my goal in or out when he goes in and makes a big play. So if they want to play textbook, that could be the answer here, going with Kyo. And if you look at their unique heroes here, 41 heroes. Pocket picks show an Akai as well. Dude, this is a team that has so much diversity when it comes to their strategy. They have been in a slump, but when it comes down to the options they have, I don't think it has dwindled all that far. Sky especially if you're looking at the gold lane situation. They can go with the Herald, they can go with the Granger, and depending on the situation, depending on what kind of strategy they want to go for, what they pick on the EXP lane, if it's gonna be that Phobius, if it's gonna be the Hilda, it can change the pace of the game immediately.
Yeah.
Looking at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G though, Onic, contest macro heroes, Chip and Lord D will be highly valued. They can deal with the macro threats, but in theory, against a team like Team ID, why take that risk, right? Might as well remove that from the equation and get an EXP carry that could be a cheese pig option. Aran has gone with these zoning frontline carries, whereas Lutin, he has shown that on a Benedetta, on a Masha, some of these crazy carry picks, he can definitely carry his team on his back. And for Team Liquid ID, here on the other side of the equation, Aran getting his screening heroes, like we mentioned. If he's able to stop the aggression coming in from Keyboy, coming in from Kyrie potentially as well, they can stop Onyx's options when it comes to those flanks. But that's how they play. Sans himself would also flank around with the Assassins and the Roman. And then along with that, you just have to be a bit more calculated, man. They're up against the Sky King.
They need to be structured. I mean, that has been the scrutiny over towards TLID is the fact that they don't really have a structure. It's always them. Not, I wouldn't really say blind rushing, but it feels like they're chasing for something that is not that urgent yet. They like to rush, they like to really just ball out early on, and I think that's not very good, especially up against the Sky Kings, who likes to just dwindle you down and you know, play the game of war of attrition. So it helps them out a lot. So if they can stop that rushing around.
Yeah, man. So deciding on what kind of game plan you want is a big deal. But looking at the man here, Fabian, the usurper.
Absolutely. We're looking at him back then and now. He's one of the highlighted players up until this point. One of the reasons being is back in MDL, he didn't make it to playoffs 3 times.
Yeah.
And this is MDL level. He debuted in MDL and was instantly named the champion. So very interesting journey that we're seeing from Fabian in particular, as we're looking at other accolades that he's been able to kind of get for himself. The question is, how will he be faring now, today, with such instant changes into the meta? He's so used to the Assassins, so now we're seeing a lot of, you know, fighters and tanks in the jungle.
You don't see much of the Fredrins being picked up by him, right? Even the box, yeah, he still sticks. I think the bare minimum is the Suyo. Like, the Suyo somehow can also function as a fighter, but it's more of an assassin slash fighter. I'd say for Kyrie, it's that position as well. So Fabian really needs to, you know, adjust to that fighter style. And I think with that 2-week break, that might help him.
We'll see. Because from the other side, we saw Fabian. Now we're looking at Sans, who has a completely different story. From MDL, he was able to insta-get the championship title. And as he moved up into MPL, that's when the accolades started really piling up for him, right?
That's way too many.
I remember the YSS days when he was in the jungle as well. 4P champion with Onic with the change in roster, even him switching it out. We've actually talked a little bit about Sans, but this is one of the reasons why both of these 2 players are the ones that are highlighted today.
You gotta talk about the versatility, man. Again, I remember Sans with that nasty Fakiro in the jungle. Like, he knows how to play around burst damage. That's why he's so lethal on that far side. He understands when and where that burst of damage can swing the balance for his team. On the other side, though, on the topic of Fabian earlier, I do think that his selection in heroes kind of reveal a bit more about his style. Because even on those aggressive fighters, he likes playing the alpha, right? Back then with the Assassins, it seems like he does really well whenever he is allowed heroes that can farm well. And Suyo, the alpha, and then you mentioned the Baksha as well.
Yeah.
Farming quick is something that Fabian has always been able to do. And remember, I think he broke the record for the fastest to get to level 15 last season. So farming is definitely in the game plan for Team Liquid ID. But on the other hand, for Onic, they are a team that has shut down junglers so badly, putting their opponent's junglers at, you know, at a 4 or 5 level deficit. So they know how to shut down a critical jungler.
I think the reason why Fabian survives that type of shutdown is the fact that he sometimes he plays for himself sometimes. That's not in a bad way. For example, when your you know, opponent jungler goes for the turtle, all Fabian does is just focus on the kills, getting more of the gold to himself, and then he can transition late game to becoming a menace and just help out his team in terms of damage. So I think The reason why he's able to survive most, target jungle assassinations that is directed towards him is because of the fact that he's able to rack up those skills that helped him transition to the late game. And I wouldn't say that he doesn't focus on the objectives, because he does. But at a certain point, you gotta go fight or flight mode, and he goes for the kills and the assassination. So, yeah.
I agree, and to top that, I would also say it really depends on the draft.
Yeah.
Because if TLID can look for a draft where, one, they're comfortable on, like the Hilda, the usual heroes as well for Yehestiel, the Tushins, and then being able to win mid-trio, that really does help Fabian get to that point where you guys mentioned that jungling point.
I think it goes back to their game plan and their win conditions. And thinking of their win conditions, it's going to come from the drafting phase.
We're ready, ladies and gentlemen. We've been waiting for 2 weeks to get to this point. We've been seeing some strategies from different regions, and we're finally going to get a taste of our own. It's been a while. Game number 1 in this best-of-5 series. Elimination match between the Sky Kings and the Young Stallions. Who will be able to get the upper hand? TLID on blue side, Onic on red. We're seeing the bans come through. TLID with straight jungle bans. The same thing has actually been done by Onic, Hayabusa, Baxia, Fredrin, gone. Joy, Fanny, gone. We're putting, honestly, Fabian up to the test.
Yeah, I mean, the Hayabusa is out as well. I think it's a fair ball game because, again, they want to target ban Kyrie, but to a certain extent that also shuts down the choices that Fabian has. So I think they're gonna have to play a trump card if push comes to shove. But obviously with the Baxia ban, it makes sense. I think it's more of a roam ban compared to a jungle ban, because Keyboy kind of excels with the Spic as well. He introduced it back in the regular season against Spigatron, but they lost. And it enables you to just roam around the maps, and you have that extra anti-regen good up against Timmy, up against Harith, and it's a very good pick as well. And for now, the Ling gets taken out as well, so yeah, that's like 5 assassin bans, now 4 assassin bans.
And the big factor right here is that the macro threats are open, but no Kalia gets picked up. So the Loyi and Chip can both be secured by either team. We've seen teams go for both even. The Loyi immediately gets picked up by Onic. We've seen Sans perform insanely on this hero, elevating that early game level 2 pressure into that dominant, creative late game with the diversion as well.
I think this is scary, guys, because the last time we saw Onic pick up the Luo Yi was a 12-minute, 11-minute game against Alter Ego. So, like you mentioned, the trip is still up and available, and it's a strategy that we've seen Onic utilize before. And it's also a really good takeaway, considering that the Glea can still be flexible in the EXP lane. And there it is.
Oh no.
The infamous chip.
Playoffs ng MPLPH last week or a few days ago. So, a few weeks ago. Ngayon naman, syempre, playoffs ng Mpl Id. Welcome sa aming watch party. Ang sweet nyo namang dalawa. Any message muna?
Shine bright like a diamond.
Guys, get a room! Tinatanggal na yung jack.
Sorry.
Anyway, punta na tayo sa ating pick and ban phase for day 1 ng MPLPH Series number 1.
Lutpi!
Balagbagan. Oo nga si Lutpi uli.
Lutpi nga, hindi nga si Ryota. Wala ito. TLID to. TLID to. What's winner, TLID?
Ang bilis mo sa. But yeah, ito po ang ating first out of 2 series. Ay, sa labas yung venue nila, oh. Labas yan, right? Or kinover lang yung stadium? Anyway. It is TLID versus Onic ID. At series number 2 naman, BTR versus Alter Ego. Let us know ano sa tingin nyo ang magiging result ng series na to.
First 3, okay ako sa ano? TLID. Actually, halos pares lang. Hindi, mas okay ako sa TLID. Okay ka sa TLID. Ang hirap paganahin yan, yung sa Onic. Masha, tas Loyi, ano. Oo. Wala silang crowd control, no? Parang ano sila, magre-rely sila kay Lutpi. Kaso hindi naman kasi ganyan si Lutpi. Hindi siya pang ganyang role, eh. Oo nga, tama nga si Ate Yux.
Di kailangan ng pambuhat na
Jungler ni Kyrie. Hanzo.
Ling? Hindi, Banyon Ling.
Hanzo yan. Tinan mo, tinanggal yung Fredrin tsaka Baksha.
Naka-live top, eh.
Ow!
Malakas to.
Ay.
Gusto niyo po, ito ako, mga nakasalamin.
Tama.
Tapos may hijab.
Medyo nerdy. So talaga yung mga hijab na yan.
Kung experience lang. Na-realize mo ba, boss?
1-1.
Yung sinabi mo.
Mention on the far side, also
Nagkaintindihan tayo agad. Kakasimula pa lang ng watch party.
Sige.
Mati-take down na agad yung live stream.
Sige lang.
Sorry guys, sorry.
Sorry.
Evaluation kasi ngayon ng mga employees eh.
So, kailangan namin maging witty. Kasi ba, kada humingiti si Broky, +1 na yun eh. +1 eh. +1 sa evaluation namin.
Walang ganon.
Iba na naman yung kulay ng buhok ni Kiboy. Papalit-palit siya ng
Si
buhok.
Kiboy na bugoy.
Si Kiboy
Mamaya,
na
pag
bugoy.
BTR, lahat nakapula.
Oy! Ay, si Ze. Tama
Ah,
ba si Ze?
Yep, Johnny Kyrie.
Lah, ba't dalawa yung si Ze?
Mukha ni Dayan,
hindi
no?
mo alam. May
Kapatid.
twins sila.
Away ba?
Si Vonnie tsaka si Size.
Akala ko dalawa yung season. Nagulat ako. Swerte naman ni ka. Sabi ko, ha? Kakadaan lang ah. Ayos ah. Si Ebang nagda-drop.
Coach Chef nga ni.
Nainggit to sa trauma niya. Kaya ano. Kay...
Wala si Adi.
Hindi ba yan si Adi?
Ako. Pinagbaban yung hero ni
Pabian?
Savero. Granger 1-1.
Pati si Kyrie, tingnan mo. Si Kyrie tsaka si lang ang target nila. Si Savero.
Oo nga, no?
Yung drop yung ban ng TLID. Wala silang binan na kahit isang hero kay Lutpi.
Oo nga eh.
Wala na sila iba pa eh. Nagmasya na si Lutpi eh. Yung first 3 nila, ban si Kyrie. Second ban si Savero.
Ay, isa lang Kyrie. High-loss jungler.
Pwede na yun, boss.
D-boy, parang masyado silang niya.
Grak jungler. Maglabas ka ng mga bago.
Nag-Valentina jungle.
Ano na yun?
Hindi, feeling ko to.
Lucas, boy!
Maglulukas.
Lulukas jungler to si Kyrie.
Pero ako, mas feeling ko Hanzo eh.
Feeling mo lang.
Kasi ang kunat na niyan eh. Si Kiboy mamaya. Pero ang dali niya ma-take down. Yung problema niya.
Feeling ko na to?
Ano pipick ng TLID?
Masha jungler. Badang.
Batang Farsa.
Typical walang bago sa TLID na. Lucas na. Labas mo na, Yeba, Lucas.
Gulatin mo na kami. But not really. Or Hanzo. Alam ko sinabi ni Brookie kanina, Hanzo.
Pwede silang mag-Hanzo. Kaso, sobrang lambot na pala nila pag nag-Hanzo pa sila.
Ay, oo nga.
Lucas na.
Nag-Leo Mord.
Hindi na nila kailangan ng damage. Sobra-sobra na. May Masha
Nawala
sila.
din yung Fredwin eh, no?
What the hilly?
Sabi ka maglalabas ng bago, unexpected. Kaja?
Asan damage nila
Kaja
dyan?
jungler?
Asan damage nila dyan?
Masha.
Ay, paano i-post nyo yun? Content nyo agad na naglabas ng Kaja yung Onic ID. Magandang traction yun.
Pogi ni Mirko. Ay, lakas pala niya.
Yung, nakita mo kung gaano ka magkaiba. Baliktad yung utak natin! Sabi, naisip ko kasi nung nilabas yung Kaja, guys, post nyo agad, traction. Maganda sa page. Tapos ikaw, ang gwapo ni Mirko. Baliktad tayo, boss! Baliktad!
Sorry. Kala ko si Mirko
Kaja
ipopost.
jungler? Teka, iniisip ko paano yung clear wave ni Kyrie?
Yun nga eh.
Meron bang recent buff sa Kaja?
Wala rin naman.
Sobrang reliant nila sa damage ng Iritel tsaka ng Masha.
Ay, alam ko na, Magic to? Magic Kaja, pre. Ginagawa ni Pope yan nung unang panahon. Di ba, Bay? Pero luma na yun eh, di ba? Di ko alam kung binuff ba yung magic damage nung Kaja. Kasi may magic pen din yung Kaja eh. Pero dahil ni-nerf nga siya nung mga panahon kasi sobrang OP nun, pre. Isipin mo pag dagger in. Pag flicker in mo, Divine Judgment, Ring of Order, wala nang patay ka na eh.
Let me check. Meron bang buff kay Kaja?
Kagabi ata, nung tulog tayo.
Okay. More on cooldown reduction, tas naka impure rage yung ni Kyrie dito. Kaso ang hirap kasi ng Kaja na wala kang flicker.
Yun nga eh.
Yeah.
O baka magre-rely sila dun sa shortcut, tsaka diversion ni San, tsaka ni Sabero.
Pwede actually. Tsaka, yung Purify ni Q. Wala si Aaron Chiki. Pero masakit yan, pre, ha? Yung Kaja na yan.
Hindi. For sure naman, Onic Id, hindi naman nila kukunin tong Kaja na hindi nila pre-practice sa scrims nila eh.
Pero sobrang OP talaga niyang Kaja. Tingnan mo, patay yan.
Ayun na! Ba't ba kasi kayo nagtataka kung Kaja nga yung gusto?
Ba't magalit ka?
Sinabi ko lang.
Naging kalbo ka lang. Ano ka na? Violente ka na.
Sinabi ko lang.
Ano yung sinasabi na kalbang masama tao?
Pinapatotoo mo yung kalbo masama tao, ah.
Okay lang. Tawagin nila ako sa gusto nila tawagin.
Eh.
Boss.
O, Black.
But yeah, first blood has been drawn by Onic Id dito. I still think na eventually makakahabol yung TLID because that's Kaja jungle. Pero early game talaga ang nilalaban ng Onic Id dito. Ooh.
Ayun o. Sige. Paano ka sasayaw mamaya kung hahatakin ka? Pero Turtle, dun lang lugi yung Onic.
Yeah, subjective.
Kasi
Pero,
Kaja, mahirap pa rin naman yan sa retrian.
Pero lugi pa rin yung Onic dito, ah. Kahit, hindi lang sa objectives, eh. Kahit sa team fight, feeling ko.
Bias ka.
Hindi, pre. Ba't kasi Kaja?
Naka-TLID ka lang eh.
Marami naman silang pwedeng, eh. Oh yes, wala na yung Baksha, wala na yung Fred Dream. Diyan pa yung X-board!
Sige.
Ba't di sila nag-X-board?
Hirap kasi na X-Borg na may parsa.
Hindi, ang ina-expect na nga kasi ng TLID, mag-X-board si Kyrie. Kaya nag-farsa tong si Ezekiel.
Eh, hindi nga.
Nag-Kaja?
Tsaka okay yung Kaja.
Saan?
Tingnan mo.
Saan?
O, paano mo ipa-purify yung Divine Judgment nung kahit sabihin natin naka-purify si Q?
Actually, you can purify yung...
Oo nga,
Divine
pero
Judgment.
early game lang kasi to mag-work, eh.
Ayan o. Asa yung damage?
Saan yung damage?
Sabi ko lang, asa yung damage?
Kulang, kasi kapag... Ewan ko.
Kulang ba?
Hindi pa ba sapat?
Wala tayo sa tempo, guys.
Kailangan ba may may...
And Divine Judgment, sino yung nahatak? That will be Kiboy. Kiboy is down.
Ganito lang gagawin ng TLID, pre. Every time na may tsunami slam si WD, matik panalo sa teamfight yung TLID. Eh, paano kung si Kyrie yung tsunami slam?
Ini-stealan na si Kyrie ng ganun. Level 6 si Kyrie, mga tropa. Level 8 si Fabian. Tamang naman kasi kayo, mga boss.
Lugi
Tamang
talaga.
experiment naman kasi kayo.
Kahit mag-teleport ka dyan.
Oo, para makahabuli. Ay, nahatak niya.
Good for pick up lang tong pick off lang tong Onic. After nun, wala na.
Kailangan ng damage ni Sabero. Si Sabero magiging damage talaga dito.
Pero sobrang sobrang daming prerequisite para gumana yung lineup ng Onic. Prerequisite. Ano ka, college?
And
Tingnan
Turtle,
mo, sobrang
paano sila
nasusulat.
ko-contest? Nahuli na ni Aran. Kiboy, nakuha ni Lutpi. Pero yung Turtle, ay si Kyrie pa nakuha!
Hindi. Si Fabian ako.
Ay, nakuha ni Kyrie. Kills.
Kill.
Kaso yung kills lamang yung Onic pero yung gold, wala, dikit.
Yun nga eh. Kasi pag
Bagal mag-farm ni Kyrie, mga boss.
pag si Kyo naka-item na to, hindi ko alam saan pupulutin si mamaya, Sabero eh.
Kangkungan.
Sa kangkungan, sa gold lane.
Sabihin natin may impact si Lutpi later on. Pero kasi...
Meron ba?
Tsunami slam lang siya ni Widi, pre. Saglit lang to.
May impact ba? May impact? May impact pa naman eh.
Impacto.
1-0 nga si Lutpi.
Eh, syempre, 5 ba naman sila dun, pre? Ewan ko na lang kung di mamatay yung isa dun, ha?
Kailangan at mabilis na magka-item, mag-scale tong si Lutpi.
Ay, patay ka.
Ganyan na yung combo.
Ito sabi sa'yo eh. Pag
Sige ba lagi hinahanap?
Kahatak. Wala siyang maabot. Walang maabot si Kyrie.
Wala, patay si Q.
May Divine Judgment pa. Pwede pa mag-initiate yung Onic.
Feeling ko di mo na
Tapos diversion lang, papadala sa taas. Shinip out lang si Lutpi. Padala, mabilis.
Grabe si Sans dito, para siyang Lex Express.
Lexipre? Ano?
Lex Express.
Hindi na isa na yung Lex Express.
Ay, hindi ba yun yung nagde-deliver sa inyo?
Hindi.
Ano ba sa inyo? JNT?
Hindi.
Ano?
Kuya Manong lang.
yung yung pangalan ng driver.
Lagi kasi chinecheck yung kasi lagi ako nagre-reklamo eh. Titingnan ko kung sino yung logistics company na nagde-deliver. Ba't wala pa yung order ko? Ilang araw na.
Nalalaman natin na may anger issues si Tokwa.
Sorry.
Turtle ngayon, already up 3-7 on the board. Pag-usapang gold, Onic ID pa ang head pala, guys. Pero to reiterate lang, sinabi ni Tokwa dito, isang Tsunami Slam equals insta-kill nga naman talaga. And most likely, Keyboy tinatarget dito ng TLID. Pero sino kaya ang tatargetin nila ngayon? Kasi nakaposition na sila.
Kawawa si Q.
Si Q
0-3 si Q. Hirap siya kasi may masya eh. Habulin at hahabulin talaga siya. Pero Turtle, dalawang Turtle na yun, nasa-secure dito ng TLID. Mukhang tatatlo pa ata.
Uy,
Si Kyrie
Kyrie.
pa yun nakakuha. Actually, may Divine Judgment pa na pwedeng hatakin, pero namimili ng target si Kyrie. Hindi basta-basta nga hatak yung Katya. Tamang first kill lang.
Grabe tong si Ludwig pala ganyan, no?
Uy, teka! Huh? Wait lang. Mamamatay si Fabian. Kyrie! Ang sakit ng first kill ni Kyrie, boss.
Sabi si masad yung ring order niya.
Hindi niya ginamit yung Divine Judgment niya, oh.
Ginamit ko rin.
Ginamit niya.
Ginamit.
Kakasabi ko lang.
Ba't ganun?
Hindi kasi yung first
Ba't
kill,
ganun yung Masha?
yung first kill ng Katya, di ba pag first kill niya, alam ko parang may paralyzed na konti ba yun?
Yung first kill?
Oo,
Hindi,
diba?
may slow. Slow lang.
Wala pa mini-stun yun?
Wala. Slow lang. Pati yung second skill niya, slow din. Lahat yung bilog-bilog na yan, pag natapakan mo, may slow. Favorite ko to dati, yung Kaja. Tapos
Pero
naka
ano lang siya eh.
No pay no dati, lightning transition, tapos
Talagang
yung
may kailangan bagayan ka lang.
flicker divine judgment, sabay dash, patay na yun eh. Sumasabog yung buhay eh. Sumasabog ka palagi sa utak, dahan.
Ayan na, Blade of BOD na yung Masha.
Hindi, naka-heptasis pa nga lang siya, ang sakit niya na eh.
Ano pa pag yan, nag-late game, nakapag-regalya yan.
Regalia?
Hindi ka updated.
Di ako updated. Sorry. Ano ba yun?
Divine
Enlighten
Regalia.
me.
Hindi mo alam ang Divine Regalia.
Hindi, sino yun? Ano ba yun? Ano yung divine regalia na yun?
Divine Regalia.
Hindi ko alam. Shit, I'm missing out. Nafo-FOMO na ako.
All the memes, all the issues.
Shit. Nature lover na kasi ako.
Divine.
Divine regalia? Saan laro to? Saan laro to?
Ha? Tier 5. Bago.
Sa Dota?
Oh, ba't ka nag-ano ng
Ay, sorry. Bago pala to. Ano tong Divine Regalia, Pay? Hindi niya nga rin alam. Tingnan mo. Yun, araw-araw naglalaro. Hindi, pagka 60 minutes ba kasi yan eh, di ba? Tier 5.
Pero First Lord, surprisingly, lumalaban sa Retrian si Kyrie kahit Kaja yung gamit
Di,
niya.
masakit kasi yung ano niyan, pero passive.
Pag nahata ka ba ng Kaja, makakagamit ka ng spells? Retri, gano'n?
Hindi,
Di ba suppress talaga to?
Suppress ka talaga.
Tapos si Masha, si Segway lang. Kasi may shortcut naman. Ang hirap ng line up ng Onic. Kung ikaw yung TLID. Ang dami mong i-check. Check mo yung diversion. Check mo yung shortcut.
Pero yung late game pa rin ng
Hindi, boy. Kawawa si Q. Malapitan siya, mahatak, wala na silang damage.
ba't siya magpapahatak? Ba't siya magpapalapit?
Hindi natin alam. 4 na beses na natin nakikita ang ganun eh.
Ayun nga. Kyo, nasa iyo yung problema.
Ano yan? Aaron Shiki in na ba yan? Pag ganyan?
Oo,
Baka game 2 pag gano'n. Hindi, pero hindi naman kasalanan ni Q eh.
Shortcut, pwedeng ibaba. Mabubuhay pa naman si Kiboy. And eto na nga yung tropa ng Onic ID. Sino yung nahatak na tulbi Fabian? Wala nang retry yung TLID.
Patay po si Wildy.
And Savera with a heavy crossbow. Tas diversion lang. Grabe naman to, boss.
Suabe.
Hala ka, ang bilis ng rotation ng Onic ID. Ba't ba kasi kayo nagdududa sa Kaja?
Ba't naman kasi ganun, Q? Nangyari sa'yo, Q?
Guys, hindi po kami caster.
Ayan na naman na.
Hindi, gusto ko lang i-remind. I
Ah,
know I'm a bad.
Nako.
But I just want to remind everybody,
Tama.
Everyone.
Tama. Hindi po kami casters.
to all of
Watch
my
party lang
neighbors, Manay.
to. Bors.
Game fact, mga tropa, Kyrie's Kaja Jungler make a return in Mpl Id. So, hindi ito first time. After being last used by Kyrie in Mpl Id Season 11. So, siya rin pala yung huling nag-Kaja Jungler.
Ayos ah. Oh, sa 1.3k viewers pala tayo ngayon. Hello. Alam mo, yun yung sign ko eh. Pag ang daming nagsasabing hindi tayo caster, mataas viewers natin.
Oh.
Kasi kilala naman na tayo ng usual people eh, di ba?
Guys, at least Tagalog yung namin, hindi kami
Hindi
nag-Indonesian.
kami bahasan.
Actually, tama.
Yeah.
At least.
Patay ka.
Ay.
Galing, ang ganda nung nung
Hindi,
discipline
pwede,
ng Onic ID.
pwede naman kayo mag minicast lang, minicast.
Pag mga mainit yung mga laban,
Ah.
pwede naman yun, guys.
Tsaka
Madali kami
hindi
kausap.
hinihingi
Diversion
yun,
na,
guys.
pwede atan lumikod. Pinadala
Wala ko,
sa tore,
ginulat.
pero sino yung mahahatak? Uy, Kiboy,
Uy,
nakapag-shortcut.
hindi namatay.
Buhay pa nga si Kiboy, sa totoo lang.
Uy,
Ganda nun ha, kay Aran. Pero
Kiboy
asan
lang.
yung
Patay
damage?
na naman.
Grabe si Kyrie, boss. Pwede na atang tapusin. Tatapusin na.
Minions muna.
Grabe yung grabe si Lutpi. Ba't siya ganyan maglaro? Ba't nung regular season hindi?
Alam ko si Broke din yung nag-analyze nun Nets because mas alam ni Coach Yeb yung
Oo.
rotation,
Deleted,
itemization, tsaka heroes na mas mag-fit kay Luke.
Tama guys, tama. Tama yung sinabi. Hindi kami PH. Pwede kami maging baya sa Onic. Doon lang tayo sa may import.
Tama.
Tama.
Kahit technically Indonesian sa mata ng mga tao si Kyrie, Pinoy pa din yan. Pero yeah, that is game number 1 na nakuha ng Onic ID. First Kaja jungle game still made things happen. Nakakagulat yung pick but na-execute naman ng maayos. I think it all boils down sa fact na ang sakit ng Ring of Order, yung first skill yon ni Kaja. And hindi ka nga naman makakapag-mamba out or purify pag meron kang Divine
Kawawa,
Judgment.
no? Parang naging useless yung purify ni Q. Parang dapat hindi na ata siya nag-purify eh.
Pero kasi una na complete
Tsaka-
yung lineup ng TLID.
Pangit ng positioning ng Q.
Tsaka, anyari doon sa Harit, imagine mo purify ka, ang mapupurify mo lang yung
Yung-
combo lang ng Louis.
Hindi, tsaka kaya niya namang umalis dun, pre.
That nga, nag-flicker na lang siya, no? Kasi, aside dun sa may iwasan niya, makakalayo siya sa kay Kyrie, kahit yung Masha, may iwasan niya kahit papano. Kaso nag-purify siya, parang feeling ko mali yung purify kay Harit.
Tsaka tsaka yung positioning niya, pre, sobrang questionable. Bakit ganun ka? Alam mong may Masha tapos hindi ka lumilikod.
Ang hirap ng lineup ng TLID. Kung magdidikit-dikit sila, Ring of Order ni Kyrie, sa pool sila dun lahat. Magda-dash in yung Harit, papasok, magbibigay ng damage, nakaabang yung Divine Judgment. Kung sakaling may rotation yung Onic, pagkatapos ng shortcut ni Kiboy, diversion out para umanap ng ibang ways para makapag-farm.
Wala.
Gigil yung Onic ID ngayon.
Gigil sila, gigil.
Ba't
Pretty
kasi
good,
ng
pretty good.
TLID?
Hindi, TLID talaga ako dyan sa series na yan. Nabigyan lang ng isa.
That daw bias ka nga kasi Pinoy yan.
Pinoy naman si Fabian
Si Coach Bam.
yan eh.
But yeah, that has been us for game number 1. Makinig muna kayo sa ating analyst kahit English nga pala si na Eterna. We will see you guys at Pick and Ban Phase ng game number 2. DRV.
We saw how Onic were able to use both, and we know that they can pick both and take it away from Team Liquid ID. So I thought that was a bit of an oversight. And then afterwards, the Badang to try and maybe stop the Masha. Bro, Lutfi was out of control, dude. That was brutal.
We had this conversation, right? Was it fatal for TLID to just not contest the Luo Yi and Chip? Because it's their bread and butter. They like this composition, they like the global presence of it, and they thrive with it. But it feels like taking Kalea first pick and leaving that Luo Yi and Chip open was a fatal mistake to them. Because we saw what Onic was able to do with the Mashup, plus the Kaja as well. They wanted more engaged, they had that lockdown as well. They had multiple ways of just picking off TLID and then engaging it, following it up into a bigger fight that just destroys TLID.
Because I feel like it's a double negative, because they lose the macro pressure and they're giving it to Onic, who really know how to use it. Right? Maybe the idea is to get T-Boy on the chip, so that way, there won't be any big engages, right? But then, boom, Kyrie in the jungle with the Kaja. Bro, Coach Yeb, man, who let him cook?
It was all according to plan because if we take a look at the drafts, legit, they knew that TLID would go for respect bans against Kyrie, for sure. And they also did the same thing to Fabian to try and limit the jungle pick possibility. And the fact that they pulled in a debut pick Kaja, something that we haven't seen. Have we ever seen a Kaja in the jungle? I don't remember it.
I think earlier we saw that asset say that it was last seen in Season 11 when Onyx
Season
won
11.
against Alter Ego using the Kaja still. I think Kyrie himself was also there.
That was a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Wow.
We're gonna play the game though.
For sure.
Oh,
Kyrie on the Kaja was a really good mediator to, of course, mediate this, right? The player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Lutfi on his signature damage-dealing EXP laners. The Masha comes through though this time.
And everything just works so well right here. The fact that Onic should not have a suppression available to them. But with this weird pick in the jungle, they're able to secure that. And because of that, dude, the early game was brutal, man. Again, they have so many ways to secure the kills. They got the damage output supplemented by Lutfi on that Masha. And if you look at the win conditions for TLID here, which is, get some damage, right? Have enough damage to melt down the Masha so that the Masha can't really be out of control. They're going to be relying on Kyo. And in the mid game, Kyo was 0 and 4. Onic knew exactly who they wanted, and every single team fight, Kyo was just demolished, dude. He was not allowed to participate.
He was totally shut down. I mean, we talked about the Masha again,
man.
having so much agency, plus the Luoyi as well that helped the Masha activate with the diversion. You could see that he was going in for those important prio targets, like the Paris, the Barca again. Not only that, but he's also able to just play the macro game, split push up top, always push the waves and make it crash onto the turret. So it's like TLID are overwhelmed with so many issues that Onic is just bringing to the table, and voila, it's just a quick game.
And we haven't even started talking about Savero. The fact that he's on an Irithel, so he can't really be ganked as easily, can run the Purify, has the heavy crossbow to get out of danger. So even if TLID want to lead away, wants to avoid team fights and go and shut down the gold lane and get Kyo snowballing to be able to deal with the Masha, with the frontline presence of Onic, they can't do it either. So, dude, the layering of the win conditions from Onic here is crazy, man. This is what makes it so difficult to try and expect what Onic are going to come up with when Coach Jeb is in the picture.
Sleeping Giants, right? The Sky Kings. Depending on how, of course, the series goes, the fact that we've seen the performance from them here in game number 1 just really shows that they have so many different strategies that we haven't even touched yet or scratched on the surface.
If you look, the only kills that TLID got were on the roamer. Everyone else, perfect game. So you tell me what that means.
Yeah.
Dude.
Unfortunate.
That is
was
crazy.
T-Boy was in the front line, obviously, crashing in with the shortcut. So,
I think it's the design. I think, like, compared to everyone else, the chip is the most sacrificial one.
Yeah.
So, fine, take the chip. Use your Feather Airstrike. Use all the combos on the chip. We don't care. That means the Luoyi can just go in. The Masha can go in. The Irithel can just heavy crossbow and just start shooting.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Beautiful game, Onic. I'd say a very seamless game as well, because it felt like they wanted to play the pickoff style, but at the same time they were running into TLID. Latently, so it was hard for TLID to stop it again, and we had this conversation with Arashi. Would Akai be a better pick? Because they need something to dissuade the Masha from running in, right? The Badang doesn't really stop it, because aside from the Masha, you also have the chip, and then you have the Irithel just gunning down at you. We also had that conversation, well, maybe a split push carry for Iran might be better. But I think that also kind of is hard because they have the Luoyi to match that pressure.
Exactly, and the Masha in a 1v1 really isn't any pushover either.
Yeah.
So they need someone to split push that can escape, mainly. So we thought the Benedetta might be an option for Iran. If it's not that, I feel like the Badang will work against a lot of different dive compositions, but against a comp with the Masha in particular, man, you saw Lutfi just power through the first track and just go to town. That's why we thought the Akai maybe, at least, it's not as damage heavy, but it's more constant crowd control.
Yeah.
Maybe would have been enough to save one of the backline members. But overall, again, once you go and solve one problem, the other ones are still given to you by Onic. So that still isn't a winning condition either. Man, nothing given, honestly.
I mean, you can see from the stats that, Yaskill tried his best, right? 23,000 damage dealt.
That's a lot.
But overall, he is actually close to Lutfi on the Masha. So,
I think
Better airstrike.
6k off, yeah. That ultimate is very strong as well to just play around Onic's backline, but Onic was very, very calculative.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
But I think what you should look at right here is the fact that Kyo deals marginally a bit more damage over Aran on the Badang. This is a Harith, and this is a Harith that wants to be team fighting, right?
Right.
And yet, you can see that he was absolutely shut down. We talked about how Onic can shut down junglers, but we're seeing again, when the jungle is in the win condition, they can go for the mid lane. They know how to shut down every single role here in order to really just shut down whatever win opportunities your team can possibly get. And Kyo was the recipient of that factor here.
For
in the
sure.
first game.
He's only on 2 items. He hasn't even gotten the chance to either go Holy Crystal or
Yeah.
even, Blood Wings. Nothing. Just the Starlium Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. And back to the point earlier, despite Yehaskill being one of the highest on the damage dealt, it makes sense because the damage dealt is only on Keyboy.
Yep.
Meanwhile, if we're looking at Onic, you can see that the damage dealt was given over onto the important people, right? Kyo, a lot of times getting taken down. You can see him getting a lot of damage taken. Weedy as well, even Aran. So, like you guys mentioned, the Badang wasn't given any chance or possibility to make a play, considering that every time he did go in, he was always taken out before he was able to make that play.
Yeah. And honestly, the Kaja in the jungle, aside from just being a great way to kind of like round out the composition, I feel like it's kind of underrated when it comes to clear speed, right? Because he's clear there against the Suyo. He wasn't really winning it out, but he wasn't really falling too far behind. That could be because of the team helping him out, sort of. But still, dude, that's a respectable amount of speed that he has in the clearing department. And technically with the passive, the empowered basic attack of the Kaja, you actually have a deceptively good time trying to steal away objectives. We've seen it before in past seasons. Roamers on the Kaja will just flick away and just whip that neutral objective and steal it away.
Yeah, and Kyrie was also going to a much more tankier build, obviously, with the Oracle and then with the Radiant Armor, because he knew that he was not going to be the main carry. Obviously, as a Kaja, you're much more supplementary. And there goes Mlbb, full build, full damage build, excuse me, that had to seize first item, just full on with a mission in his mind that he needs to take down and burst down those targets in TLID quickly.
I mean, look at this timeline, dude. The War Axe for Fabian, the guy we were talking about farming well, was completed at what, like 8 minutes?
More.
8 minutes something. That's kind of, oh man.
I think there's kind of this gap line where on the early game it felt like TLID had control and he was able to farm up a bunch, get that Hunter Strike, but then boom, the Onic Apocalypse happened. He wasn't able to farm.
Onic Apocalypse.
Yeah,
I like that.
He wasn't able to just have that agency to move around, farm to his likeness, and get the item quickly, because you can take a look at that gap that was kind of long, and that gap was, yeah, the Onic Apocalypse.
So now the big question is, what do they have to do in game number 2? Let's start with the drafts first, right? Because I think that's where it all went wrong for TLID. Luo Yi and Chip together being able to be picked up by the Sky Kings. What should be different?
I think we can start by TLID ID possibly taking one of those options for themselves, especially their first pick, right? There's no real... They might be really overthinking the Kalia, because if they go for the Luo Yi, let's say, then even if Onic go for the Kalia, but I guess then the chip, I don't know if they can do a Luo Yi chip though.
Let's rewind a bit, because we're looking at the bans first, right? TLID went for 3 straight jungle / you mentioned roam ban with the Boxia. I would actually consider it to be a Kyrie pick, because he even set up on stage, right? He's half Boxia. I'm half Boxia now.
Half Boxia.
There's even like an asset for it. But
Boxia from Bakas.
anyway, would we change the bans there first? Do they go for a different side, maybe?
That's kind of tricky, because again, you have to pinpoint and navigate through the draft, where it doesn't give Onic as much freedom to play what they really want to play with the power that they have in a lot of heroes, because this is a team that is able to play a lot of heroes, right? I mean, that Kaja in the jungle was a statement from Kyrie as well.
Yep.
But I think, again, playing to their strengths, I think it's fine to trade the Boxer with the chip. Totally fine, because I think Liquid also likes the chip more. And I think it's more prio for a first pick chip to happen compared to the Luo Yi for Liquid. So I think just trade out. I mean, if Onic can have a power pick that they like with the Boxia, you can have it too with the chip. So it's a fair game, I guess.
I feel like if you want to look at it positively, again, you have to remember this is a best of 5 after all. You know,
Yeah.
Realize was telling me like, dude, this is gonna be quick, man. Onic are so dominant. And I have to remind them painstakingly that remember the last time RRQ seemed to have Team Liquid ID solved out, there was a reversal. It's a best of 5, man. There's a lot more games to go. And
Yeah.
same to Lucas does have that problem-solving factor we've seen again and again. So I feel like it's if you want to take it positively, this might be Team Liquid ID probing at like how flexible, whether banning out Kyrie can be an angle. But now after seeing that Masha, after seeing some of those surprise picks from Onic, I feel like the bans definitely are gonna change over from Team Liquid ID. Is that gonna be enough for them to get a dominant, a winning draft against Onic? I really doubt it, to be honest, with Coach Jeff in the picture. But we'll have to wait and see.
What did you guys think about the Suyo pick in the first phase? Did you think that was a comfort pick? Do you think that Suyo is still strong in this meta after seeing, different regions kind of experiment with their jungle pick?
Well, I mean, it's still strong to a certain degree, but I made it clear from the get-go that Suyo pick is comfortability
Okay.
for
Right.
Fabian.
For more comfort.
Yeah, it's for more comfort. He has more time to farm quickly with the Suyo, get his items rolling. But I think the Suyo was just under too much pressure. It was very hard for, again, like how Arashi mentioned. So does the roamer wants to protect a single member, or does the roamer want to really, become the sacrificial lamb and just play for everyone? And that happened. That dilemma happened for Witty, because Onic was just everywhere on the place. They were shutting down the left side, right side. Kill was also shut down. So Faven had no help on that regard, and the Suyo just made it worse because he fell because of how aggressive Onic became with the Masha and the Kaja.
I feel like that could be also the idea could be to kind of build onto the Kalea, right? Again, Kalea or Jawhead, a pickup hero along with a Suyo, has been a working combo.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, the Suyo can clear fast, has good mobility if you want to try and get out of sticky situations, and you can also execute, right? You can seal the deal when someone's low HP as well. So it's not really a bad pick at all, I feel like. And then we go for the Harith. So I think the idea was to go for this early game pick-off heavy style, right? That's where the Farsak comes in as well afterwards. And then later on, in the mid-game, the Harith should be taking over.
Right.
But I think the pick I'm looking more towards is the Badang, like you mentioned, man. Because what exactly was the idea for Aran to be doing here? Is he going to be diving in, right? Is he going to be peeling back? Because I feel like if you're going to be peeling or diving, there could be better options regardless. He seems to be something that's in the middle, a bit too much even.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So we're looking at the Luoyi and Chip problem that TLID will have to address in the next drafts. And what else do you think? Is it just purely that?
Recovery.
Did you see any issues with, execution by a particular player?
I think it's just recovery now.
Just recovery.
Mentally recovering from this, because it's a stomp. And I actually mentioned it.
12 minutes.
That sweep might happen if they're able to solidly become like a unit.
Are we going to be looking at a 3-0 today for the Sky Kings?
Arashi.
It's a huge possibility.
Crazy.
What was your prediction for this match? TLID 3...
He went 3-2 TLID.
3-2
I
TLID.
believe so. I thought just Team Liquid ID could
Okay.
get it done, right? They also, got it done against RRQ, so I gotta, gotta show some respect.
A
there.
little bias there.
Wrap them up, yeah?
Just a little bit. But I think a lot of people were thinking this is gonna be one of the highlighted matches, even though it's, the first match of the playoffs.
Oh.
And so far, at least, Onic has kind of made sure that doesn't seem to be the case. But looking at this asset it's the Battle of Champions.
Battle of Champions. MSE, know your rival. We're looking at these teams that have been able to lift up the trophy. We're looking at TLPH, champion of M4 World Championship. We have Onic PH for the champions of almost... Oh, wait, they were champions of the M6 World
M6.
Championship. What are we going to be expecting for this next MSC? As, we're kind of on the way to it right now.
One thing that I like is the resurgence of unexposed.
Unexposed
I think
teams.
we do
Okay.
have a poster for that, so I'm gonna keep that for later.
Okay. Okay.
So we're gonna focus on the GOAT
That
The
go-
GOAT.
conquered all the official the official tournament trophies this man has collected.
It's kind of crazy.
Bro.
He has the M series from Onic PH.
Yeah.
He has the MSC when he was with,
Season 7,
was it
Execration.
Execration back in the
Yeah.
day?
Good throwback. First season.
First season.
With of course, an MPL trophy to boot. He's completed everything. We're looking at a player that's successful, being able to lift all three.
And he's young.
He's
He
young.
is.
He has a long career ahead of him if he can keep himself locked in. And on top of that, so I guess now he's on side quests, right?
He has
When
completed
you've
all it.
completed the game of life and now you're just
Yeah.
doing side quests,
Side
dude.
quests.
Looking for the other, the other tournaments that aren't really up there.
Yeah.
Aren't
It's
really
so crazy.
official.
Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Miracle, correct me if I'm wrong, but back at MSC and Execration, I think he was also Finals MVP in the gold lane.
Was it him or was it like...
And then M6 Finals MVP
Finals MVP as well.
in the gold lane.
I think he
But
was
guys,
the
back at
MVP.
home, I have really bad memory. I think a lot of people already
Wasn't that
know that by
Chakno?
now. Was it Chakno?
I'm kind of hazy myself, man. It might be an age thing, honestly.
Age thing.
But regardless of whether or not he was the MVP, his mechanics back then were already crazy. I think even back then, being relatively new to the scene, I'm like, dang, this guy is crazy. He's different.
Yeah. This guy has completed Mlbb.
He has.
So-
That's it. He's no longer just the golden standard in the gold lane. He's legit the golden standard player.
For Mlbb.
That's so crazy. He has a little bit of a quote to his perspective on the Indonesian rookie gold laners. Whoever has glasses, take the stage.
All right, so all of the teams have improved compared to previous seasons. The rookie I noticed the most is maybe,
Interesting.
as I think he has potential with good mechanics and well-prepared positioning during the clashes.
We talked about this.
Maybe.
I think it was the when we kickstarted Mpl Id season 15. It was week 1, week 2.
Uh-huh.
We saw maybe number 1 have that mechanic. He was so good with the heroes like the Moskov, which I think everyone is good with the Moskov. I think it's a very.
Are you good with the Moscow?
I am. I'm the gold standard in the Moskov. You gotta ask Mirko for that.
That's fake
I
news,
don't
ladies
believe
and gentlemen.
it.
That is fake news.
But
I do
number
not
2,
believe.
maybe is so mature on his decision making. He's able to play the macro game neatly, and to have that praise come from Kelra when you haven't made it to playoffs yet, you know he's the real deal. So.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy because he didn't mention Toy, he didn't mention Arfi,
RP.
Kyo even not mentioned
Yeah,
as
man.
a rookie.
Skylar. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be noticed, to be named by the gold standard, that is definitely something to brag about. If I was maybe, I'll be going home like, Mom, Dad, Kelra mentioned me, dude. I'm someone now. I'm a real human now.
Accolade.
I was a nobody.
I'll hang it on the wall that I was quoted by Kelra. But I had this conversation with Mirko. I asked him, what do you think if Kelra makes it to Mpl Id? Do you think he'll get destroyed? Nah, he'll destroy everyone. Bar Eman, he says.
Bar Eman.
Or maybe on the same level.
Oh,
Emon and Kelra,
Yeah.
same level.
I think
Interesting-
just clashing
Interesting
together.
take.
bold statement here,
Interesting
realized in
take.
front of the public.
Nah. I'm not saying that they are on the same level, but they're kind of close. At least in the.
I think Emon, it's safe to say that Emon is the closest thing
Yeah.
we have to Kelra.
No. What I'm trying to say is
At
that.
this point in time, yes.
But to say that they're
e-
close,
Yeah, equal.
equal,
Equal?
even.
No, I mean like what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's rephrase it.
Okay, okay, it's fine, it's
So
fine.
the
We'll go back.
scenario-
We'll
Step
go
back, take a step
The
back.
scenario was, what if
Okay.
Kelra enters MPL ID?
Right.
And Mirko says, yeah, he's going to destroy MPL ID. He's going to be going insane. But the only guy who can get close to him is Eman.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the main premise. I'm not saying that he's equal to Eman.
This is where phrasing becomes important. We
Yeah, we gotta
be careful
frame
with that.
properly.
You know, sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, you're a victim of it, huh?
I have bear witness to interesting phrasing coming in from Realize. That is certainly the case.
But speaking of interesting, we're actually going to see these two teams opt to swap sides. TLID for game number 2 will actually be on red side, I believe. Did I see the asset correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say it was correct. Let's say it is correct. Let's say my eyes didn't fail me this time, right?
Yeah.
What would we say would be different coming from them on red side?
Oh boy, I feel like for them on red side, then the Fanny for sure will show up on their side of the bans. It's just a bit too important. But along with that, I don't think they're going to go for a full-on assassin type of ban. There could be a chance that they want to go for one of the macro threats. I'm not sure if they want to go toe-to-toe against Onic, you know, like low Yi for chip or chip for low Yi. So I think it's going to start there. And along with that, maybe some looks towards the gold lane, right? Because the gold lane, if both teams are so good and they can kind of like stall out long enough, the gold lane always becomes important. So, especially with Kyo in the picture, that has, you know, has to be a bit more by the book. I feel like Team Id definitely have some ideas for that gold lane.
I think if we're talking generally for the draft in the red side, TLID has a chance to be more reactive. So they can probe, like you said, look at, you know, the draft early on, and then they can respond to what Onic wants to play. So now they're following the script, but they can flip it in the last few picks.
So let's see if that's actually gonna come to unfold as we get into the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. With TLID now on red side, there you go. We are seeing a change. Luo Yi banned out, respected away from Suns. Onic, however, still go for the same route, right? There's still respect, banning Fabian with a Ling, the Joy, and respecting maybe yet another jungle ban here coming into the 3rd slot.
Wait a second, is Onic trying to force Team Liquid ID to put Fabian on some kind of fighter? Was that the idea? Right, because we really haven't seen him be as flexible as he was during the quote-unquote prime era of Team Liquid ID.
Yeah.
But man, with the Ling and the Joy already, that certainly narrows down the hero pools. And Kyrie doesn't have the same problem. Kyrie can play those utility heroes. He can play the Kaja, no problem at all.
I think that's one of the largest criticisms given towards TLID, especially during that 2-week break. The fact that TLID have for so long worked around Fabian. Fabian to carry, Fabian being the #1 pillar. But what happens when Fabian's level of sharpness gets limited by his own hero pool? So we were expecting some adaptations coming in from Fabian in particular. Let's hope if he's actually explored different options, considering Onic will actually take away the chip instead.
Yeah, gonna ban it out. I mean, for TLID now, they can have the chance to maybe ban the Boxia here, but then, no, I don't think they're, wait. If banning the Boxia comes here, it means that, yeah, Onic can get Kalea, so yeah. I'm trying to ban out the Kalea, and Onic, they can trade here. If they want to go for the Boxia, TLID takes the Luo Yi. Oh, sorry, Luo Yi's banned, so yeah, no global presence whatsoever.
Right, we are back. Welcome. Game number 1, nakuha ng Onic ID. Now, we're gonna be moving on to game number 2. Nag-switch sides naman sila. Onic ang nasa blue side, TLID on the red. Badang ang first pick ng Onic ID.
Ayan naman kaya ipapakita ni Eva.
Feeling ko something normal na yung ilalabas nila this round.
Game 2 TLID.
Baka kaya Lunox kaya.
Balik na si Lutpi sa ano eh. Sa usual routine niya eh.
Lunox kaya.
Favorite mo talaga yun, no?
Oo. Walang man lang naglalabas ng Lunox.
Dewa, kaso hindi nakapasok eh.
Tinanggal na din yung
Badang?
Luoy. Watch party nga pala to guys, hindi kami
Guys, watch party
casters.
lang. Yep. I'm seeing.
Kaya ako share the live, syempre, invite your
Pero,
friends.
nagban sila ng Joy kahit kumuha sila ng Badang. Ay, Pobius Matilda.
Sino?
TLID.
TLID.
Sabi sa'yo, game 2 TLID.
Di mo mag-a-alpha lang to.
Okay din yung alpha ngayon yun ah.
Oo. O baka kunin na ng Onic. Deny na.
Hindi ko gusto mag-alpha si Kyrie. Hindi siya para sa mga ganong hero, pre.
Para siya kanina ba?
Para kay Size.
Tama.
Tsaka kay Bonnie.
Kanino? Kay Bonnie. Isyo ka.
Oh.
Pwede magharit ulit si Kyo.
I think
Wag na,
this
wag
time
na.
around better
Wag na.
naman.
Ayun lang.
Normal, hayabusan, labasan ni Kyrie.
Huwag ka na mag-harit. Tago mo na sa baol yan.
Uy, pwede ba magparamis to ah? Hindi, binibait lang ng Onic. Pero kung sobrang bold ng TLID, maganda na to.
Kung magpaparami sila, mababalintina tong ano. Para na lang kung ibaba nila yung Valentina sa 4th and 5th pick.
Pwede ko kasi
Pero,
na paramis.
baka kasi ang gawin nito,
Para deleted agad si si Lutpi.
okay.
Sige na. Kunin mo niya na, paramis na. Pwede pa kayo magban ng
Ba't tinutulungan
Valentina.
mo sa drop, yung TLID?
TLID ako eh.
Yung ba't naka-onic ka dun?
So, naka-onic na sa poster natin.
Ewan ko, baliktad ako eh.
My mind says...
Binago na ba?
TLID.
Hindi pa. Pabago
Di ba
mo
rin?
Oh.
Sabi sa inyo eh. Sabi sa inyo eh.
Easiest read of the century.
Sabi sa inyo eh, tapos magbaban sila ng Valen. Pero sobrang bold ng TLID, di sila magbaban ng Valentina.
John Mark Macalay, standing 1-0 po in favor ng Onic ID.
Hindi sila hindi magbaban ng Valentina yung TLID, pre. Tingnan mo. Tapos ang baban ng Onic, Lucas. Hindi yan hindi yan mag-alpha. Ban Lucas, Onic ID. Pag di nyo binan Lucas, game 2 TLID. Which is fine, okay lang. Maganda yon. Kasi may story, may drama.
May balikan.
Oo. Ay, ayoko niyan. Ayoko niyang balikan na yan.
Boss, ayaw ng balikan ng tropa natin.
Ayaw niyan.
Juicy niyan tinanggal.
Surprisingly nakakalusot
Alpha
yung
tinanggal.
Baka
Instead.
mag-Valentina lang to si
Sans.
Si Sans.
Actually, okay lang din naman kung mag-Valentina siya, pre. Kasi ang habol lang naman nila yung Ghost Burster na tatama kay Lutpi eh.
Mhm.
Pag di kayo nagban ng Lucas Sonic, wala. GG kayo.
So, for Alpha pa naman tinatanggal nila.
Tapos TLID, ano ba ban niya?
Ano pa ba ma-okay sa Matilda? Lucas.
Kayo na kaya magtanggal ng Harit? TLID.
Para lang kahit na paano maipit yung options.
Hindi ba risky pag nakakuha pa ng TLID itong Lucas? Lucas Jungler. Actually, ang daming choice ng TLID dito sa Faramis, tsaka sa Matilda. Pwedeng Lucas, pwedeng Predrin.
Grabe, nangupal na
Baksha, okay lang din.
Nangupal na si Saint De Lucas. Tinanggal yung ibo. Bastos.
Baka nila-lockdown talaga nila sa Valentina.
Pinipilit nila mag-Valentina si Sans?
Valentina or Farsa.
Okay lang sa kanila na may Netherrealm din yung Onic ID.
Okay lang kasi tingnan mo yung mga hero nila, pre.
Tsaka kung ikaw yung Hayabusa dito, kung ikaw si Kyrie, medyo hirap ka rin atang kumuha ng pick-up kung merong Netherrealm, merong Matilda. Pwera na lang kung gagamitin mo yung Shadow Kill, pang force out no Netherrealm. Tatargetin mo si mamaya, Yeskel. Pero drop ni Eva, ano nga ba yung ilalabas dito sa ating game number 2?
Suyu. Kukuha na ng marksman tong si Saint De Lucas. Pwede sila mag-Harit ulit actually. Mas okay Harit dyan, pre.
Matilde, sayang kasi yung Matilde.
Kundi sila mag-Harit, ano pa ba yung
Bruno?
Hindi, kawawa sa Hayabusa yun, boy.
Kung gusto mo lang naman ng Snowball, kasi Snowball na yung line-up nyo eh.
Hindi, mas
I
kawawa
doubt
din.
na Granger, pero another option Granger. Feeling ko Harith
pwede.
na talaga.
Harit na yan.
Hindi, kailangan pang shred mamaya sa glue.
Kung hindi Harit, pag nag-Claude to, ewan ko na, baliw na si Saint De Lucas.
Carry.
Kung magko-Claude, actually okay yung Claude eh. Pang shred tapos pang out sa Hayabusa.
What if Melissa 1-1? Ay, wala na pala.
Granger.
Granger pa rin.
Corny. Patay ka.
I-retail?
Bilis nung sagot ni Eva,
Valentina?
Masyado kasing expected si Lucas. SDL! Hoy, SDL!
Cecilion?
Kailangan nila isa pang damage.
Onic ka pa din, game 2.
Hindi, TLID ako.
TLID pa din.
Game 1, TLID din ako eh.
Naging Onic.
Game Onic eh.
Feeling mo dapat ngayon, tatama na.
Tama na, TLID. Wala lang nag-expect nung Kaja kanina. Tsaka walang nag-expect na ganong katanga si Kyo kanina.
Yun nga yung mga winning condition ng Kaja eh.
May
low E kayo, may shortcut para makalapit sa kalaban.
Tapos na-tilt si
Tapos
Kyo.
dapat tanga yung kalaban
Farsa.
nyo.
Hindi sila kumagat sa Valentina.
Ala.
Hindi ba hirap tong para sa mami pag na-circling eagle nung Matilda?
Feeling ko may naman, may badang tsaka may glue naman.
Ganda talaga nung jacket nung
TLID, no?
Alam mo ba na nakaraan, hinahanap ko yung kung sa makakabili ng windbreaker ng TLID. Hindi ko mahanap kung saan pwedeng bumili.
Usually nag-open sila ng pre-orders eh.
Oo nga, yun lang. Nakita ko yung Google form nila. Ay!
Lucas?
Baka naman, Natiyux. Baka naman.
Ngumiti lang ako, boss! Ngumiti lang ako.
Baka naman, baka may connection ka. Baka...
Tingnan ko lang kung may... Wala ata, boss! Wala ata!
Tingnan ko lang.
Lucas nga.
Ate ko.
Tingnan mo lang ako sinabihan ng ate ko.
Sorry.
Okay, so as predicted by my panelists, ang last pick nga ay Lucas. How do we feel sa game number 2 na to?
Lucas na nga.
TLID.
TLID.
Wala na, feeling ko machochoke na yung Onic sa draft.
Ang lala din mag-draft na itong St. De Lucas, no? Kahit dati pa no? Sa M6.
Tsaka prinayo talaga nila yung Povius Matilda na nakita nilang open.
Hindi ko lang gusto yung Granger. Kasi kung gugustuhin nilang... Ay, ang parang lumalabas kasi gusto nilang capitalize agad yung early game
Oo. Mahirapan siguro sila late game. Kasi nga, Parsa, kahit sabihin natin may Netherrealm ka pa naman, yung Parsa, pwede mo naman ipampoke yung Feather Airstrike mo doon sa
Tsaka kawawa si dyan, si Q sa Yabusa, pre. Tadive-inan lang siya dyan
Kailangan niya mag-step up kasi kanina sobrang lala ng performance ni Q.
Oo.
Hindi malabong kung pangit pa rin magiging performance niya sa Granger na isa sa mga comfort pick niya. Baka ipasok si Aaron Shiki ng game 3 kailanganin.
Laglagan pa naman tong game na to. Hindi pwede yung mga ganong no?
Mga ganong error.
Kawawa si Lutpi dito, guys.
Matapang si Kiboy,
Hindi, lamang siya Badang yan Alam niyang
Sinusuntok
wala pang
lang.
dash si Weedy.
Pero yes, Kiel, gusto mo ba ito na flicker yung kinuha mo kaysa sa Purify?
Feeling ko kasi wala namang dadali sa kanya sa
Hindi. Kung ma-knock up ka ng, or mahuhuli ka ng badang.
Hindi, pwede ka pa mag-flicker after nung kay Badang Saglit, super saglit lang yung mini stun lang yung kay Badang kasi.
Pag kinombohan ka ng ulti
Oo.
nun.
Ang pinaka nakakatakot
bumalik si Aran? Bumalik siya?
What? Ang nakakatakot dyan, si Kyrie. Kaya siya nag-flicker.
Kala ko pa-out na si Aran dun, tapos bumalik siya.
Yun nga, akala natin wala na, pero bumabalik.
Nag-proc ata yung passive niya, nag-normal attack siya, kaya siya dash in pa.
Bilang bumalik.
Oo.
Nag-proc yung passive, bumalik. Sana mag-proc ay, joke lang.
11 p.m. pa yan, boss. 11 p.m. yan.
Hindi, inaagahan ko na ngayon.
Kung ganito yung magiging performance...
Ala, patay ka!
Kung ganito yung magiging performance ng TLID, hindi malabong 3-0 to,
Oo nga
1 minute, 1k kagad yung gold lead ng Onic.
I think overall, sa na-observe ko sa kanilang dalawa sa regular season, Onic ID yung palag-palag talaga pag early game. TLID, mga late game pa sila, nag-ultra instinct.
Kahit si Q, lugi sa lane, against sa Bero, hindi siya, maka-extend na malayo kasi andyan pa rin yung threat ng Hayabusa ni Kyrie, lalo na't wala silang vision.
Kaya nga, ba't ka kasi nag-Granger, pre? Ang kulit mo, St. De Lucas, no?
Si SDL.
Si SDL. Pwede ka nang ibaba ng MDL,
Parang na ba yan? Adi na ba yan?
It rhymes. It rhymes.
Kala ko, Adi na yan
Pwede ba maging rapper?
Pwede na, pre.
Patay ka.
Napa-force ng flicker.
Nakuha pa ni Kyrie yung turtle.
Ang lala na
Aray ko!
Sila yung may Matilda Lucas, sila yung hindi makakontest ng turtle.
Nagkamali si Fabian ng combo. Tagal-tagal mo na naglulukas, boss.
Hindi na hindi na nag-max passive yung first kill niya.
Oo. Hindi siya nakapag-antay. Pwede mo naman kasing pag-dash mo, 1-2.
Yun na yun.
Hindi. Ang kulit Ewan ko
Pagsabihan natin mamaya.
Ay, TLID.
Pero 2-0, 3 minutes of the game. Almost 2k kagad yung kalamangan dito ng Onic ID.
Wala, hindi ko ramdam yung giggle ko. Wala kasi akong lapag Dapat pala naglalapag para...
Ba't tumaano ka sa nagti-TLID yan, nagti-TLD kung wala?
Wala nga akong lapag
Okay?
Pre, paano ba ako makakapaglapag? Ubus na ng Pacers. Inuubos na ng OKC. Bad trip na yun.
Hindi nga talaga malabong 3-0 to.
No. Kung ganyan performance ng
Feeling ko baka maka 3-1 naman, pero yung Onic, ang linis masyado ng
Momentum
nila. Oo.
Grabe yung laro kasi nila nung game 1. Talagang parang na-skill gap nila yung yung TLID. Walang flicker si Q. Ginanon lang, boss. Late din yung guiding wind ni Weedy.
Gold plate agad si si Rethel, si Savero.
Di sila ganyan maglaro, di ba? Pag naka sila, Matilda.
Minamama sila ng Onic ID.
I feel like ito na kasi yung one of their best picks na to di ba?
Oo, pag nakaganyan na si Weedy tapos naka-fighter si Fabian, alam mo na matik na Sa si Aran pa, comfort hero rin na Aran yan.
Actually, audience prediction, nasa 70% nasa kamay ng Onic ID.
Ang dami nilang audience mo
Actually. Pag naka-MSC din yung Onic ID
Papalag
ng
pa rin?
dalawa.
May Netherrealm naman sila, hindi pa natin nakikita nagpapap yun. pero nasa baba kasi si Q.
Patay ka, Lutpi.
So 4v5 kung sakali. Baka nga hindi pa kamo. Wala ko, hindi sila nagkakasundo.
Ang ginagawa ng
Ang gulo
TLID.
ng ano nila. Ang gulo ng parang laro nila na nag-pop na nung Sacred Beast form. Hindi pa sila nag-go all in.
Ay, nangyari.
And si Q pwede pa mabigyan kung sakaling mako-corner out. Tatalunan ba?
Sobrang lakas nyo ng M6 guys ha. Baka nakakalimutan nyo. Nangyari sa inyo na wala yung confidence nyo sa Onic.
Nag-expire nung ano?
Nag-expire. Sabi nila, hindi, retire na tayo, pre. Hindi talaga natin kaya Onic PH.
Pero
Against
diba
guys.
nung Snapdragon, natalo din ng Onic ID yung TLID.
Natalo din nila.
TLID ang former champion ng Mpl Id. And mukhang hindi malabong ma-first exit sila. May gagawin naman sa baba. Kaso masyado atang malalim yung ganyan laruan. Lalo na't kayo yung lugi.
Isa-isa sila pumapasok oh.
Kaya nga, hindi sila nagko-connect.
Hindi tumapang. Nasa taas si Kyrie, nakita.
Okay. At least may ano naman, may signs of life pa din tayo from TLID. Game number 2 pa lang naman to guys sa ating best of 5. And early-ish game pa lang naman, transitioning over sa ating mid-game. Hopefully, may magawa pa din naman yung TLID. But I have to say, from securing the turtle, gold plates, tsaka yung mga pag-angas sa mapa, nasa Onic ID ngayon eh.
Nasa Onic ID pa rin.
Pag pag natatalo yung isang team sa Indo sa M series, humihina sila next season. Tingnan mo to.
Tsaka tingnan mo naman, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 4K na yung lamang nung Onic ID. Walang nangyayaring clash. Puro invade lang yung ginagawa ng Onic. Capitalize lang nung hawak nilang mapa. Wala magawa yung TLID. Hindi sila pwedeng mag-solo eh. Hindi sila pwedeng mag-lane ng sila lang. Kaya kahit maaga nagsama-sama kagad sila. Doon lalaman yung Onic kasi si Kyrie pwedeng lumayo lang, mag-push ng waves. Kahit sabihin natin 4v5 wala si Kyrie, hirap yung TLID. Tingnan mo yung bawas ni
Sakit.
Sans kay Aran.
Aran na yun Fovies na yun na dapat makunat.
Dahil doon, hindi na naman sila makakontest ng turtle.
Si Sanzo nag-wings by wings para makalapit kay ano.
Level 7 si Kiboy, level 7 si Aran. Ka-level mo lang yung roam ng kalaban.
Di ganyan mag-focus si Aran, pre. Hindi ko alam
Ang
nangyayari.
aga niya kasi na first blood, nagkamali siya dun sa sa umpisa.
Yun lang.
Prinok niya yung passive niya, nag-dash in siya dun.
Ano kaya nangyayari sa TLID? Dati pag ganyan na yung mga hero nila, nakangiti na ako eh.
I feel like baka na-pressure lang talaga sila throughout the regular season run tapos ngayon na laglagan sila.
Siguro.
Hindi ko lang maalala kung ano yung alam ko Cinderella run sila last year eh. Hindi ata sila nag-lower bracket or if nag-lower bracket man, winalis nila.
Nag-lower bracket sila nung kalaban nila yung RQ sa upper bracket finals. Tapos binawian nila.
Ano yung bawat minuto, 1,000 ng 1,000 yung nadadagdag sa lamang ng Onic.
Seems like it.
Hindi malabong first lord. Second lord, tapusin sila ng Onic ID. Hindi pa naman pandepensa tong lineup nila. Granger. Ba't ka nag-Granger pa sila, no?
Kasi akala nga nila sa kanila yung early.
Tsaka hinawakan nila yung prinayo nila yung Pobius. Kaso ganito yung naging performance ni Aran.
Kasi kung
Aray.
kung hindi,
Aray.
ko patay
Aray.
ka.
Late pa yung Nether. Wala, hindi na sila talaga nagkasundo dito, boss.
Ano nangyari sa TLID?
Nagamit yung Nether Realm ng ganun. First Nether Realm, ni Yeskel.
Hindi naman to ganito maglaro Nakakaurat pa na rin.
It means pwede tayo makakita ng Onic sa semifinals.
Kasi
laglagan to eh.
last year yan yung Onic early exit sila eh. First round exit sila last year.
Nga wala may pinaglalaban din yung Onic ID ngayon.
So hindi malabong magkaroon tayo ng MSC Onic, dalawang Onic.
Pero walang dalawang liquid. Aruy!
Aruy. Champion yung liquid dun sa kabilang dito sa region natin. Tapos sa region nyo, first exit.
Aruy ko.
Aruy.
Daig pa kayo ng Twisted tsaka TNC. Aruy.
And sa pagkakaalam ko, ang main team ng Team Liquid ay Indonesia, di ba?
Aruy. Hindi ata. Pilipinas.
Hindi
yan.
pa
PH
PH.
ata.
PH.
Unang re-reveal yung PH eh.
PH yung main.
Unang ding
Ang
nag-reach
Onic
out
pala,
sa
no?
PH.
Onic.
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 Yan.
Aruy.
Onic yung di ba? Hindi soccer club. Hindi football club.
Yes.
Grabe yung Onic, no? From rags to riches.
Sana all.
Diba?
Ako kasi rags pa din ako eh.
Rags to rags.
Rags to more rags.
Sige, sige, guys. Talunan nyo na, Onic.
Sige na,
BTR naman kami. Magbe-BTR na lang.
tapusin nyo na lang to, Onic. Kung ganyan naman din laruan ng TLID, tapos na-reverse sweep, no? After game 3.
3-0, ay 2-0 na eh. Kung sakali, paano ka didepensa dito?
Wala na
Yung Granger nyo walang damage.
But I feel like
Hindi ko mare-reverse sweep. Feeling ko.
sa game na to, feeling ko hands up na yung TLID.
Wala
Unless may ako na kung hindi nakikita, guys.
Wala na.
Kay Pabian. Kung maganda yung pasok ni Pabian.
Wala. Kasi para mag-work yung mag-work yung Lucas at least 3 core items eh. Sa
Pag
ganitong
ano,
oras
Kailangan maganda yung circling eagle siguro ni Windy na
Windy.
nakasunod yung ano. Kaso kung gaganyanin lang kayo ni Sans, napo-force yung Netherrealm nyo dahil sa isang feather airstrike, hirap niyan, boss.
Yun lang.
Na-force ka agad yung Netherrealm ng ganun.
Wala. Hindi maganda yung circle ngayon ng TLID.
Dalawang Netherrealm, palpak.
Toxic yung circle nila. Kailangan,
Hindi healthy.
hindi healthy. Kailangan nila baguhin.
Hindi. Balik nyo
Parang
na sa Aaron Shaky.
I call
Aaron
GG na
Shiki.
ata.
Feeling ko Aaron Shiki talaga.
Pasok na ata. Wala
Wait,
Netherrealm
good
ha, pero
try, good
naipit
try.
ata si
Ayun lang.
Sabero. Masyado kang malalim dyan. Napanish na nga ng TLID. Sacred Beast Form
Ayun
and
na.
Weedy guiding
Ayun
wind.
na.
Pero shadow kill naman kay
Ay,
Kyrie.
ayun
Ubos
na!
kay Kyrie!
Ala ka! Ginagawa nyo!
Kyrie
Nangyari
pa
kay
din
Q.
yan.
Sinalo ni Q yung damage. Pero, hindi, may shadow out.
Ginagawa ni Q.
Okay na sana 5v3.
Parang wala talaga si Q, pre.
Wala sa laro si Q, boss.
Tanggalin nyo na yan.
Granger ka, nasa mga ganong pwesto 1 ka.
Hindi, tsaka dumikit siya, pre. Nakita niya na lumapat kay Fabian yun eh.
Baka kala nyo may Netherrealm pa si Yeskiel.
Ewan ko dyan. Palitan nyo na yan. Si Aaron Shiki na lang.
Aaron Shiki in na ba feeling niya for
Oo.
game
Kung si Aaron Shiki yan, di ganyan yan.
Kaya nga eh.
Shiki is slapping. Ang ganda na sana ng nyo, no? Ng target nyo. Sabero, wala ka agad.
Panalo na kayo dun eh. Ano ba yun?
Kung
Uy!
sakali napitas nila si Kyrie doon, walang napitas sa kanila.
Wala.
Bounty ni
Oo.
Kyrie, tapos instant gold sana kaagad. Kaso wala eh. Lamang ni Kyrie na gold kung compare kay Fabiana sa 4K. Laki.
Ang laki.
Jungler deep.
Wala talaga. Hindi ko alam.
Ayun pa lang ata yung magandang initiate din ng TLID, naka-double kill sila.
Mm.
Si Fabian.
Kay Fabian kasi talaga ikot yung laban dito. Wala na si ano eh.
Aaron Shiki in.
Tanggalin
Q
na yan
out.
si Q.
Super nagulat lang din ako kasi naalala ko ng regular season, pinupuri ko pa si Q eh.
Oh, lakas niya ng regular
Diba?
season.
Huh.
Baka pressure.
Maybe.
Pero dapat kasi sa mga gantong sitwasyon na laglagan, dapat ang pinapasok nyo yung may experience na.
Oo.
May nagtanong dito, hello kay Kalek, bakit pinalitan nila sa Aaron Shiki? Underperform na ba siya? Last time po kasi before pumasok si Kyo, madalas ang problem is laging napipick off si Aaron Shiki.
Aaron
So
Shiki.
wrong positioning. Si Kyo, okay siya. Promise guys, hindi ako delulu. Hindi ko kayo ginagaslight. Okay talaga si Kyo nung regular season. Kino-compliment pa nga natin siya, di ba?
Nagagulat nga tayo, lakas naman na itong batang to.
Libreng lord na naman.
Pero ang pinakamalakas na na rookie sa Onic ay sa Mpl Id ngayon si Savero.
So, rookie lang ba siya?
Sabero.
Palo.
Okay din sa akin yung jungler ng Geekpam.
Sina si ano?
Tsaka yung gold
Yung gold
nila.
laner nila si Ken ba 'yon? Ken.
Kalimutan ko. Basta rookie din yun.
Basta K din yun. Oh, daming
Rookie
rookie na ano. Pero baka maging Q rin yun, pre. Ewan ko ba? Si Q, ang ganda-ganda ng performance mo nakaraan.
Pero at least upper bracket yung Geekpam.
Tama.
Oo.
Walang laglagan kagad sa match nila.
Sino kaya mag-roam ngayon? Or si Baloy pa din ba?
Si Baloy yun.
Si Baloy pa rin yun.
Walang kapalitan si Baloy.
Ooh.
Usually, ang pinapalitan lang yung
Grabe,
gold.
grabe mag-shot call
jungle.
si Baloy. Kaya
Sabagay.
imposible mapalitan.
Baliktad, no? Sa Mpl Id, ang pinapalitan nila, yung mga hitter. Yung jungle, yung gold lane. Sa atin sa Pinas, roamer lang yung pinapalitan eh.
Siguro iba yung, ewan ko, yung flow ng communication, yung meta nila.
Siguro.
Second Lord. Dalawang inhibitor tower yung nabasag.
Delaying the
Kiboy,
inevitable na lang to.
susubok ata. Uubusin yung torre dito ng Onic ID. Ay TLID.
Ito na.
Ubos. Circling
Ulo ka!
Eagle. Si Kyrie ay Sabero yung target. Naka-winchant na, boss.
GG.
Alam na ni Sabero.
Double kill.
GG.
Isang winchant lang, nasagot kagad yung ano nila kanina. Sobrang lalim nila para mapop yung Netherrealm ni Eskel.
GG.
Nag-Sky Piercer ba tong si Q? Sky
Tapos-
Piercer siya, 0-2.
Tapos yung next series, ano pa eh, 7 PM pa eh.
Tagal. Oh! Aran! NK Boy!
Ganda nun.
Aran is
For
down.
Onic. For Onic. Ang
Aran
ganda
is
nun
down
for Onic.
and TLID is down.
TLID is down 2-0 favoring Onic ID. Mukhang game face on nga ang mga players natin dito. Bakit iba yung color nung hair nung player? Anong color? Gray?
Oh, Kiki Boy, gray na.
Interesting.
Pati kay Kyrie pala, magkakulay silang buhok.
Sila nga yung madalas na ano, di ba? Baka magkasundo.
Ah.
Anyway, maganda nga talaga ang naging performance ng Onic ID dito. Honestly, very underwhelming yung game number 2. I'm gonna be speaking from the eyes of someone na kakatapos lang manood ng MPL PH playoffs. Usually pag game 2, bakbakan yan eh. Kasi yung isang team, hindi natin nakuha yung first blood ng series na to. Labas tayo ng something interesting or strengths natin, di ba? TLID, technically, they did draft to their strength kaso hindi nila na-perform eh.
Kahit sabihin natin may ano sila sa draft, mukhang it's Onic na talaga pag ganyan.
Wala na. Nasira na yung yung confidence ng TLID.
Ngayon pressure pa sila kasi match point yung Onic.
Ang corny kasi pre, no? Bakit?
May nag-PM sa akin, sabi niya, ikaw, Rags.
Oo nga, no.
Tama.
Grabe si Yuko PH.
Analysis mo ano yan?
Pero Onic ID 1 win away para makatapat
nga.
yung Gig Pam. Ay, sila Baloy pala pwede nilang makakatapat.
After nito, interesting if they do make it out alive. Pero ngayon, we're gonna be hopping into a very short break. Makinig muna kayo sa ating English broadcast from Mpl Id. We will see you guys sa game number 3.
Bye.
Because Onic, I felt like this draft also kind of forced Team Liquid ID into an unfavorable position. We talked about maybe the Faramis pick against the glue, but it didn't really work out that well. The burst wasn't really there that you look for. Usually when you pick up the Faramis against the glue to just pop the blobs. The Lucas was actually doing great stuff alongside the Matilda, trying to salvage a few plays. Like we saw up top, the damage was there, but I think Onic was just way too fed, way too ahead to be stopped. So they were firing from all cylinders and it was hard to stop Onic.
It's rough, man, because their composition forces them to go play a front-to-back properly. That's what the NetherRealm is in there. They have the Granger, right? This is a front-to-back composition with two really good fighters. The thing is, like, in the end, they were forced to use the Lucas as a bit of an assassin. You saw the Hail Mary play on the top side, man. The circling eagle, guiding wind into the back line to try and get Savero. And again, I think they were able to get Savero once, but you can't expect to get Onic multiple times in a row, man. It was just too difficult. And the fact that they were forced to go with that Lucas pick, I think was one of the main factors there.
Yeah.
With all the assassins banned away and Fabian locked into a very small selection of fighters, I think Onic just got a read on how Team Liquid ID are going to be forced to play, even with that Faramis against the blue counter.
And we haven't even considered the impact that this guy had in the game, right?
Oh, boy.
Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G on the Badang. So many opportunities opened up, so many opportunities presented itself because of the fact that he was able to find these opportunities in the early game and hence really just caused so much problems and chaos in these team fights that you wouldn't even consider it team fights. It actually forced a lot of skirmishes away from the winning conditions of TLID and their composition.
Like we were saying earlier, with the burst damages available to Onic, these aren't really long team fights. These are multiple skirmishes, one after another. Every time Onic pull the trigger and go for a play, the Feather Airstrike, the Shadow Kill, that's enough to kind of, at least, if not get a kill, get one of the members of Team Liquid ID out of the picture already. So it's the difference between just AoE, fighter tools, compared to the raw damage and AoE that Onic are using to really just get ahead in these fights.
We talked about our concern in the draft, the fact that this Badang can just capitalize on the back of a Faramis NetherRealm. That inherently might just be a double-edged sword that sets up the Badang for success. But the Badang here, what I like that Kibo was doing, he was also peeling for his teammates with the fist break and the fist crack. It really helps them to then follow it up into a bigger fight. We saw that, right? Sans just following up on the back of a 2-man, 3-man fist break into a fist crack, and then Kyrie just jumping in with a shadow kill as well. So everything was just symphonious for Onic, for TLID. Again, it was them just trying to be far back, waiting for a moment to happen, and then they can just jump and pounce in with the Lucas and the Matilda.
Yeah.
But look at the kills that they're able to bring, too, against an 11 kill team. So yeah, it was hard for them to really win out on the team fight.
Here's the thing. The composition that TLID brought had like a really small window of winning conditions. Bringing a Lucas means that you really need to have to be able to dominate the early game. So even if, let's say, we're utilizing that argument that they have to stave off the pressure from Onic in the early game, that's not really how a Lucas works. Look at the disparity of gold right now between Fabian and Kyrie. That's a 5,000 gold difference, 6,000 rather.
6,000.
And that was a 5 EXP XP gap between the jungle. So in what world would TLID be able to come back from this? Considering even in the late game, what do they have to show for, right? That's Ranger that they're utilizing, who has no stacks.
And maybe the Faramis with the passive, right? You can kind of come back a bit faster, you know, cycle the death timers in a bit of a cheesy way. I feel like the critical things that kind of made Team Liquid ID lose happened in the early game for sure, man. The fact that they have a Matilda and no frontline roamer makes it so that Onic, they can always have the first move. They can send Keyboy into a bush, into the danger zones, and then you can see it in the earlier skirmishes, in the highlights, every single time. By the time the Team Liquid has grouped up together, Aran is too low to fight, or even taken out outright. And that's the same thing for him, for the Lucas as well. The fact that Onic just have the control better off because they're having a Badang against a Matilda in a game where they require that vision and that area control in order to set up for these big plays. Because of that, Team Liquid ID are just gonna be forced to kind of spend some resources and time onto the Badang, and that's where, before you know it, the glue shows up, the feather airstrike gets popped up, Kyrie dives in, and before you know it, someone's already out of the fight.
That's sad. That's totally sad. Look at the item timings. At Fabian, for example, the Hunter Strike was completed when Kyrie is able to reach 2 items.
Yeah, it's actually worse. In previous game, like the War Axe was completed, the second item was completed like at 9 minutes, somewhere there.
8, 9.
It's even later now, man. Because again, the Lucas needs to be snowballing, but Team Liquid ID were unable to get circumstances where the Lucas has like a target-rich environment to really, you know, start snowballing, get some kills on the board.
Yeah, because to be honest, Lucas kind of falls out of relevance in the late game. When people are, when their enemies are already stepping up on defense items, the Lucas just becomes another front line to eat, right? And for TLID, I feel like they don't really have an inherent healer. Maybe the Matilda is kind of, because you have the Guiding Wind, but the Guiding Wind will always be equipped for the Phoveus after a dive happens, maybe with Infernal Pursuit just jumping into the back, and then he hitchhikes a ride with that Guiding Wind. But there isn't really a frontliner that really wants to protect the team, right? That's the problem with this with that composition that TLID had. The Phoveus had to dive, the Lucas had to fight as well. The Matilda, somehow with the Circling Eagle, does that as well. So then the backline just becomes vulnerable completely. And picture Keyboy with a Badang just jumping in at you, and a fist break, fist crack combo happens. That's just the end of the story.
And you have to wonder if that's the idea from Coach Yeb. Go for the glue, bait out the Faramis. Because I think Mirko mentioned that,
Yeah.
dude, this NetherRealm is years too late. And that's not exactly his fault, right? With so much mobility, with the Lucas and the Phoveus diving so far out, and also pulling back so far with the Guiding Wind, if you're a Faramis, how are you supposed to keep up?
Yeah.
Right?
Can't.
You're gonna Shadow Stampede to catch up with a flying Phoveus? You know, so it kind of nullifies that NetherRealm pressure as well. We saw that Team Liquid ID were unable to use it to... there weren't any big moments, big fights won off the NetherRealm. And not to mention, with the Granger in the picture, it's not even that kind of hyper carry like a Natan that can really benefit with the safety that NetherRealm provides. So it's a pick that was baited out by that glue pick. And looking at the big picture now, especially after the conclusion, you really have to wonder if that was like a bait, you know, like a mind game coming in from Coach Yeb.
Yeah, with the glue, right? So
Yeah.
Get the Faramis, and then
curveball.
get the Badang, get the Farsa, right? Just combo.
That's why the Farsa pick instead of the Valentina was also really brilliant.
Yeah.
They knew that they needed a little bit more damage in the early game to accentuate the plays coming in from the Badang, plus the hyper aggression coming in from Kyrie on the Hayabusa. And that's the way that they were able to anchor down on the early game and to prevent the snowball happening coming from Lucas. So It's all just going according to plan now for Coach Yeb and Adi, Onic, 2-0 right now. And it comes back to the drafts once again. Do you think that in game number 3, TLID can reshuffle, refocus, and finally win out the drafts?
Hey, we had this conversation, Arashi. It's okay, it's a best of 5. They can try to probe around, sniff what Onyx
They
trying
can
to
try
do.
more.
That was at
They can try
game
more.
1.
But this is tournament point for them. This is GG Go Next Mpl Id season 16. They lose here, right?
Yeah.
So there is no more time to try and probe. You have to be bold. I think at this point, just take risks. Just take risks, and maybe try to, contest for your comfort picks. Like the chip, Louis again, but
Maybe-
insofar, Onic has been so good on banning it.
We talked about Fabian and how he's always so important to the team. Maybe get something, urgently for Fabian here, because I was talking about it earlier, looking at the team fights playing out. Dang, typical idea, just trying to win fights, and then their sons in the back just outputting damage again and again. And I was saying, with an assassin, this would look so different, right? And that's why Onic went for the Farsa. But maybe that's where Mpl Id needs something that's dynamic, something that can make plays happen for Fabian. Because remember, when they won, Fabian was a massive factor there. Whether it's on a fighter, on an assassin, the consistent factor is that he's going to be making plays, regardless of what kind of hero he's on.
Exactly. But we're still going to be expecting 3 jungle bans coming in from Onic. And
Yeah,
it
the
has
3
to.
jungle bans are the bans that Fabian is accustomed to, well versed with, right? Joy always taken away, Ling, no chance.
The Fanny perma ban.
Hayabusa picked up by themselves. So what really is the solution here for TLID now?
Yeah, I want to say stop being
Hard.
Fabian-centric, but
It's too late.
They tried.
Kyo hasn't even been performing, right? I mean, I can't really blame it on him because Onic is just ruthless on their approaches. But yeah, trying to really champion a Fabian-sided game would be fine, I think.
I guess we'll think about it for just a bit because we are going to take to the stage to see what's going on up on stage.
Bangin bendera itu. Langsung aja kali dari Sonic, mana suaranya? Oh. Langsung pada teriak-teriak. Namun The Cavalrys jangan mau kalah. Ayo mana nih semangat dari The Cavalrys. Oke.
Wow.
Butuh semangat sih mereka.
Betul sekali
Karena
ya.
Cavalrys ketinggalan 2 poin.
Sayang sekali, tapi nggak apa-apa. Masih ada kesempatan untuk mengejar. Namanya best of 5. Kita akan melihat apakah nantinya TLID Indonesia akan bisa mengejar ataukah Onic yang akan tetap unggul. Tapi Bude,
Yes, match point masalahnya.
betul sekali. Kayaknya ada yang seru nih ya, karena semakin panas kayak kita dinginkan sejenak nih ya.
Enggak sih, harus dibakar sih ini.
Harus dibakar ya?
Harus dibakar. Kita bakal sebenarnya membakar dari super fans biar mereka juga semakin semangat. Yang ngademin juga lah ya untuk tarik napas lega sesuai yang Alisa bilang. Karena kita akan bermain bersama dengan super fans dari kedua tim. Ini akan menarik karena kita akan bermain Whack Edit. Wah, Edit nih hari ini memang benar-benar ya dari pagi udah kelihatan di layar, biasa di Land of Dawn juga muncul, tapi sekarang Superfans akan bermain dengan hero Edit.
Betul
Ngapain
sekali.
ya mereka?
Betul. Dan langsung aja kali ya kita undang siapa yang kira-kira sudah siap bermain Whack Edit bersama Alisa dan Bude. Halo.
Yeay, hai. Asik. Boleh langsung ya di sini yang dari kanan. Siapa namanya?
Halo Bude, nama aku Santo.
Santo, apakah kamu The Cavalrys atau Sonic nih?
Aku Cavalrys Bude.
Cavalrys, dari lahir nggak?
Dari Aura sih.
Oh dari dulu benar-benar. Berarti dari dulu. Tetap semangat dong walaupun kondisi seperti ini.
Gak sih sebenarnya Bude, tapi ya.
Yaudah yuk pulang.
Iron, tunggu Iron.
Oke, masih semangat, masih dong.
Masih
Masih.
membara.
Masih.
Jangan mau kalah yang udah nyetak 2 poin nih. Halo, namanya siapa?
Namanya Bay, Bud.
Namanya kamu Sonic nih.
Sonic, Bud.
Oke, Sonicnya udah dari kapan nih?
Dari season 13.
Wow.
Baru, pemain baru.
Tahun lalu.
Tahun lalu. Gak apa-apa, tapi kita bisa melihat ya bahwa Onyx sudah membuktikan dan kita akan melihat nanti di match point. Tapi sebelumnya kita mau ngajak kalian bermain Whack Edit.
Player Edit.
Player Edit.
Wih, makin panas. Caranya gampang banget, kalian pasti bingung, nggak mungkin ya. Gimana cara edit nih? Ini dia cara untuk bermain Whack Edit. langsung aja ini kalian bisa bermain edit bersama-sama. Kalian akan menggunakan sama-sama edit. Nanti akan saling bergantian untuk bersembunyi dan juga attack. Jadi kalian tinggal gunakan skill 1, nggak boleh pakai battle spell. Nggak boleh pakai skill-skill lain, nggak boleh dash. Yang penting pakainya Earth Shatter aja.
Siap Bude.
Kalian mainnya akan bergantian ya, jadi satu kali langsung berganti dengan player berikutnya. Jadi hanya untuk satu kali, oke?
Oke.
Oke. Pokoknya cuma 2 poin aja, kalian cuma cari depan 2 poin, tapi kalau misalnya, aduh nggak kena, berarti belum dapat poin. Gantian, turn lagi, oke? Siapa nih yang mau mulai duluan? Pingsut, pingsut, pingsut. Gunting, batu, kertas, sweet, kue.
Oke, dari Sonic dulu nih ya, kita akan melihat apakah bisa langsung menggunakan editnya dengan tepat nih.
Aduh kira-kira siapa nih yang menang? Cavalries, Santos atau dari Bay, Sonic? Kita
Langsung
mulai ya.
saja, kita akan mulai.
3, 2, 1, back ini.
Langsung saja kita lihat, apakah
Ngumpet ya,
Sonic
kamu ngumpet ya. Berarti kamu ngumpet dulu ya dari
Oke.
Santo ya.
Satu
Silakan ngumpet dulu.
Kamu harus bisa berhasil di sekitar sini, bosnya, oke?
Weh, udah gagal.
Gagal.
Gagal. Take turn, take turn, gantian.
Gantian.
Weh, recall ya. Bentar, kata-katanya apa tuh? Kenapa tuh tadi gak kena dia?
Gak hoki Bude.
Gak hoki dia. Kamu bakal hoki gak nih?
Hoki Bude.
Hoki udah, oke. Kita coba.
Jangan
Akankah
makan,
dapet? 1, 2, jangan masuk. Oke, Earth Shatter. Keluar.
Oke, berhasil juga ya dari Sonic ya. Langsung gantian, ayo sekarang ngumpet lagi.
Ayo
Oke,
gas.
ngumpet lagi. Oke, siap.
Ya ampun.
Sayang
Gantian.
sekali.
Tipis banget loh.
Tipis banget ya. Ini kita melihat di mana.
Aduh. Ayo,
Ayo,
Gas.
bisa.
Earth Shatter. Keluar. Gagal lagi.
Gantian lagi. Gimana ini sesusah apa sih?
Easy sih harusnya, cuma kebetulan aja dia menang.
Oh, hanya kebetulan ya.
Yuk, gas.
Oke, kita lihat. Oke.
Ya ampun, gagal lagi. Take turn lagi.
Belum.
Ayo gantian ngumpet.
Gantian.
Sekarang, oke, gas terus. Coba dirasa-rasa kiri kanan.
Sambil merem Bude, sambil merem.
Hati-hati ya, berhasil nggak ya?
Gagal lagi. Melek aja gagal, merem gagal, nggak kelihatan sih di bash ya.
Ini sengit sekali ya Bude ya. Walaupun kelihatannya bassnya ini satu area aja. Ayo, bisa yuk.
Gagal lagi, oke.
Belum
Gantian
berhasil
lagi.
juga ya.
Ini kayaknya bakal sampai match kedua juga belum kelar ini ya.
Betul sekali, kita masih menunggu nih ya. Oke, sudah siap? Oke.
Pojokan tuh di pojokan. Pojok yang mana ya? Karena ini lama banget jadi
Yes, kita akan melihat 1 poin aja karena ini lama sekali kalau kita tunggu-tunggu kayak bisa sampai grand final ya. Jadi kita akan langsung saja mencari nih, geser-geser bisa nih. Kita ikut-ikut kali ya.
itu loh. Aduh. Oke, gagal lagi. Next.
Aduh.
Guys, ini The Cavalries
Jauh
nggak ada
ya.
yang kepengen bantuin gitu.
Ya, kan
Ini Santo lagi berusaha nih loh. Santo kanan, kiri atau mana nih? Arahnya sepertinya agak kebalik gitu ya badannya.
ya, boleh gue
Gini lagi nggak sih? Agak tembak dikit.
masih belum dapat. Ayo, Pe, masih ada kesempatan. Ayo aku bantu.
Ini Bude pamit dulu ya guys.
Oke.
Kamu rankmu apa sih?
Aku baru naik IMO Bude.
Lagi mau edit berapa kali pakai?
120 season ini. Dia kena.
Ya.
Tergocek oleh celatan Bude nih kayaknya. Dan kita sudah mendapatkan pemenangnya nih sepertinya Bude.
Mungkin ada kata-kata kekalahan?
Gak apa-apa kalah di sini tapi nanti reverse sweep kok.
Wow, sepeda itu. Sonic jangan makan. Balas.
Kayaknya ini nunjukin kemenangan Onic sih dengan mudah.
Aduh.
Mudah ya.
Makin panas ya.
Makin panas Bude. Kayaknya bukan mendinginkan malah ini kayaknya semakin membara ya Bude.
Iya. Tapi kalau boleh dikasih tahu kunci kemenangan tadi apa tuh?
Trio mid-nya sih dan Coach Chef yang kembali hadir di MPL Indonesia.
Mantap. Itu kunci kemenangan dia. Ada yang mau disampaikan terakhir untuk tim Liquid ID?
Kalau boleh Coach Ade aja nanti yang draft ya.
Oh, Oke, sudah disampaikan.
Dari Sonic ada yang mau disampaikan?
Kalau TLID masih kalah di early udah pasti mudah kalah sih sama Onic.
Wow.
Emang iya? Begitu pedenya.
Tergantung siapa yang ngedraft Bude.
Tergantung. Gimana kalau kita aja maju? Jangan. Kita di sini aja. Iditnya aja tadi kalah, namun hari ini makin benar-benar dagdikdukser, Alisa.
Betul sekali,
Semuanya
Bude.
juga semakin panas untuk melihat bagaimana kelanjutan dari Best of 5 Series. Ini udah akan memasuki game ketiga.
Betul sekali Bunda, kita akan melihat apakah match point kali ini akan dimenangkan oleh Onic atau sebaliknya. Jadi langsung saja kita akan lemparkan ke para panelis. Silakan panelis, take it over.
Shots fired up on stage there with the host. And if you guys want to join in on the fun and the action, you guys can head over to the venue right now in Jakarta, Indonesia, here in the Jakarta International Velodrome. And of course, there's so many things you guys can, tune into. There's giveaways, there's activities. Honestly, I haven't been there myself, but I will go to the festival later. All right, and hopefully maybe pick up a free Samsung on the way, right?
Free.
Maybe.
Maybe.
They have a booth, right, in the festival. Maybe there might be something cool that you guys can actually do because this is the all-new Galaxy A series 5G, specifically the A36 5G. And now Arashi will talk to you guys about the specs.
Well, it's packed with a Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor, up to 20 gigs of RAM, 256 gigabytes of storage, and you can squat up without lag thanks to the 120 Hz Super AMOLED display. Super AMOLED. Regular AMOLED? Super AMOLED, bro. Super. So it powers up in a flash with a 45-watt fast charging as well. I've tried it myself.
Wow.
Dude, you have no idea. You don't think you need fast charging, 45-watt fast charging, until you have it. Once you don't have it, you're not a happy camper, dude. You're gonna be like, dude, it's taking so long. I'm trying to play a game. I charged while I went for a shower. I come back. Why isn't it full yet? 45 watts give you that ability, man.
Very, very quick. Obviously, for Eterna specifically, she likes to take pictures of herself.
That's true. That's true.
Get
I'm a
selfies out there.
narcissist, yes.
That is
She's
true.
a narcissist. I'm not trying to say that, but
I am.
if you do like taking pictures and you like content creation, you can do that with the Galaxy A36 5G's 50 MP OIS camera.
50
and
MP.
it also has AI.
Whoa.
Awesome intelligence filter.
What's that?
Filter.
So that is you given the capabilities of creating custom filters for yourself.
Oh, no, I tried that. Yeah. So if I take a selfie here and I have the
Okay.
vibe of the velodrome, right?
Yeah.
The moment I take a picture at home and I apply that filter, it looks like I'm in the velodrome.
I mean,
I'm serious. I'm serious.
they're in
What are
the
you talking about? I'm
velodrome.
serious.
They're in the velodrome, right?
Yes, sir.
Over at the Team Galaxy Zone Cam by Samsung Galaxy. So if you guys are holding a Samsung device with whatever it may be, you might even bring a TV with you. All right.
Oh.
What
For
about a
all we
toaster?
know,
How about the washing machine?
Washing machine.
try it out. Try it out.
The
Try it out.
shower head.
They have a shower?
Try it out.
Oh.
Man, they make everything. That's crazy.
They do.
They do. They
Well,
do.
head over to Samsung.com/ID or your nearest Samsung store and grab the Galaxy A36 5G, starting at just rupiah 5 million. 5 million.
5 million.
And with that, you get awesome bonuses worth over 1.5 million,
That's cheap money.
including a free memory upgrade, by the way.
Wow.
Memory at this point, with the content, with the photos, you
Yeah.
need that memory upgrade, bro.
You do. But hurry up because the offer ends on June 15th,
Oh.
2025. So don't forget to check it out. Get it. Sit over at the Galaxy Zone up front, right in front of the players. You can basically see their pores. I like to say that.
The pores?
Every
Pores?
season.
Wow.
Or their
That's
port.
how close you are.
Oh, okay. I thought he
See their
said.
pores.
I thought
Port.
he said. I thought she said. We can see their Porsche.
The Porsche.
Yeah.
I think one player fits that description.
But
I
parked outside, vroom vroom.
will change the topic now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Here we
cars.
go.
Cars.
Oh, cars.
Vroom, vroom. He ain't here, though.
Ouch.
Ain't here.
Yeah.
Or
That's
is
low
he?
blow. He might be coming.
Ah.
like to, watch? Who wouldn't want to watch, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, we also have a certain Filipino caster.
Coming.
what?
Yeah.
He's coming?
He is here.
Are you going to
already.
spoil that?
Oh, he came
No,
already.
no. He posted a story.
Dang, so it's official.
It's official that he's here.
Awesome.
You know who that is?
I think he might be arriving in the middle of the night.
Interesting.
Middle of the night. Okay, I get you. I see you, Arashi. I see ya.
But back to this boys and girls
Yes.
match points. If TLID do not win this next game, unfortunately, they will have to say goodbye to playoffs. And it's insane. This guy, again, we're looking at it poster to poster, era to era, then and now. I think he's back. It's safe to say. His performance earlier on as well on the Farsa. We saw him. What do we think about this, Arashi?
It almost feels like he is denying that he was ever away. He comes back
Yeah.
as like, oh, you must have forgotten. You're banning the Sushin, the Yves. You must have forgot the Farsa, the Gila Sans Farsa, dude.
Gila Sans.
He never left.
What were you thinking?
Which is why Miracle posed an interesting question in
Oh.
the drafts. Do Shin band out? Why?
I think it's more of a very annoying pick to deal against. But at the same time, it also enables Onic to really just function with it. So I think TLID also. Was it TLID who banned out the juice?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the second phase, alongside the Yves,
Uh-huh.
where Sans picked up the Farsa.
Yeah, so that's why maybe TLID don't really want to deal with that, right?
My theory is that they want to put Sans on something that's a bit more vulnerable. Because that's a factor here, right? When they want to go with these burst options, they don't want these heroes that can kind of have an extra shield, like the Eve and the Jushin, with the extra movement speed, the extra survivability, and all that. So they're trying to narrow down those two options, the Sushin and the Eve, that can survive the initial big Lucas burst. And with that factor, they're trying to zone out and limit the strength of Sans. But yeah, unfortunately, towards the end there, because of the setup disadvantage, at that point, Sans was just free to do damage anyways.
Arashi,
Blue side.
not just that, as you were talking, did you see the Onic players?
They were laughing.
They were laughing.
They were laughing at you, Arashi.
They were smiling. And you know what that means, right? A relaxed Onic is a scary Onic.
Kinda. Look at
This is
T-Boy.
like their attitude at their prime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, with Coach Yep too. I mean, Coach Yep earlier had a bit more of a serious face, so
He was laughing though before that.
before that he was laughing. So a man of many faces.
He's probably
Coach
just
Yep.
seriously thinking
Poker
about the
face.
next joke that he wants to.
Maybe,
Oh,
maybe.
yeah.
All right, so if you're on Team Liquid ID, I feel like at this point, that's like the one thing they haven't really gotten to explore, the Fabian factor. Again, we're talking about how this guy has so many more options, has many heroes in his hero pool. There's gotta be something, right? There's gotta be something.
But what is it though?
I don't know, man. Ask Sid the Lucas. Shoot him
I mean,
a text.
They had 2 weeks to prepare.
Yo, SDL.
They had 2 weeks to
Yes,
prepare, and they would and should have known that teams would do research on them, right? Fabian being again one of the anchors, the pillars to their gameplay. If he wasn't able to explore different avenues and choices in the banning phase and the drafting phase and his hero pool, that's a big question to TLID's prep. We're getting into the drafts now, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3, match point, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. From the side of Onic, they have gone the exact same route. Fanny, Joy, Ling banned out, taking it away from Fabian. TLID go for the Hayabusa, eliminating that as an option for them to pick up for themselves. Plus, for Kai, the Luoyi, and the Chip. So they have learned from game number 1, but their first pick is Jushin.
Safety, I'd say. It's a much more safer pick for Yaskiel to play with. It has the escape, it has the shielding as well. The lift off to look for small skirmishes that you can really play with. But yeah, Jushin I think is a very, very good pick. Matilda Alpha, here you go.
All right,
Is this the something that is in Fabian's pocket? Because we haven't seen
Interesting
Alpha.
happenings for game number 3. Ito na po ang final chance ng TLID para sa kanilang fighting for life sa ating series. Pero 1 game away na lang ang Onic ID. So, panalo. Hi guys! Welcome sa aming watch party. I'm Yuko, kasama ko si Toko, at saka syempre si Brokey.
What's up?
So guys, nakita ulit natin yung Mathilda Alpha. What you guys think? Iba yun.
Ay, sorry.
Iba ata kasi yung sanay kang sinusuot eh.
Sorry. Akit. Ayun na, nag-hype mo na sila. Galit na yung TLID. Ayoko na umasa. Bahala kayo.
Okay din yung drop nila kanina eh. Parang wala namang pinagbago.
Kaya nga eh.
Pero for Onic, Franco, hindi mo masyado maaga to na kumuha kaagad sila nito. Or baka ninenegate lang din kasi open yung Harit. Kung ikaw rin naman si Q, ayaw mo rin mag-Harit na mayroong Franco.
Unli ba yung dash kapag nag-guiding wind ka? Unli
Paano?
guiding wind. Parang kunyari, nag-guiding wind ka na, tapos bumalik ka doon sa team fight ulit, tapos mag-guiding wind out ka ulit. Pwede ba yun?
Alam ko hindi.
Pag nag-cooldown uli.
Hindi, kunyari si Alpha,
Oh.
nag-dive in siya, nag-guiding out siya palabas, tapos dive in ulit.
Hindi.
Bawal na mag-guiding out ulit.
Hindi.
Pag nag-cooldown nga uli.
Pag nag-cooldown lang ulit.
Pag nag-cooldown uli yung guiding wind.
Tagal niya i-shake yung fries, no? Para maka-dequat na tayo ng isa.
Pero obvious, tinanggal dito ng Onic ha. Ayaw pa rin nila ibigay kahit pangit
Wala sa
yung
laro si
performance
Aran.
ni Aran.
Tama.
Kahit bobo siya nung game 2.
Sarap talaga pag ID yung ini-stream
Okay
natin.
lang.
No? Pwede trash talk.
Wala namang PH.
Kaya nga,
Oo.
hindi naman nila naiintindihan yan.
Bias kami sa Onic. May Pinoy doon. Alam nga naman, suportahan namin yung Indonesia.
ako, TLID ako kasi best friend ni King Kong si Fabian.
Okay.
Oo nga pala. May star-crossed lovers din sila eh.
Pero syempre, kaya rin ako.
Alam mo ba, yung bagong best friend ni King Kong, funnily enough, si Flap.
Oo nga.
Ang dami nilang TikTok ngayon na magkakasama.
Wala na, pinagpalit ka na, Fabian.
Ano kasi yun eh, gym lover kasi yun eh.
Sabagay.
Bola niya din yun eh.
Mlbb nila.
Sana all.
Again? Hindi. Onic naman pala kumuha. Kala ko again.
Interesting.
Ay, hindi na magba-Valentina TLID. Unless, Valentina XP.
Grabe no, kinounter ng Paramis pala nung game to yung blue pero walang nagawa yung Paramis.
Yoy!
Lala.
I feel like ito yung game na maganda yung draft ng TLID pero kasi we still don't know kung mapapagana
Maganda
nila
din yung
eh.
drop nila nung game to eh.
Actually, oo nga.
Game 1, Game 2, maganda drop nila. Ewan ko na.
Wala sa drop yan.
Hirap niya ipagtanggol, TLID.
Tatrash talkin niya si Q pag natalo sila.
Si Q na naman kasi Hindi.
Anyway.
May ganito. Ito.
Alam mo. Boss yung
Ba't ka kasi nakaabang agad?
Nagulat yung nakita ko kasi.
Nakaabang kasi kagad eh.
Nag-flashback!
Damn! Sakit na ng baka ko, aray.
Sana karmahin yung talent mo, Brokey.
Ay!
Okay, I will say this. Maganda ang draft ng TLID in theory. Pero may execute ba nila? We don't know. Tingnan na lang natin pag pumasok tayo sa game number 3.
Doubters kayo. Grabe kayo sa TLID, ha?
O, sige. Drop-wise, I think TLID, okay. Pero, base kasi sa laruan, talagang lumalamang yung Onic ID kung pindutan lang yung pag-uusapan natin dito, ha. Alpha Matilda, ito na naman yung lineup. And dito talaga sumikat yung TLID. Pero I think, question is, may execute ba nila to?
Magkukuk pa sana ako ng parlay kanina. Chinecheck ko yung odds. Gusto ko sana mag-over 4.5 sa games eh.
Pero mukhang malabo na.
Malabo.
Parang hindi, boss.
Baka 3-0 nga ng Onic ID dito eh.
Oo. Taas nung odds nung nung 3-0 Onic.
Yun nga eh.
Nasa 4.5 something.
Wow.
Really?
Tapos ang 3-0 ng TLID nasa 5.8.
Taas.
Pero mataas yung match winner din ng TLID. 2 times 2 yan eh.
Times. Tinignan ko. Nakaano ko Onic MW.
Pero
Onic
tingnan
Tsaka
na natin. TLID and Onic ID para sa Game 3, mga tropa. Aabot ba tayo ng Game 4 or tatapusin na dito nila Yeba? We'll see. Tagal nito ako.
Nahiya pa yung yung nagpapakinig kanina.
Unang hook, hindi tatama.
Thank you.
Ano muna? Ano yun? Warning shot muna. Gabi naman yung ASMR ng fries nyo, guys.
Pinakpa Hinawakan ko nga yung akin eh.
Pero yeah, if anything, ito na nga ang chance dapat ng TLID. Meron silang pa-engage and disengage. Oo nga pala, may Moskov pa si Q. So, alam mo yun, baka ito pa yung tinatago dapat ng TLID. But, how do we feel about Suyu ni Kyrie? Goods ba? 50-50?
Not sure kasi nerf tong Suyu eh. Pero, ang pinaka-questionin mo siguro dito yung Zushin. Lalo na't ang aga na gamit nung flicker niya dito.
Si yung game 2, ang aga rin ng nagamit ni Ezekiel yung flicker niya.
Tsaka once may mahatak dito si Kiboy,
Deads na.
-1 kagad. Parang kanina, di ba, pag may nabuhat ng Tsunami Slam, automatic -1. Tapos kung may blood hunt or makakagat man dito yung Franco, kailangan pa makancel out ng Circling Eagle. Eh what if bumuo ng Winter Crown si Kiboy? Uy, ganun yung combo. Hatakin ni Sans. Dalawa pa lang yung may hatak dito para sa TLID.
Hirap pa.
Popronta si Aran. Hinahanap dito si Kyrie. Si Kiboy yung unang nabuhat.
Pares
Pero
yan.
Aran pwedeng mabigyan kagad. Guiding Wind. May AOG. Hindi niya na mapapop and Netherrealm. Uy. Ay, teka. Na-solo kill ni Q. Si Sabero. Pero ano yung bawi? Ubus ata.
Hindi. Makatakas pa rin. Grabe yung guiding wind talaga.
Nakakuha yung turtle pero dalawa yung kapalit. At the same time, halos maubos yung mga miyembro ng TLID.
Lalim ni Lutpi. Ang ganda ng performance ni Lutpi sa na to. Sa series na to.
Nag-transform na siya nung pumasok na si Coach Yeb, man.
Oo.
Kasi kung hindi maganda ang performance niya, ang ng mga tao, Ryota in. Hindi Q in, ay hindi Q out. Si Ryota ay si Lutpi ang pagpipiesahan.
Si Sabero kasi tsaka Kyrie, maganda naman performance eh.
Pretty consistent actually. Mas nag-compliment nga silang dalawa no? Sabero, Kyrie, galing.
Ganito na naman yung performance ng Onic. Lakas talaga nila mag-capitalize ng gold. Lamang na naman sila Lamang ng turtle yung TLID pero lumalamang yung Onic sa gold. Kahit sabihin natin na solo kill ni Q si Sabero kanina. Bilis mag-farm ni Kyrie.
Hirap to for TLID.
1.2k gold lead kaagad. Halimaw mag-farm tong si Kyrie. Bilis niya mag-rotate.
Imagine mo nga, yung Kaja nga, napapag-farm niya agad eh.
Bagay.
What more pa yung mga ganyang mabibilis talaga mag-farm?
Baliw naman kasi si Aran doon kanina. Hindi pa siya tsaka ngayon, hindi rin siya nag-Avatar of the Guardian kanina.
Ayaw nga, yun ang napansin ko sa TLID. Throughout the series, 2 games pa lang naman, pangatlo pa lang to, nag-hesitate talaga sila.
Parang nagtitipid sila na ewan.
Di ko alam ano nangyayari sa TLID, pre, promise.
Go nila, may Netherrealm eh. Avatar of the Guardian, connected. Crimson Beacon.
Pero mas okay yung team fighting ng TLID ngayon compared nung game 1 tsaka game 2.
Sayang SOD.
Anong sayang?
I mean, kung tumama nga, para kay Q.
Para kay Q.
Hindi
Di
para
na, tapusin nyo na yan, Onic. Wala na yan, tay-tay na yung TLID.
Oy! May nahatak. Wala nga lang kagat si Kiboy. Wala din Netherrealm. So baka ibibigay ng ng Onic ID.
Patay si Sans.
Ay, lalaban sila 4v5. Uy! Wala kayong wala kayong Moskov dyan, boss. Nasa baba, walang SOD si Pero Guiding Wind lang.
Ayun na, patay na si Lutpi. Nagsimula na si Lutpi, guys. Ay, di boy siya.
Pinupoke lang ng Onic.
Boy siya.
Ah! Wow!
Grabe, ang tagal ng clash, wala man lang na-kill.
Wala man lang silang na-kiss.
Sabi ba naman kasi ng TLID, anong kanyo sa amin? Walang kamay, walang
Si
daliri.
Anti-Mage tsaka si R7, no?
Oo.
Parang
OG
sila magkamukha.
players. Naalala ko, palag-palag si Anti-Mage. Yung pinakaunang MSC yun sa Philippines. Anti-Mage yung chinachant ng mga tao doon.
Lakas niya kasi. Pero dati yun,
Dati lang, hindi na ngayon. Super like, dude, dropped off so hard. Pero, nung prime niya, malapit naman siya.
Kasabayan niya sila
Ribo.
Sina Kiluwash. Yun yung kalaban nila nun
Sino ba yung mga sikat na streamer na ngayon? Aether Days, sila Pain.
Gabi nun, lumabas sa memories ko, yung pinakaunang MSC, 6 or 7 years ago na pala.
Tagal lang.
Tagal.
2019? Tagal.
Tagal.
Parang
Yun yung, ano pa yung bibili pa ng ticket kasi Araneta Coliseum.
Parang ang panlaro pang ML pa ng mga tao, no? Cherry Mobile, tsaka mga iPhone.
Tama. Ngayon may Infinix na.
Oo.
Samsung J7.
Samsung Infinix na ngayon.
Cellphone ko pa nun, Samsung S7 Edge.
Ayan,
Pero palukan na nun.
ano ba ang mga ano ngayon? Tool phone.
Full phone.
Tool phone.
HKK.
Pero parang mas stable nga yung macro ng TLID ngayon, but focus ako, hinahanap sa Vero. Okay.
Lamang pa rin ng gold yung ano, Onic ID.
Dahil kay Kyrie, no?
Kahit sabihin natin, 2 turtle, yung na-secure ng TLID.
Patay si K-Boy.
Nagkamali siya ng hook eh. Tsaka nagamit yung Netherrealm para i-save out siya doon. Actually, tumama pa nga yung SOD. Aran, pwede maging kapalit kung sakali.
Ganito mag-Ranger.
Tumatama yung skill shot.
Oo.
Tsaka yung mga pwestuhan talaga na gano'n na hindi na pang risky. Dami yung ano ni Kyrie, oh. Lugi sila sa team fight as of now. Invade, hanap ng gold. Pa-farm lang talaga siya. And wala nang red buff na abutan tong si Fabian. Yung Moscow, pwede naman kagatin mamaya yan ni Kiboy. Hindi naman siya maka-cancel out kung magwi-winter crown siya habang naka-bloody yan.
Ay, nako. TLID. Kung kailan kayo hindi sinuportahan, tsaka kayo nagpakita ng laro.
Kailangan, kailangan daw muna nilang ma-pressure talaga na tipong 1 game away from losing na lang sila.
Pero kahit makaisa sila
Nakakaano
dito.
naman kasi kung mati 3-0 sila. Former champion ng Mpl Id. Tapos bigla lang kayo mapa-first exit.
Oo.
Tapos yung pagkaka-first exit nyo pa
3-0
3-0. Sakit nun.
1 game lang, guys. Yung matchup ngayon sa mid, wala. Lahat namumula si Sans, pre.
Imagine mo, no? Hindi manalo yung Aurora sa kanila kahit isa dati.
Sino?
TLID.
TLID, no?
Wala, Aurora. Sila talaga ang Aurora ng
Tsaka hindi,
ng Mpl Id.
kung sakaling matatalo yung Onic ID dito, mukhang hindi ata effective yung Faramis ngayon. Mas okay yata talaga yung damage na mga parts sa...
Ay, kung matatalo Onic?
Onic sa game 3. Kasi nung game 2, hindi rin nag-work yung Faramis ng TLID eh.
Dahil di ba pag Faramis, parang halos sure win na. Tapos ngayon nag-fall off na din.
Sobrang ingat naman ng dalawang team na to.
Do or die na.
Parang nakakamiss tuloy yung mga laban sa MPL PH. Parang, ewan ko, parang naano ko sa ano.
Bakit? Kasi sa MPL PH, sila naman yung bakbakan niya yun, no?
Oo. Medyo,
sinabi rin ni Kyle Ryan, nag-uuta ka na daw talaga sa MPL ID.
Talo nga sila dyan. Pag walang import. Mahirap ang utakan pag walang Pinoy import.
Amsim.
Akala ka may mautakan pag walang utak.
Isipin mo yun. Paano mo isipin?
Kasi wala kang
Wala kang isip.
Wala kang isip. Lord Dance, Onyx,
si Aran.
sinusubukan na i-push out.
Napopoke sila.
Purify.
Wala na Purify. Medyo magiging maingat na to si Weedy. And team fight, Onic, as long naman may Netherrealm si Sans, kaya nilang makipagbalag-bagan ng ganito eh. May limit naman yung drop ng TLID, especially yung alpha nila.
Walang
Onic yung Lord.
Pag nasa Onic tong Lord man, walang
pag nakagat to si Fabian!
Patay ka.
Kasasabi ko lang, pag nakagat si Fabian, alam mo na. Hindi rin kagad na-cancel si Kiboy. Hindi ko alam, naka-winter crown na ba si Kiboy?
Si Loot lang patay. Wala tayong
AOG.
magagawa, alam mo na. Alay!
Patay din ata si Aran. Patay si Aran. Hala, tumama yung SOD!
Uy! Uubusin ba ni Kyo?
Hindi, si Kyrie ang kailangan mo shutdown.
What? Nakatakas pa siya doon?
Grabe naman si Kyrie.
Boss Kyrie yan, boss.
Lord, plus 2 kills. Ito na nga yung Onic. Wala sa drop, ika nila. Nasa galaw lang talaga.
Oo.
And, hindi ata na-pop yung Netherrealm ni Sans kasi naka-green pa rin as of now.
Oo.
So, lumamang sila ng ganun-ganun lang.
Tsaka, ang nakakatawa dun, pre, isipin mo, okay na eh.
Nakagat si Fabian.
Nakagat si Fabian eh.
Walang nag-check kay Kiboy. Ganun na naman gagawin ni Kiboy. Hindi naman kailangan tumama yung hook niya eh. Flicker bloody hunt lang eh. Pati red buff niya naagaw din.
Tilted na to si Fabian. Wala, 3-0 na to guys.
Kanina pa siya eh.
Sakit naman nun. Kanina damage yun.
Kay, Q. Pero hindi rin kayang patayin. Wala pang item masyado yung Granger. At 3 pa lang ba? 2 pa lang item ng Moskov na to.
Mamatay pa si Oron.
Grabe, isang Lord lang? Tumalo ng ganun yung gold lead ng ano?
Untik na.
Huh?
Uy, wag kang pumasok, Q. Pero na-force naman yung ultimate kay Sans.
Isang Lord lang, 3K kagad yung gold lead ng Onic.
Yappy.
3-0 niya na.
Tapos, ilang minutes kaya yung break pag ganun?
Tagal
Sa
kasi
2 oras yan.
sa schedule nila 7 PM pa eh.
Yung si Size, oh.
Pinner series nila to kasi hindi nila ine-expect na
Na 3-0.
3-0.
Actually.
Oh, mas expected ko pa na
Uy, dumaplis kay Pabian.
na game 5 to compared sa
Second series.
second series. Yung sa BTR Alter Ego. Doon kasi hindi ko wala eh. Bahala na si Alter Ego.
Bahala na si Eman.
Alam mo ba, first boyfriend daw ni Size si Kyrie.
Oh?
Oh, eh.
Nakita ko sa isang interview sa Indo.
Damn.
Pretty cool. Pero guys, kung makinig ito, huwag niyo nang sabihin sa ibang tao kasi low-key
Ay.
lang sila.
Lutpi?
Aray, patay si Lutpi. Yun
Goodbye.
Lang.
Ay,
Ay,
nahata ka?
may nahawk si Aran.
Si Aran eh.
Ala!
AOG?
Mali
Uy,
ka dyan.
Wala
Patay
na,
ka.
walang flicker si Kiboy. Walang flicker si Kiboy. Na-force yung yung Netherrealm.
Ayun lang.
Medyo matagal ata yung cooldown ng Netherrealm, no? Hindi aabot sa next Lord. And wala ding flicker si Kiboy, so wala yung threat kay Pabian na flicker bloody hunt sa Franco. Kailangan niya lang talagang layuan ko sakali itong mga Iron Hook ni Kiboy.
Sige na, Sutsujin.
Nagabang na yung Sutsujin, oh. Kinakabahan siya dito kung sino man nanalo eh.
Uy, tumatapang si Aran. Aran, wala kang wala kang revitalize.
Wala, nakakatakot. Nag-online na yung TLID.
Naka-online naman yan, boss.
Hindi,
Online
yung
naman yan.
nila, yung laruan nila, pre.
Ano mo kasi?
Tapusin nyo na.
Hala ka. Babae time ng Onic. Mag-a-up pa yung mga spells ng Onic.
Yung flicker ni hindi, matagal pa.
Uy,
na
Aran,
pala.
mag-reset ka na kaya?
Hindi, nagpapahil dun sa, guiding Windy. Ayun na, nag-up na yung Netherrealm. Nawala na yung
Lalaban
window
na yung
time
Onic.
nila.
Oo. That pinilit ng TLID yun ah.
Tapos lugi pa sila sa wave sa gitna. Ba? Pag nakita yung Moscow, hindi re-reset ng Onic yan. Tapos hindi tumama yung
SOD.
SOD. Lala mo talaga nun, Kyo.
Crucial yan pag hindi tumama SOD niya ngayon.
Igogo nila. Yung base nila, ha? Yung base ng Onic. Hala, na-cancel! Na-cancel yung TV ni Sans! Hala ka, Kyo! Hala ka! What the fuck?
Ayun lang.
Ba't nawala si Aaron? Sabi dito ng isang commenter. Sinub out po muna, si Q yung naglalaro.
Ba't nag-TV ka harap-harapan? Sans!
Hala ka. Ayun na. Reverse sweep na. Hala ka.
Nagtamatawa na. Nagtaka ako kasi ito sa Mpl PH, usually pag nawala na yung turret, tapos nakalapit yung Moskov sa last turret nung lane na yon, yung minions lang iiwan niya, tapos either SOD or recall.
Parang
nagulat ako si Q, diretso lang siya.
Sinugal niya na.
Hindi, nakita natin sa minimap balik na sana si Kyrie, tapos si may kasama ni Kyrie. Yung XP lane si Lutpi para depensahan sana. Kaso nakita nila biglang pinorse out ng TLID yung Lord na irarush nila. So bumalik ulit si Kyrie. Ito ang dapat didepensa si Sans. Kaso ba't siya nag-TP dun sa pinakagitna? So nung nabigyan ng vision, nag-Crimson Beacon kagad si Yeskel.
Dinelay talaga yung TP
Tsaka
ni Sans.
may isang artillery na naiwan.
Focus lang sa goal si Q Nasama pa tuloy sa winning
Mali yung
moment
TP
si
ni
Sans.
Sans dun. Kung nakauwi si Sans, madedep yun.
Wala.
Kaya yun.
Eto na. Reverse sweep na.
Woo! Baka may masayang
Guys,
fan.
yung TV naman, nakala ko.
akala ko TV natin. Pero that has been it for game number 3. May game number 4, walang 3-0 so far. We're gonna be seeing you guys sa game number 4. Makinig muna kayo sa ating English panel all the way from Indonesia. Bye-bye!
going to go to Kyo. Presented to you by the official premium smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. There's definitely an argument to be made for all the rest of the players, but that last minute play from Kyo really took the cake. I don't think things would have been as easy for TLID if it went otherwise. And I think the one thing that I really wanted to add for this game in particular is the differences of the previous game, which is what? This is a draft that is so TLID, to quote a young man from the Philippines, right? It's so TLID. This is their comfort. This is how they've been able to find success, not just this season, but last season during their championship run here in Mpl Id, right? Aran on the Gatot, Fabian on the Alpha, Yeheskiel on his power pick as well, the Jushin, Witty on the Matilda. They know this draft well. They've utilized it numerous times, and you can see them actually executing that game plan comfortably.
Every single time there's a lull in the action, you can see that, I don't know if it's the comfort or if it's a different plan and whatnot, but even against the Iron Hook, against all these tools that Onic has at their disposal, Team Liquid did a great job avoiding the pickoffs and fighting pickoffs of their own somehow, even though they were on a Matilda roll. We talked about how that limits your offense, but they used Fabian to walk in the front, and to be fair, he almost got hooked a couple of times forward, but he was the guy walking up, trying to find a backwards spear of Alpha, trying to kick things off and start a big fight. It is just so good, man. You're seeing the dynamic potential, the creativity in the fight as well that we've been wanting to see from Team Liquid ID all the way from game number 1. And here's credit to Yo on the Moscow Zero Gems. Despite all the dangers available here, he was definitely in the scope for Onic in this game. And his speed of destruction have been really accurate in this game. If you notice, it's always being used to secure kills, or it lands at the back line. So the accuracy of those spears, it doesn't seem like it's just thrown into a high populated area. He is looking, he is reading and targeting the exact moment.
That SOD really helped them as well to join the fight. Obviously, that's always the premise of a Moskov, is the fact that with a 4v5 can turn into a 5v5, and even worse, like a 3v2 can turn into a 4v3 in one spear. And that SOD did land for Kyo, but I think he had one target in his mind, was that split push. That split push was indeed one of TLID's pressure as well, because let's take a look at the draft that Onic brings, right? The only hero that can really match that is the Suyo. But the Suyo was also, the Suyo was too busy on focusing on the objective in that last stretch as well. So then Kyo took the chance, and it was a final push to end the game, and TLID brought back the momentum that they need.
And they're able to stay in the area, in the Lord Pit, in the mid lane. They're able to stand and like dance off against Onic, despite being up against a Granger, which outputs a lot of damage with low commitment. And despite being up against a Franco, where one single hook can kind of spell doom for the whole team somehow, and yet they were able to do so. You can call it luck if you want, but I'm gonna say that that's a tall order to achieve against Onic. Not to mention still Kyrie on the Suyo, outputting extra damage with the Queller. They're able to actually stay there for so long, even though when the fights do start, you can see that Aran usually is already halfway beat up.
And to be honest, TLID draft a very, very safe draft. Like, if we take a look at the heroes that they have self-heal, they have escape. I mean, the AOG is there. You can use it defensively. Spear of Alpha backwards, like you said, to save the Alpha. And then a Matilda with a guiding wind, plus the Juicin that is super safe. Yep. And the marksman in the Moskov. Moskov is one of the safest marksmen that you can play with the Abyss Walker. So that really helps TLID to then survive in those long drawn-out altercations.
And in the previous game, off camera, we were talking about how I have to kite better. Forgot to mention it. Realized or didn't mention, that's a kite there in this moment. And we were like, oh, they have a Lucan and Mobius. But now, with a composition that actually kites so well, you're seeing them actually do a lot better here. And remember, back when Onic were still dominating, we said that the big thing that made them so fearsome is the distance management. How they're able to stay just out of range and still move into range to do damage when they need to. And I guess with mobility, that's how Team Liquid ID were able to match up to that.
Exactly, absolutely. We're finally seeing TLID being able to utilize a loophole in what they see maybe the drafts that Onic brought here in that previous game. When we threw it over to the casters, I overheard them talking about them not usually questioning the drafts from Coach Jeb, but here in particular, it was a big question mark. What do you guys think about the drafts for Onic? Do you agree with that sentiment?
We had this conversation. Again, I've been using this word a lot of the times, but yeah, we had this talk in That's true.
Having a lot of conversations here.
Swapping
Boys
a
and
few
girls.
of the heroes out, right? Like, for example, interchanging the Granger with the carry, or maybe the Beatrix would have been better, or maybe they would have went into something much more offensive compared to the Faramis. Because sure, they are drafting a defensive draft, but I think when you push them to the edge, TLID just, goes fight or flight mode, and Onic lacked the offense, I think, in that particular draft.
Yes, I think Rico was mentioning that he was seeing everything okay, good, and then the Granger showed up and he was like, right? And I kind of agree with that, because we were theorizing that with a Franco, right, you need something to kind of combo with it. Mid lane is a Phantom. We talked about the difference in burst damage and damage output in the previous game. Now in this game, they have a pick-off style composition sort of, which is Studio with the Franco, but then the mid lane isn't really a big burst hero. The gold lane also isn't that much of a burst hero. Technically, if you're alone and all the bullets in the Rhapsody hits you from the region, then it's kind of bursty, but it's not
quick.
Straightforward.
Exactly. So we're seeing a lot of moments there in that game where someone gets hooked and they're able to survive strong enough to at least make it kind of even. So with a different selection there in the gold lane, we get rid of the
Granger is a burst gold laner, is a burst marksman, but it's not quick. Like the DPS. Usually when you expect a carry to do that, the carry is very quick with the speedy light wheel, or the Nibiru smashing in the Matrix, but yeah.
We'll see the adjustments coming from Onic. Were they limit testing, or were they just backed into a wall by TLID? Before we get into the next game, we are going to throw it over to Alyssa.
Sama Alisa, hari ini Alisa lagi ada di boothnya Sukro di Mpl Festival. Dan kira-kira ada keseruan apa di sini ya? Langsung aja kali ya kita invite salah satu teman kita dari Sukro, ada Kak Ocin. Halo. Selamat siang nih Kak. Oke, Kak, ini tuh ada activity apa sih yang menarik di boothnya Sukro?
Jadi secara umum kalau di activity di booth Sukro itu kita ada bisa beli produk. Jadi dengan pembelian produk, setiap pembelian paket 20.000 itu bisa main Frankos Iron Hook gitu. Nah hadiahnya macam-macam. Jadi ada mulai dari jersey RRQ, ada kaos Sukro X RRQ sampai dengan hadiah-hadiah lainnya. Terus juga kita di setiap harinya nih Kak, itu kita akan ada fun match. Kurang lebih di sekitar jam 4 sore, mungkin sampai dengan setengah 6 sebelum parade ya, sebelum parade dari fans. Nanti kita akan ada fun match, jadi 5 lawan 5. Mungkin nanti di sekitaran itu boleh crowdnya pada kesini supaya main, karena kita ada ratusan WDP buat kita bagi-bagiin, kurang lebih gitu.
Jadi langsung aja ya main ke boothnya Sukro. Jadi pembelian 20.000 bisa langsung main Frankos Iron Hook. Kayaknya aku tadi udah beli, jadi kita boleh coba kali ya Kak. Oke, kita akan langsung cobain ya. Guys, di sini ada namanya Frankos Iron Hook. Bisa dapat produk Sukro, jersey Sukro, ataupun jersey RRQ. Wow, nanti sayang kalian Kingdom nih khususnya ya main kesini nih. Oke, kita coba ya. Ya, ini sekali aja Kak cobainnya. Sekali aja teman-teman. Jadi langsung, ini padahal kelihatannya gampang ya. Sekali lagi deh Kak, kita coba kali ya. Oh, itu nggak bisa juga ya. Jadi teman-teman nanti langsung aja cobain di sini kalau mau dapetin kaos RRQ, jersey Sukro, dan juga pastinya ada produk dari Sukro. Nah, kalau misalkan di sini berarti jam 4 sampai
Kurang lebih jam 4 sampai jam 5 atau setengah 6 tergantung fansnya. Pokoknya kita ambil waktu break momen antara match pertama sama match kedua. Jadi nanti di titik itu mungkin kita adain fun match break. Caranya environment ini jadi makin ramai sih, mungkin gitu.
Nah itu dia banyak banget keseruannya, jadi jangan lupa mampir ke boothnya Sukro. Dan pastinya ini gratis ya Kak, karena Mpl Festival ini gratis, jadi siapapun bisa datang, kalian bisa nonton watch party juga. Dan pastinya bisa main bareng dengan teman-teman di boothnya Sukro. Thank you so much Kak Ocin. Iya, boleh, silakan.
Jadi kalau aku bilang gamers jago, ngemilih Sukro, kita bilang gas lah gitu ya, oke? Oke, aku bilang ya, gamers jago, ngemilih Sukro, gas lah.
not bad, but that's how good Sucro is, guys. So you do want to get your hands on it, and why wouldn't you do it for free?
I'm out of sucrose. Yeah, there you go. That's so good. Gasla.
Gasla, hashtag Gasla. What's your favorite flavor? Me too.
I like the original.
Oh.
Original, yeah, original.
Yeah, I mean, they're just good.
It's proper. It's proper food night.
I love my Sucro though.
Classic.
Unique,
Timeless.
though. Unique. The Green one is actually quite special.
By the way, you have to change your name. You're no longer Arashi. You're Bryden now.
Fried it.
Yeah. So I have to call you Bryden.
Fried it.
But why?
It's a request from the international cast.
Huh? Wait, for real? Why?
Bryden.
What the
Because of
heck?
your earring. Anyway.
I hear it.
I see.
Anyway. We've been hyping up Mpl Id for the past few 3 games, but also we do want to remind you once again that this hype is also because we want to know who's going to be representing Indonesia at MSC EWC. For the past few years, it actually has been Onic, right? 2019 MSC 2019 champion, and 2023 was when they were able to get the next championship. And then the next is the big question. Will they be able to once again pick up an MSC trophy?
For Onic man, do you think realize?
They might. They might be able to.
Quick answer.
But I think there needs to be a few things that have to be fixed again. Smaller details before they can really be back in their perfect form. Because I think if we take a look at the previous generations of the Onic that was able to win the MSC, these were all teams that were almost without an error. This is a team that, a couple of the two teams that was able to perfectly play the game into the way they like, and I think this Onic needs to really hit the ceiling in terms of the skill ceiling that they have to then match that. But I think if they do end up winning MPL, they might have a very, very good chance in MSC, I'd say. If they get back to their best form, and if they win MPL ID Season 15, I think they have a proper chance at MSC.
See, I don't know.
Finals, maybe.
Like the optimism in me and like the Indo pride in me wants to agree with you, but seeing the performance of the neighboring team,
Yeah.
Hey,
The thing is, right?
it's a far climb.
the grass is always greener on the other side.
Okay, fair point. I like your optimism, right? I'm just not too so sure about hearing so many ifs.
Not in this.
I heard a ton of ifs in that whole sentence.
There are prerequisites,
I see.
criteria, requirements, attributes.
Yeah.
Factor.
Onic PH and CLPH just need to show up. No prerequisites.
Terms and conditions.
Terms and conditions. Mind tricks.
Show up.
Hidden clause.
But we have to stay positive. Stay
Yes, sir,
positive.
yes, sir.
We can do it at MSC.
We can.
It's all
I'm
good.
not trying to say that this Onic is back on its best now. It's far from being at
It's a different Onic too, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The rookie in the kid.
Savero as well.
Savero as well as the rookie, by the way. So obviously they don't have the international experience, but a lot of these international players are repping their particular team and will be having. So it's already a far stretch. But it's not like it hasn't happened before, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
absolutely no international experience. We're almost grand finals. That I think nobody expected. That storyline has been done before.
Right. So we're not saying Onic is the best, but you gotta beat Onic first and
You're gonna beat Onic first, then talk.
and then talk.
We're going there, huh?
Onic,
I don't know.
I try to save you guys.
I always find myself ending up somewhere there.
Okay, it's fine, because we're ending back up on stage right now. Still at match point for the Sky Kings. 2-1.
Is this a sweep though?
That's the
We're talking about this.
not
Match
yet.
point and then the beginning of a sweep for Team ID.
I mean, if Onic draft like that, again.
You said it. If Onic draft like that, did you know what made TLID, capable of that first weekend hard?
What?
That X-Yam against the Link. Remember?
The grand final.
The grand finals? So that was actually, I'm not trying to blame it on Kescute back then, but
Why is Kesko catching strays?
I'm not trying to catch strays onto him, but like, it's contributing contributing factor. Like Eternal mentioned it, if they draft like that, yeah, there could be possibility that the first team might have.
Well, when I hear Ituna say that, what came to mind was that fan member in the audience was like, yo, can we get Adi to
Yo!
I was like, yo.
If Onic loses, Adi will draft.
That was the Liquid fan, right?
Yeah, look at
Yeah,
that.
it was like, yo,
Obviously.
guys, get Adi to draft, please. Please.
So hard.
By no means is Adi a bad drafter. He's a good coach.
Wait, is he a good drafter or good, like,
A good
what
coach.
if you change the label?
A good coach means you're good at drafting. And you're good at, maintaining your play.
Is that what it means?
Yeah, because a coach is an all-in-one type of deal.
I thought the statement we've been making this season is that you're not an all-in type of deal, and people who are kind of accepting. Like Coach Yen.
Coach, yeah.
That's why there was a role in a league called the Drafter, remember? Saying those coaches are just not competent.
I'm not gonna say that.
What kind of good words you know about?
Kind of
It's
pattern.
okay. It's okay. We have our own, subjective definitions of what good and bad is.
The morality.
And it makes a valuable argument, a valid argument. It is a valuable argument because
Argument.
real life
Valuable.
is valuable.
Really?
Alright?
You think I am valuable?
You are.
You think so?
I do.
Wow, that's the first time I've
Alright.
heard a compliment in my life.
You're a diamond in the rough, bro.
Sad. That is sad. Okay. Speaking of rough, TLID now first pick selection. Blue side. Back on blue side.
All right. I think this works well for them because then it forces, it kind of allows them to actually get an extra ban because they don't have to, they're not forced to ban the carry away from Kyrie. You saw how that played out in game number 2. I really feel like first pick is the way to go. First pick is a good idea. I'm surprised that Onic, I'm surprised that it's not, I really shouldn't be because Coach Yen, I would think he wants first pick is an idea that spot to force the fanny ban onto them. But, reactive Coach Yen always does well.
Okay.
I mean, Jeb is always able to read the room and kind of bait out the opposing team to draft into an unfavorable draft that they consider. Like, for example, game number 1 with Kaja picked curveball as well. So TLID, I think they need to be wary and they need to keep their guard up because there's a possibility that these curveballs are kept thrown at them. So, yeah, they have to be always ready to face all the possibilities of a Yeb masterclass, right?
Right. The Yeb mind game, the Yeb puzzle, whatever you want to call it, man. Coach Yeb with the crazy decisions. But look at Onic now. Signs of this looks a bit more serious.
The keyboard as well. The defensive phase.
Was that a shock? Is the mental component here that give Team Liquid ID a bit of an edge?
No. They were laughing earlier.
They were. Kyrie was last minute.
Chill.
Trying to stir some drama off the surface.
It's okay. But yeah, no. Still Onic. I'm not having this. Don't curse my team.
We're trying to make you more optimistic.
Just, ever since the regular season, boys and girls, this curse has been a little bit too much. So we're getting to the draft now for game number 4, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone app, the Galaxy A36 5G.
Go!
It's the exact same draft. The bands are the same.
The Kalea, though.
But Onic, yeah. It was Suyo and Blue in the previous game. It is now Farsa and Kalea.
Right. It seems like the big factor in the previous game was the alpha.
Same 3 picks from game number 3. Welcome to game number 4, guys. Again, watch party ito ng day 1 for playoffs ng Mpl Id. I'm Yuko. Kasama ko si Broky tsaka si Tokwa. What's up? Baka may binubulong ka kanina, Tokwa, about sa draft ng TLID.
Reverse sweep! Pag hindi daw, pag nanalo daw TLID dito, TLID na daw.
Reverse sweep. TLID. Please.
Pero pag nanalo yung TLID dito sa game 4, kailangan na ata iban to ng
Onic, ng Onic,
yung Matilda. Mostly, ang nagiging prio ba nila, Assassins eh.
Hindi, pero hindi naman nanalo dito, pre. Naka-Kalea na si Kiboy.
Yung ba yun?
Panapos na yung Kalea ni Kiboy.
Moscow, respect na lang din sa ginawa ni Q kanina. Inalis nila. So, open yung Harit, open yung Granger. I-retail, okay lang din. Parang hindi nagiging prayo yung Harit ngayon, ha?
Feeling ko, mapipilitan mag-Harith uli si Q. Pag Granger kasi baka ma-GG pa siya dito sa Onic.
Oo. Tapos TLID, ang naging focus ba naman nila, yung mga nagpahirap sa kanila. Louis, Chip, tsaka yung
Oo nga,
Hayabusa ni Kyrie.
Previous games, no?
Respect sa Lancelot.
Lancelot. Kinorner agad.
Na.
Mali na naman yung TLID. Si Kyrie na naman tinatarget niya.
Hindi ba dapat si Kyrie? Sino ba dapat?
Si Sans, si Abayro.
May hero na si Sans eh.
Oo nga. I mean, dapat yun na yung tinatarget ba nila kanina. Tama rin naman. Nagban
Ikaw,
sila ng
sino
Louis.
ba target mo?
Ako?
Ano mga level? Age?
Ako eh. Depende sa sitwasyon.
Depende sa bansa.
Wow.
Harith tinanggal na din. So, I think kino-corner nilang mag-Granger ngayon si Q or Iritel. Pwede.
Unahin nila Granger. Tapos mag-i-Iritel lang to si Sabero. Pero kung mag-Granger pa to. Wow!
Papalag yung drop. Papalag yung drop ng TLID.
Palagers.
Palag ba, boss?
Palag yung drop ng TLID.
Ay, 50-50. 50-50. Di ko alam. Ay.
Hirap na yung mga tropa ko.
Di ko alam kung saan.
Dikit yung drop. Ang hirap. Ano yung drop?
Hindi ma-judge ko ano yung mas lamang na draft.
Oo, parang pantay lang eh, no?
Parang pantay lang.
Full laning lang.
Pero kaya ko silang sabay. Sabay kong tignan. Beatrix dinagad.
Sabay yung drop.
Sabay yung drop. Oh my God. Game 5 to, boss. Mas gusto ko yung game 5 para 2v2.
Naubos na yung hininga ko dito, guys. Grabe kayo.
Maganda kasi talaga yung drop.
Oo.
Maganda talaga yung drop.
Ayan nga.
First 3 pa lang, di ba? Sakto, pinakita. First 3, di ba?
Tama. Oo.
3v3.
Kaya ko yun. 3v3.
Harith, Beatrix, wala na rin sa pagpipili.
Julian!
Ayun lang, game 5. Hello, game 5.
Hindi, malay mo, yan yung sagot nila sa Alpha, oh.
Sa bagay, pwede rin naman.
Don't judge.
A cover by its book.
If you don't have a license.
If you don't have golden times, ano sabihin ko. Pero nasa stop ba ng enhanced knock-up yung pag may pinapalipad si Matilda? Parang hindi eh. Hindi, no? Parang saan kaya yung Julian?
Magkakatalo sa gold laner. Granger. Magagawan ba sa Granger to? Kukunin ba ng TLID ang tanong ang Granger? What if Kari? Okay. Kari?
Literally, yung gold lane lang yung binago nila. Not a huge fan of the carry. Pero Mathilda Alpha tsaka Jushin talaga yung magbubuhat ng ng game na to.
Ano ang sagot ng Onic? Granger na ba?
I-Granger nila unless...
Or, ang hirap mag-cloud dito, baka mag-vengeance lang tong gatot eh.
Saluhin lang niya lahat.
Parang Granger na lang ata. Iritel, pwede rin.
Sino ba mas lamang? Pag-carry versus Granger?
Parang Granger din. Kasi ma-outrange naman
Oo.
tong Granger.
Oo nga. Wag lang malapitan ng carry basically.
Wala rin namang segue threat yung lineup ng TLID. So, hindi kailangan mangamba ng Onic. Kailangan lumamang lang sila sa laning. Late game. Medyo pantay. Kasi late game ng TLID carry, meron namang parsa yung Onic.
Yes, mahapdi pa din naman yon.
Pero early, hindi ko alam magiging early ng Onic. Julian kasi yung jungler nila eh. Baka gusto lang ding isabay dun sa combo ng Tsunamis lang mamaya nung Kaleya. Pero eto na nga mga tropa, ang ating game number 4. Will it be a game number 5 na ubusan na nga ba ng naubusan na nga ba ng hero si Kyrie? Kaya nag-Julian o baka it's part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
Gusto kong isipin na basta Coach Yeb, all part of the plan yan eh. Pero let's see again. Kaya nga lang sabi ng bossing ko dito, this is game number 4. Kung kakapasok nyo lang po sa aming watch party, 2-0 initially ng Onic ID to, tapos biglang nanalo ang TLID ng game 3. Feeling ko may ipit lang talaga uli si Q dito. Si Q lang talaga yung pigilan nilang mag-snowball.
Nagcho-choke yung TLID pag nawawala sa laro si Q eh. Tsaka si Aran. Pero okay naman yung hero ni Aran ngayon, kahit mabugbog siya, gatot naman siya dyan.
Same goes kay Lutpi actually.
Pero pag natalo pa sila dito, tanggalin na nila tong Matilda ni Widdy. Kahit ma-open siguro yung mga assassin na hero ni Fabian. Ang hirap ng may Matilda. Laging nakakapag-save. Ay! Ganun pala yun! Early burst para kay Kyrie. Level 3 Julian yun pinatay yung level 3 na Alpha. Hindi nakagalaw si Fabian doon. Yung pala ang plano.
Kailangan lang gulatin ni Kyrie.
Tsaka hindi pala kaya ng Alpha ang Julian sa early na wala pang mga ultimate. Wala pa yung mga Spear of Alpha.
Ang ganda ng early game ng Onic.
Ayun na. Purify nagamit na rin ni Eskel Grabe yung early aggression dito ng Onic. Especially gamit yung Julian and Fabian na force pang gumamit ng Spear of Alpha para lang makapag-out sa ginawang attempt ng Onic kanina. And actually, Q pwede pang isama sa hukay ito.
Pwedeng ipilit, pero okay. Medyo na late si Kyrie, pero that's fine.
Ganun pala yun. Nilabas lang si Kurapika.
Yung chains niya, no?
Oo. Aran, wala ka pang AOG Revitalize. Merong buff dun sa turtle. And Aran, AOG, mapapap nga ba? Dinala sa torre si Lutpi.
Para matapos na yung kanyang paghihirap. 0-1 on the board, pero ideally, dapat may lead ang TLID kasi nakuha ni Fabian yung turtle, pero hindi, Onic pa din no?
Grabe mag-farm si Kyrie. Tsaka, dun sa parang nangyaring kills kay Fabian, bumagal yung farm niya dun. Although lamang siya ng XP kay Kyrie, pero in terms of gold, nakakasabay ang Onic. Baka na kay Sabero yung gold. Kay siya yung lamang sa lane against kay Q And Feather Airstrike, Tsunami Slam combo. Papatay na naman si Fabian.
Napalipad si Lutpi dito kaso wala. Hindi rin naman na-convert to a kill. I feel like mas comfortable nga talaga sila sa lineup na to. Uy, din, may nainggit.
Si Fabian ang napapanish dito Ito pala ang sagot sa Alpha Jungler at may Matilda. Kumuha ka ng Julia na may chain and sword. Kunin mo si Kurapika. 0 to standing.
What is happening?
Onic yung
pero lamang ng gold yung Onic. Lamang sila in terms of map, syempre. Nabuhat si Nag-flicker lang si Sans. Ginanon lang yung combo ng TLID.
Ayan pala yung
Pag ikaw nabuhat na naman, Fabian! Kasasabi ko lang, Spear of Alpha, kailangan na ata.
Papalipakin.
Ay, nakaka-cancel yung Spear of Alpha niya.
Pag
tinamaan ng combo ng Julian. Nung chain.
Yung ganon?
Mag-i-Spear of Alpha dapat siya kaso nakulong siya dun sa
sa chain?
Chain ni Kurapika kaya hindi siya nakapag-advance.
Si Kurapika pala ang sagot. Dapat na gano'n na rin sila, kiluwa, Nagharit na rin sana.
Binan nila
Binan nila.
Sila nagban mismo.
So si Kurapika lang nakita natin.
Yung Gon ba? San si Gon? Dirot nga pala yun.
Wala hindi natin makikita yun.
Hindi natin makikita. Sa Epic siguro pwede.
Si Aaron, sinasalo yung damage siya kaya hindi masakit yung poke nung Onic. Early 5v5. Ito yung una nating 5v5 na nakikita natin sa game 4. Aran, sumasalo pa rin ng damage. Pero revitalize, ipapap na. Yung guiding wind, ika-cancel yung Feather Airstrike. And nakuha na nga ng TLID yung turtle. And yes, Kel with the Crimson Beacon. Sino yung mabubuhat? Siya yung target dito ni Kyrie. Pero doon, dalawa yung nangyayaring clash. Wala na si Fabian. Wala din si Kyrie. Jungler to jungler lang.
Ang ganda ng fight. Hinati kasi nila sa dalawa. Ang ginawa, nilayo na lang si Fabian. Kasi I think nakita nila na goodbye soldier na si Kyrie. Nag-trade na lang. Si Savero naman nakakuha ng kill doon.
Wala eh, mahirapan din kasi talaga yung Onic doon.
Siguro-
Ganda nung ganda nung guiding wind ni Widi.
Na-cancel ka din yung Feather Airstrike
Oo.
eh. Tsaka, ang nagpatagal sa TLID, yung nakuha ang turtle, kung walang turtle buff tong TLID,
Wala.
hindi sila tatagal
hindi
dyan
sila
sa
tatagal.
teamfight na yan.
Tsaka si Kyrie rin, no? Tagal niya nandun sa may turtle pit.
Kawawa si Fabian, siya lang talaga yung target. 0-3 na siya.
Hindi siya pinapakawalan ni
Yung
Kiboy
team
dito.
kills ng Onic kay Fabian lang galing.
Oo nga, no? Aliw.
Halaka Q.
Muntik na
Ayan
bully
na si Sans. Feather Airstrike.
Feather Airstrike lang yan,
Bagsakan mo na,
boss.
boss. Pinupilit talaga nilang basagin yung taas. Ay! 1v1! 1v1!
Uy! Fabian Kyrie! Uy!
1v1!
Patay si Kyrie dyan.
Ooh.
Hindi mo man na solo kill ang jungler ng Onic PH.
Na-solo kill niya kanina, si Fabian. Kaso level 3 pa lang sila pareho.
Bawi-bawi lang daw.
Eh ngayon, may ulti na si Fabian. Sumusustain na rin. War Axe na to eh.
Oo. Pero may
AOG? Advance? Na-cancel. Si Sabero yung target. Ay, cancel ka agad yung Feather Airstrike, boss. Kaso may na-tsunami slam.
Patay
Patay
si
ka na
Fabian.
naman, Fabian.
Ginagawa mo!
Ginagawa mo, Fabian. Uy, yes kill. Ang ganda ng pwesto niya sa likod.
Pero patay si Ezekiel.
Pero sino kapalit?
Dami.
Sabero? Ayan na si Kyrie.
Clean up.
Combo. Chain and sword.
Double kill si Kiboy, ah.
Kyrie! Pag si Miri ko talaga, tas si
Lalim
Kyrie
naman kasi talaga ni Fabian dun. Kakasolo kill mo lang kay Kyrie, bigla kang masyadong tumapang.
Kala niya okay na eh. Sige, kaya ko na to, pre.
Sobra-sobra na yung tapang mo.
Ako na bahala dito. Kala niya kasi malakas siya eh. Hindi pala siya malakas.
Si Kurapi ka lang ang kaya niya.
Sim.
Pero nakikita na natin laging nakaka-cancel out yung Feather Airstrike ni Sans dun sa mga circling eagle ni Weedy.
So, premonition na ba yun?
Pero si Sabero kasi talaga ang damage yan, boss. Si Fabian na naman yung naka-retry.
Siya talaga. Alpha yan eh. Mahirap mag-retry sa Julian.
Kahit si Kyrie pa yan, no?
Oo. 3-0 turtle.
Oo nga, no? Ang ginagawa
Pero
kasi
yung
ng Onic
middle
ngayon,
tower
not so
nila,
much sa objectives. Pero turrets, oo, tama kinukuha nila.
Hindi. Oo nga, nakabasag na pala yung Onic.
Yappy.
In terms of gold, lamang pa rin yung Onic IT, pero mostly ng gold hawak ni Sabero.
Ayan, na-shutdown na siya kanina eh.
Sky Piercer na rin yan.
His time to shine.
Kailangan mag-snowball talaga yung Sabero. Mukhang darating tayo sa point na baka semi-tank tong Julian, mapilitan si Kyrie. Kasi parang alpha to, may limit din tong Julian eh.
Hindi, compared sa Alpha naman, mas versatile, mas mobile naman yung pangalan niya?
Julian.
Yung alpha may guiding wind naman.
Ayun nga lang, yun yung problema ni Kyrie.
Ganyan naman si Kyrie, bumabasag na naman oh.
Ang ganda nung skill shots ni Sabero dun, ah.
Oy!
Rondo.
AOG.
Ayun na si Lutpi, hello.
Pero in terms of gold, lamang pa rin yung Onic. Dahil sa nabasag ni Kyrie dun sa taas.
Winalis niya yung mga turrets eh.
Hindi na makakabasag yung TLID.
Kailangan mo pa ng tulong, boss?
Hindi, ako to. Figure out ko to mag-isa.
Hawakan ko.
Ako na.
Hoy,
ba't mo ginago?
Holy Crystal!
Kaya ko to.
Sino yung nakuha? Pinurify lang ni Eskel?
Kakamay.
Aray, 1, 2, 3.
Sakit. Kasi yun na biglang Death Sonata.
Sakit ng poke.
Sakit!
Uwi sila. Eh di pa pwesto na yung...
Si Sans, tinatakot
pinipigilan
pa.
para makapwesto na to sa Lord.
Tinatakot pa ni Sans eh. Ang lupit talaga pag si Sans yung nagpa-farce eh. May sindak factor siya.
Para siyang si Sanji, no?
Parang
Exactly.
Sanji lang yan.
Oo.
Sanji Super Prince.
Tama.
Hindi, mas malupit na si Sanji ngayon.
Pinoy din kasi yan si Sans eh.
Mukhang Pinoy.
Pinoy din yan.
Saan siya naging Pinoy, pre?
Hindi mo ba kilala si Sans?
Sinong Sans?
Si Sanchez yan.
Akala ko Sans Rival.
Roman Sanchez. Tubong ano yan?
Katubo.
Tubong Ilo yan. Ilocano yan, Ilocano.
Ay, Ilocano pala.
Trinity na si Q pero...
Si Kiboy nga. Pinoy din yan si Pinoy. Si Kiboy eh.
Pinoy din ba yan?
Oo.
We? Saan yan? Tugigaraw?
Kiboy na bugoy.
Taga Bacoor pala yan eh.
Ito na, may laban na po, guys.
Na-cancel kagad si San. Ay, hindi. Wala pa palang Feather Airstrike. Pero yung Lord
Late.
nakakuha na. Hero na lang daw. Wala na kagad si ano.
Masakit na si Q, ah.
Si Kiboy. Pero nag-i-stack si Sabero. 3-1 na yung Granger. Pero problema nila, yung Lord talaga eh.
Yappy.
Yung objective capability ng TLID na kumuha ng mga ganong Lord and Turtle.
Late din pumasok si Kiboy ata yun or si Lupi.
Ay!
Nag-second skill. Wala na ding flicker.
Gamit
Si
na yung
Lupi.
flicker.
Wala nang flicker si Lutpi. Walang circling eagle kay Witty. Good thing para sa Onic to. Walang kakancel ng Feather Airstrike ng ano. Uy! Uy! Pabam! Uy! Pabyan! Uy! Pabyan! Uy!
Chinok.
Puminoy
Ayun
si Pabyan.
lang. Puminoy. Ginagawa mo dun, Pabyan?
Pabiano!
Sakit mo sa ulo, Pabyan?
Pabiano. Biglang pumapasok doon.
Surprise!
Nababaliw na si Pabian.
Ba't ka naman kasi pumapasok ng ganun, Pabyan? Alam mong nasa inyo na yung Lord eh.
Tsaka alam mong 1-5 ka.
Alam mo yung gusto nilang as much as possible makakuha ng Torre against Onic tapos bigla kang papasok ng ganun.
Ewan ko ba yung Pabyan, pre? Ang hirap niya na ipagtanggol.
Hindi na si Pabian yun.
Sino na? Si Alpha na?
Si Pabiano yun.
Si Pabiano?
Kala ko si Joy.
Pero
Agent,
okay din naman sana yung nila no? Early game.
Agent
Yes.
Pabiano. On the move.
Hindi, si Pabian, dating Onic talaga yan.
Sinalo
Maka-Onic yan.
niliaran lahat ng damage ha.
Nape-pressure na yung mid nung TLID.
Wala yun, di siya damage dealer eh. Si Q lang yung panggagalingan ng damage dito mamaya.
Sakit na rin pala ni Kyrie. Full damage yung Julian. So once may Matsunami slam talaga si Kiboy,
Tapos,
-1. Yan si Aran. Aran nata pwede nang bigyan. Holy Crystal na si Kyrie.
kahit si Akan pwede nilang targetin if gusto nga
Diyan tayo
nila.
nanonood ng concert, di ba? Sa Aran. Sorry, hindi ako pansinin.
Aran. Neta.
Ah!
In-explain ko na.
Okay. Sorry. Bad
Gusto
joke.
ko yung super interested ako. Invested na ako eh. Hindi ko lang maisip eh.
Bad joke.
Isang wipeout lang sa TLID. Wala na to.
Wala na?
Yung stock ni Isabero sa Sky Piercer niya hindi na nababawasan.
Ilan na ba siya? 4-1? Hindi,
4-1.
nabawasan yan kanina.
Pero yung
Nung
tatlo,
nung 2 kills siya.
yung, 2 kills ba? Hindi ba 3 kills?
2 kills nung nabawasan.
Pero Sky Piercer stock pa rin.
Oo.
Masakit pa din.
Tibay nung gitnang Torre na parehong team mo. Walang gustong magpabasag ng first tower sa gitna.
Kahit, basta okay lang kahit maubos yung side lanes, wag lang daw yung mid nila.
Pero
Pumabiano kasi. Tingnan mo, lamang ng 2K yung Onic dahil doon sa pagiging pabiano ni Pabian.
Fabian.
pabaya kasi si Pabian.
Pabayano.
Pabayano.
Si Pabian.
Pati yung mga bench ng sa TLID kinakabahan na.
Ganda rin pala.
Nanonood ba si Aaron Shiki?
Siguro, nasa boot ng
Parang
TLID.
hindi. Parang wala nga siya sa
ni, sa biro kay Yesken. Nangalati yung buhay. Tinamaan ng Detsunata.
Granger time na ngayon, 13 minutes. His time to shine na yan, boss.
Tanggalin mo naman yung mo.
Ay, sorry.
Itaas mo naman yung mic
Salamat,
mo.
idol.
Okay lang yan para maingit sila.
Ay! Nakulo sila doon! Sinalo yung damage ni Kyrie!
GG! I call it! Iconic!
Sabi sa'yo, pag may nabuhat dito si Kyrie, ay si Kiboy. Dalawa sila ni Aran. Nagdikit dun sa damage nung Julian.
Baka dun galing yung pangalan ng Onic, no? Sa Iconic. Di ba?
Yes, Kel?
Di ba? Pwede, no?
Pwede.
And 5-1 na si Sabero.
Feeling ko butas yung base, pero hindi pa naman ata matatapos.
Hindi pa. Hintayin nila yung Lord. Pero immediate 5k gold lead sa Onic, ha? Nakuha lang yung Lord. Alam mo, lamang na sana kayo. Pumabiano ka lang.
Yun nga
Iisipin ni Pabian yun. Lamang na kami. Tas natalo pa dahil sa akin.
Na-pick off lang siya, no?
Quit ka na, Pabian.
Nag-ulti ba naman ng mag-isa?
Pwede ka na mag-retire.
Hindi pa naman maganda yung hindi pa naman maganda yung depensa ng TLID.
Hindi, boss.
Gaganyanin lang sila ni Sans.
Sino pang depensa nila? Si Q? Wala, GG.
Combo.
Wala, GG na.
Si Fabio yung nanalo.
GG na.
Lala ni Pabian dito. Siya yung nagpatalo, boss. Ay, pero patay sa Bero. Pero yung damage talaga ni Kyrie, wala na yung carry.
Wala na.
Pinatay ni Kyrie yung carry.
GG's. Panalo 3-1.
Grabe ang Onic.
Onic ID. Nakita nila nung day 1, yung tropa namin yung brothers namin, 3-2. So kami, 3-1. Kailangan din daw nilang mabuhay beyond day number 1.
Yun. Kaya naman, Fabian. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Fabian. Ewan ko ba sa'yo, Fabian?
GG's yun. Pero feeling ko nga, if mag-game number 5, baka nga TLID pa manalo. Kaya nag-all-in na din yung Onic
Ano mo nga, Pay, ban mo nga yung nag-i-spam ng 50 minutes.
Si Pope kasi hindi tumitingin sa comment si Pope. Well, guys, ano mo sabi niyo sa ating series number 1?
Sakit nun for TLID.
Hindi, Fabian yun.
Kaya nga, sakit
Sobrang
nila.
ni Fabian, sobrang lalanan.
Ay! Onic time! Okay, it's Onic time! Oh my God! It's 2 hours break time.
Onic time, break time.
Ay, pala mga block na saan.
Baya, nga, hindi pa sila nag-shake hand. Gusto kong tingnan yung itsura ng TLID. Wala mo kang checked out na sila, boss.
Nakangiti pa si Fabian, no? Ikaw kaya nagpatalo.
Checked out na sila. Si Q.
Angas. Wala rin si Q. Sino yan? Jowa Nina.
Walang TLID sa walang dalawang TL sa...
Ay, oo nga. Walang chance na
Pero
magdalawang
syempre,
TL sa MSC.
mayroon dalawang Onic, may chance.
That's good. Well, ito po ang highlights ng ating series number 1. Again, watch party lang to guys, but that has been it. It is 3-1 favoring Onic ID. Buhay pa sina Kyrie. Hindi ko na alam feeling ko 2 hours talaga yung break. We will see you guys sa series number 2. Humanda muna kayo kasi matagal yung break dito. We will see you guys then para sa BTR versus Alter Ego.
Bye-bye.
Experience to bring into their big match against Geek Fam tomorrow. And let's see what they have to say in the stage with our hosts.
The Defender Champion gagal untuk melanjutkan perjalanan mereka dan gagal untuk mengamankan gelar mereka di musim ini. Kali ini kita harus menerima bahwa ini akan menjadi one last bow dari tim Liquid ID. The cavalry, sambutlah tim Liquid ID. Perjuangan mereka harus usai di sini, namun kita mengharapkan mereka jangan sampai tertunduk terus dan harus bisa bangkit untuk selanjutnya. Dan permainan kita sudah melihat bahwa 3-1 ada kekalahan, namun kali ini kita harus merayakan kemenangan untuk tim Onic. Sonic, sambutlah. Mereka beradu dengan begitu kuatnya, begitu fantastis. Dan kita bahkan melihat mereka hadir ke babak playoff dengan penuh strategi dan juga gameplay yang apik. Menang Onic, halo playoff match 1.
Ya udah.
Menang di match 1, gimana nih?
Mantap.
Mantap. Tapi apa sih mental yang kalian bawa ke dalam babak playoff ini nih?
Kita fokus sama tim sendiri. Fokus sama tim sendiri aja sih pokoknya. Kita bagusin gameplay kita gitu.
Namun kita ngelihat gameplay kalian memang begitu apik, begitu menarik. Dan kalau ngelihat permainan kalian ini, udah jadi penasaran 2 minggu ini ngapain aja Lutfi?
Yang pasti kita latihan keras lah. Latihan try hard.
Latihan keras, latihan try hard. Tapi kemenangan hari ini kita ngelihat kalau 3-1 game yang beberapa game bahkan hampir semuanya itu cukup one-sided. 2 game awal khususnya. Gimana sih dari tim Onic melihat Suns? Gimana kamu melihat The Defenders Champion yang kalian taklukkan hari ini?
Senang aja sih. Karena masuk upper bracket juga, jadi tambah senang.
Langsung masuk ke babak playoff, lolos dari play-in. Beda ya dari season lalu ya?
Ya namanya juga belajar, kita belajar.
Pelajaran udah cukup berarti ini.
Ya belajar harus perlu juga.
Belajar, oke, terus-terusan. Namun kalau ngelihat pertarungan hari ini, expect gak sih kalau kemenangan kalian tuh seperti mendominasi tim Liquid yang notabene adalah juara dari musim lalu. Kurang keras gak sih perlawanannya atau sudah cukup menurut kalian?
Nggak tahu sih, yang penting ya kita hasil kerja keras juga kita makanya bisa mendominasi. Jadi ya itu hasil kerja keras kita semua.
Hasil kerja keras yang terbayarkan. Dan ketika menang untuk di match kali ini, apa yang Sans teriakan?
Nggak ada sih, senang tadi, senang doang.
Senang aja semua.
Ya, betul.
Dan pada akhirnya mungkin yang paling senang di sini ada satu player yang baru menjajakan kakinya di babak playoff, namun performanya begitu stabil dan banyak memukau ke mata-mata di sini, kayaknya banyak yang shock. Savero, permainanmu di babak playoff terlihat semakin kuat dibandingkan babak regular season. Dari mana nih datangnya kemampuan kekuatan Savero di babak playoff ini?
Pede aja sih.
Pede aja.
Ya, yang penting mental.
Berarti mental Savero udah cukup nih untuk babak playoff, sudah kuat, sudah siap?
Udah dong.
Oke, apakah ada kata-kata atau sebuah wejangan dari coach atau dari teman-teman sebelum bermain untuk babak playoff ini?
Udah dilatih mentalnya aja sih sama Adi sama coach Chef.
Diapain Savero? Jadi penasaran kan? Apakah spesial nih babak playoff ini sabetan mentalnya lebih berbeda dari regular season?
Lebih keras lah di playoff.
Lebih keras di playoff. Dan bagaimana kamu melihat hasil hari ini dari dirimu sendiri?
Terlalu puas.
Kenapa?
Kena solo kill.
Oh, kena solo kill, oke. Tapi kalau ngelihat hasil hari ini tentunya pada happy semua. Tapi yang lebih menarik adalah baru game pertama semuanya udah kaget. Apalagi Kairi tiba-tiba jadi burung. Pakai kaja. Oke, persiapan menggunakan kaja sebenarnya itu untuk melawan tim Liquid ID atau memang draft seperti itu memang siap untuk segala macam keadaan.
Ya itu yang dikasih sama coach. Kita udah siapin juga di latihan. Di gua tadi pede.
Jadi pede aja, ini akan menjadi regular hero atau special hero untuk tim Liquid ID? Rahasia. Tapi untuk melihat hari ini hasil 3-1. Apakah ini Onic mode playoff?
Yang pasti kita semua mode playoff. Semua anak-anak Onic. Ya.
Oke, kasih tahu dong mode playoff-nya tuh gimana sih Onic ini? Tell us.
Kata Savero kita bantai semua. Nanti.
Savero ya ini memang panas banget. Tapi dengan melihat hasil di babak playoff dengan adanya Favian dan juga tim Liquid ID kalian taklukkan dengan 3-1. How do you see tim Liquid ID in this playoff?
Kuat. Cuman kita mungkin lebih prepare. Lebih ready untuk playoffs.
Prepare dan ready. What is one thing that you think about tim Liquid ID for the playoff? Ada nggak kayak satu hal yang kamu pikirkan tentang tim Liquid ID? Gameplay mereka, hero mereka, atau mungkin Favian ya?
Favian sih, assassin Favian.
Assassin Favian. Tapi kalau mengingat dari kemenangan hari ini tentu cukup menarik karena ini adalah match di saat region lain di Philippines, tim Onic gagal untuk menjadi juara dan ditaklukkan oleh tim Liquid ID. Onic menjadi runner up. Does it mean something for you?
Gak ada sih.
Gak ada pengen balas dendam?
Gak ada sih, soalnya beda ini kan, beda negara.
Beda region, so your friend didn't tell you anything?
Mungkin nanti kalau udah masuk EWC.
Oke. Kalau udah masuk ke BC, kalau sekarang karena berbeda region jadi fokus sendiri-sendiri dulu.
Ya betul.
Betul. Tapi Kiboy, apa nih fokus dari tim Onic untuk season 15 ini? Selangkah demi selangkah sudah kalian jalani, tapi apa sih yang untuk menjadi fokus kalian?
Ya kalau buat fokus kita mau berusaha buat seperti Onic yang dulu lah.
Seperti apa itu Onic yang dulu?
Onic yang mendominasi, Onic yang bantai-bantai gitu.
Dan kita juga mengingat bahwa tim Onic di tahun lalu menjadi juara di Velodrome juga, menjadi perwakilan Indonesia di MSC. Apakah itu menjadi salah satu hal yang ingin kalian capai lagi, redemption di MSC?
Ya motivasi sih. Terus kata Savero dia mau juara juga. Jadi ya udah, kita juga semangat.
Semangat ya. Forfeit champion dipatahkan dan sekarang kepengen balik lagi ngedapetin kemenangan. Akan menjadi tantangan nggak untuk season ini?
Ya kalau itu pastilah karena semua tim sekarang udah kuat-kuat banget. Cuma kita bakalan berusaha juga lebih kuat lagi.
Lebih kuat lagi. Namun yang menjadi lawan kalian adalah tim yang memulangkan kalian di musim lalu. Esok hari kalian harus bertemu dengan Geek Fam. Memandang Geek Fam di season ini, yang notabene semua talent juga setuju bahwa Geek Fam di season ini kuat banget. Gimana nih untuk esok hari dari tim Onic?
Ya kalau itu paling Geek Fam memang kuat. Cuma kita bakal berusaha lebih kuat lagi dari Geek Fam.
Selalu ingin menjadi lebih kuat dan inilah dia Onic. Namun banyak sekali support system yang sudah hadir. Play-in setelah usai. Dari keluarga juga banyak yang datang. Savero juga yang mungkin ingin mengatakan sesuatu dan juga
Ya,
Boy. Savero bener Savero. Ini adalah panggung playoff pertamamu. Say something. Kemenangan kalian. Yoho.
Lu baru playoff sekali, lu dulu dong.
Nah yang baru sekali nih. Silakan Savero.
Savero. Tes. Makasih buat Sonic yang udah dukung. Support kita terus nanti di besok upper bracket.
Untuk yang spesial nggak ada Savero?
Buat orang tua yang datang hari ini.
Buat orang tua spesial, terima kasih support system. Dan tim Onic akan melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Play-in setelah mereka lalui. Dan Sonic, sambutlah kemenangan pertama di babak playoff. Inilah dia, tim Onic!
Our opening match of the day here at Mpl Id Season 15 once again reflects that sometimes veterancy reigns supreme over the young bloods, and Onic winning it out 3-1 against TLID is a testament of that. Why are you waving at me?
Goodbye.
I know.
Goodbye, Eterna.
I know the young stallion
It's so
dream
sad.
is dead this season. Thank you so much, though, for their hard work. especially this
Appreciations,
season.
obviously.
Big appreciation.
Yeah.
They tried their best, but unfortunately, you know, we already talked about it, right? Over and over, coming in first day up against the Sky Kings, who are on a rampage. It's not an easy start to the playoffs.
And to be fair, they did kind of turn up towards the end there.
Yeah.
I really thought they were going to be able to get it done in that final game, dude. But it only takes one moment. And one moment snowballed out of control just like that. Team Liquid ID, better luck next time.
They showed the courage, the spirit, the fight.
The alpha.
Spirit, the alpha as well. And hands of Fabian, it shows that comfort is there with this draft. But again, the choosing first pick, even Mirko was talking about it, it wasn't really optimal for TLID in a lot of ways. Number one, you don't really have burst damage. And consistent damage, aside from maybe the alpha, and you have to wait for the carry to go online, right? The Tilda is not going to deal the damage. Obviously, to a certain degree, it does, but it doesn't really go into a threatening level. And the Chusen is more of a control mage compared to what you would want as a damage dealer. So, the Chusen first pick, I think it was 50-50, to be honest.
I feel like that was there was a chance? Because I feel like in the end there, even though they were doing so well, it seems like the final factor was the fact that Onic found ways to get onto Fabian, right? In the Lord Pit.
Honestly,
and then after, Fabian was just taking the heat and he couldn't take it.
I want to beg a different angle.
What?
I think Fabian was playing really weird.
Really?
I think there were a lot of moments where he overstepped. He got caught out in that moment where they wanted to go for the push in the bottom side of the map. But before we get into that, let's highlight our player of the match. It's Key Boy. Game number 1 on the chip. Game number 2 on the Badang. And then in the final game here on the Kalea, once again proving that he still has it. After so many seasons, people have been doubting his potential. He's here performing out of his mind, and we're going to take a look exactly why a little bit in more detail with the MVP heat map.
This is where Keyboy was at in the first 5 minutes of the game. And you can see the side lanes for the most part aren't really that big of a priority for this guy. Leaves the side lanes to their own devices and make sure that the mid trio has that pressure, they at least can control and match the rotations of Team Liquid ID. As long as they do that, you know, we've seen them find great moments themselves. This moment in the early game, though, that was crazy. 100-0 level 3, an alpha. Dude, Julian, man, out of nowhere. It looked kind of wonky, but in the end there, it really did pay off. It's a pick that gives you a lot of sustainability on top of damage, and you're so flexible. And you have that power spike level 3 to work with. But unfortunately for them, in the early game, the alpha and the the aggressive style of Team Liquid ID allows them to actually get a bit of the advantage. This was at the 1v1. Fabian showing again that alpha is, you know, the real deal. It's the alpha. Afterwards, you can see there were some moments like this where it's just so aggressive. Look at the Haskill right here. Nope, not going. Tries to get Sabero in the back on the Tsushin. Which is why when Eternal mentioned the Tsushin factor here, like, yeah, there were some moments where it just seemed so over the top coming in from Team Liquid ID. Like they were pressured to do something that's just too crazy. But when they go and fell back on what works, the neutral objective take, they're able to get a bit of an advantage. But here too.
This was the moment that I'm talking about.
Yeah. The Lord, by the way, is right behind them.
Exactly. What is he doing?
I second that. I do concur that there are overextensions and there were weird plays. But I think it's not only Fabian, it's a collective issue. I don't know why. Maybe they were on the verge of trying to force a game 5, and they went for the go big or go home plays, their high risk, high rewards plays, but it just didn't show up, right? I mean, because Onic had so many layers to deny a possible dive happening. Like Jusin wants to do that with the Crimson Beacon. The Alpha who does want to do that as well with the Spear of Alpha, and maybe TLID might have underestimated their damage, or rather overestimated their damage. So Onic, look at the layers. I mean, you have a Kalea that can just hold you in place. The glue has been very, very sticky for the most part.
Literally.
And yeah, literally sticky. And the Julian just bursted you down, even if that wasn't really a clean game from Kyrie. And by the way, going off track, there was an interesting interaction that I just knew. That when
the glue
sticks to the Gatot Kacha, and the Gatot Kacha flies with the AOG, the glue follows it.
Comes with him.
Yeah,
It's
a
a free
passenger,
ride.
basically. A hitchhike.
Which was really, really funny. But again, Onic, yeah, despite all the win cons that Team Liquid ID have for themselves, just found a way. It seemed like it was lost until they, I don't know, something clicked for them, and they were able to find Fabian again and again. After that, in the last Lord fight, where they're able to find Fabian with the Tsunami Slam, every single fight afterwards, I really feel like everyone was just focusing on Fabian, trying to make sure that they go on the guy with no Purify, and they know that at that point in time, it's still mid-game, by the way. We aren't even like late game, by all means. But at that point in time, Onic recognized that they have enough damage to burst down even the fighter in the jungle, the Alpha. And despite the best efforts of Witty and the Mathilda to try and keep him alive, to try and keep the fight going just a bit longer, it just wasn't enough. And because the fights are kind of settled so early on, that means that Kyo on the carry, that was kind of relevant, kind of doing a lot more damage in the early game actually, was actually doing a very little damage in the later stages, the later team fights close to the end of the game.
Going back to your point earlier, that's what I wanted to highlight, right? Timing. In the early stage of the game, the way that Fabian played was forgivable. But as we got into the 15th minute, we see a lot of Divine Glaives being built up. We see a lot of, just heroes that can, items that can really melt through that initial defense of both magic and physical from Fabian, and yet he still made those plays. I'm not really sure whether he was a little bit too focused on making a big play happen, therefore forgetting the targeting or not. But we're looking at the items and the timings coming through. Does anything stand out for you boys?
That's kind of brutal. Fabian only has 2 items. The War Axe and the Brute Force. Compared to Kyrie with a Sky Piercer pushes, by the way, at the end. Because he knows he gotta burst the players of TLID down. Because they are relatively tanky. I mean, the Alpha is their choose, and I would consider him to be a tanky mage as well, right? But yeah, how does Fabian only has 2 items?
Well, there was a lot of like fights, brawls, back and forth happening, right? So he wasn't really power farming as hard as he would probably have liked on this Alpha. Not to mention that he's up against a Julian. Julian clears quite fast. You don't really think about that. There were moments in that game where TLID ID were able to win out a neutral objective fight, and Kyrie just slid over to the other side into Fabian's jungle and started just jacking everything, taking away all the camps. So
3,000 gold difference.
Showing again that for Onic, sometimes like the initial situation isn't fatal. They can find ways to adapt and respawn that can still keep them in the game and even give them still some kind of advantage in the late game.
And TLID also were able to secure the objective, right? I mean, they got 3 turtles, a lord.
Turtle.
Yeah, a perfect turtle. So that is a courtesy of Fabian, by the way, who sacrificed that farming speed and you know, the gold that he had to just play collectively for the team. And we talked about it. Fabian is the guy who wants to look for kills when he's behind. But on an alpha pick, this is where he gets very collective. This is where he gets very supportive, and he plays for the team as well. So it is unlucky that Onic were so far ahead of them when the mid to late game hit, but I think Fabian was doing a decent job with the alpha in the early game, but come the late game, it was hard for him to traverse around the team fights, and with little to no items, he's pushed it down easily. So
the strength of TLID has shown to become their downfall this season. Which is, for me, you might have a different opinion, but them falling back to what works for them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to be creative in the playoffs, and that might have been the big problem. But we are going to take to Alyssa now, and we're going to take a look at the jersey wall, which is new, so you guys have fun with it.
Oh lala, di sini ada yang spesial pastinya karena kita melihat kemenangan dari tim Onic. Velodrome spesial untuk kalian gak sih?
Alhamdulillah.
Tapi spesial nggak? Kalian kan pernah juara di sini. Dan sekarang dapetin kemenangan pertama di play-ins juga. Berat nggak untuk mengalahkan the defender champion?
Alhamdulillah nggak terlalu berat. Alhamdulillah sesuai rencana.
Sesuai rencana. Jadi memang di sini Coach Adi sendiri melihat bahwa ini memang Onic mode playoff.
Iya, mode playoff.
Mode serem banget atau gimana sih?
Marah besar.
Marah besar. Oke, yang lebih menarik adalah katanya udah siap untuk playoff, mode playoff juga. Apakah persiapan kalian lebih ke arah dari segi draftnya?
Overall sih semuanya draft, out game, in game, K-game, Pamanwe.
Banyak.
Banyak.
Pokoknya semuanya udah siap. Tapi kalau ngomong-ngomong dari draft pasti banyak yang penasaran. Kan dari game 1, game keempat, game banyak sekali ini bener-bener kayak sulit untuk dibaca dan banyak yang mengejutkan. Ini yang ngedraft siapa?
Kebetulan untuk sekarang Gilang.
Gilang?
Sans.
Lalu Adi ngapain ini di sini?
Aku sama Kocep ngeliatin aja Gilang ngedraft.
Gak mungkin ya guys ya, pasti ini Kocep dan juga Adi berdua ya berarti ini ya. Rame-rame.
Rame-rame enggak, berdua.
Berdua, oke. Tapi dengan melihat adanya 3 band assassin terhadap Favian, apakah memang itu yang menjadi strategi kalian? Kunci kemenangan kalian memang harus nge-shutdown Faviannya?
Enggak sih, itu adalah hasil dari apa yang kita lihat dia ngeband apa ya. Kita menyesuaikan aja gitu. Kalau dia nggak mau tukar assassin ya udah ayo gitu. Kita mau kasih tahu aja kalau hero Kyrie itu banyak banget.
Dan banyak banget, ini memang spesial untuk Kyrie, bukan untuk khusus ngelawan tim Mlbb ID dengan hero-hero ini gitu? Enggak. Semuanya bisa?
Iya.
Tapi kalau ngelihat hari ini 3-1 kemenangan yang beberapa tim bahkan benar-benar one-sided. Kalian cuma ngasih poin kill 4 dan segala macam. Dari segi coaching staff, kalian ngerasa nggak ini belum maksimalnya tim Liquid ID atau memang ini Onic yang overpower?
Kita nggak tahu sih Liquid kenapa, tapi yang pasti mereka harusnya jauh lebih jago sih karena kan mereka juga perwakilan Indonesia di SEA Games dan ISF nanti kan. Ya mungkin mereka lagi menyimpan strategi atau apa, kita nggak tahu sih. Jadi kayak kita fokus sama tim kita sendiri aja.
Fokus dan sesuai dengan semua hal yang kalian persiapkan ya.
Betul.
Jadi cukup puas 3-1?
Alhamdulillah.
Kalian menutup berarti kesempatan untuk tim Liquid ID untuk kembali ngedapetin kemenangan dan ada yang spesial di season ini. Tim pemenang dari coaching staff bisa mematikan lampu dari tim yang mereka kalahkan. Official menutup perjalanan mereka. Dan ini adalah simbol bahwa kalian mengalahkan, menutup, dan menundukkan tim lawan kalian. Yuk kita langsung aja ke sisi tim Liquid ID. Salah. Besok. Tolong dengan sepatah dua patah kata terakhir untuk tim Liquid ID.
Untuk Liquid ID jangan lupa fokus ISF dan SEA Games, oke?
Dan berakhirlah perjalanan tim Liquid ID di Mpl Indonesia Season 15 dan juga khususnya untuk MSC berarti tidak akan bisa mengikuti dan kita juga melihat nextnya ada di sebelah. Yakin gak nih untuk besok? Tapi belum kan ada lower bracket ya. Satu kata untuk match hari ini.
Good game well played, good game Liquid.
Good game well played dan thank you banget Coach Adi udah bersama Bude di sini dan kita bakal langsung balikin aja. Satu lampu telah mati. Namun selanjutnya di match kedua akan ada satu tim lagi yang harus tertutup perjalanannya. Siapakah ya? Jadi kita bakal langsung tanya-tanya dulu nih tentang match tadi bersama para panelis. So monggo panelis.
Udah.
I personally didn't like the smirk on Coach Adi's face, but hey, that's just me. Did you see that smile?
I did.
Absolute no remorse
And
at all. Just
he
boom,
was about
with a
to
big
just
smile.
press Geek Fam's button.
Because he knows next up in the brackets,
Geek
they're
Fam's
going to
gonna
be
lose.
facing
Oh.
Geek. And they want Geek to lose.
What can you blame him though? He just won. You know, he's like, well, well played, Liquid.
No remorse.
Well played.
And I think he is relieved because according to the TLID fan, if Onic loses, Adi has to draft now. He doesn't have to. So yeah, it's all happy days.
All G.
It's all Yeb now, still working 24/7 with Adi as well.
But by the way, that new jersey thing is pretty cool. You know, so for every time a team gets eliminated, you guys will be seeing the winner coach press the button into red, which is pretty cool. I hope
red.
there's actually buttons in the, GoPay
I have buttons.
booth. What?
Here.
Oh.
No, it's like if you use the GoPay app, right?
Okay.
Like, see, this is Eterna's app.
Okay.
So if you go,
How do you know my password?
I just
you have to unlock.
I know your
Oh.
credit card number. So.
What? Whoa, that's extra.
Joke's on you, I don't have one.
Oh,
Ah.
okay.
She follows the teaching.
Anyway.
Yeah, you go to gopay.co.id/games, right?
Yeah.
And you can win the guaranteed rewards, right? You can get up to 59 diamonds and 1 token. So you see that token right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you spin that token and you can get prizes in the
Spin it.
gift arena.
Spin.
As of right now, realize,
Yeah.
if you didn't know, there are 2 electric motorcycle winners.
Whoa.
5 smartphone
Boom,
winners.
boom.
5 power bank winners. 25 wireless earphone winners.
Earphone.
And you still have a chance to win 13 remaining electric motorcycles and the other awesome prizes. You go to gopay.co.id/games, open the app.
Yeah,
like
the
I was
app right
saying,
here.
You select top up game,
Yeah.
the top up game icon right there.
Okay.
On the top right. And then you get a token from doing that. And you pick your winning team right here and you enter the match scores.
Ah.
If you think you can predict everything, enter the match scores, then you can get those rewards. Just start spinning.
13 motorcycles, man. That's
2.
kind of crazy.
2 motorcycles.
13.
13?
13.
I thought it was 2.
13 electric motorcycles are still available for you guys to grab. But other than that, you can also hashtag PastiGege because, ladies and gentlemen, thing that we've been talking about throughout the entire regular season is still up for grabs. You can get the WDP or the weekly Diamond Pass at GoPay Games. 100% secure, only 26. Wait, actually, it's 14.9k IDR. That's a big discount from the 26k from the regular season. All you need to do now is just scan the QR code right down below me here to check that out.
Thank you,
Download
GoPay.
the GoPay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, GoPay.
Usually, before GoPay, I used to get WDP from Limcocho.
Oh.
Because he has this TikTok series where if your comment gets read out,
Okay.
you get the WDP. So I made 10, 20 bot accounts to just comment on WDP. Now with GoPay, it's easier.
Much easier. And you know, I feel like days go by easier when you're having a good day. And speaking of having a good day, you gotta taste it right now, guys. So many variants of flavors, including the fantastic mochaccino, the original cappuccino. There's a
grazie,
bliss,
grazie.
the avocado
Grazie.
delight, and of course the groovy cookies. Do we finally get to taste the avocado one?
Ballerina cappuccino.
No avocado.
I don't see it, man.
What about these two
This
flavors?
is the original cappuccino.
Yeah, we just get the cappuccino.
Ballerina cappuccino.
Can I get this?
Assassino
Can I see it?
Here. It's here.
It's here. There's two here. Are they all the same flavor?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I already tried the cappuccino one. I want the avocado one.
The Vakadu? Yeah.
Good day, please.
That's good.
Avocado tomorrow.
Eh?
Please.
Yeah. That's good.
Are you-
We're brothers.
Right. Okay.
That's good.
She thinks it's weird to share drinks. Come on, let's do it again. No, I'm kidding.
What the heck was
What
that?
is going on?
I don't know about all that.
Do you guys share drinks back at home? I don't think that's
We do.
sanitary.
Sanitary?
Sanitary?
Like
well,
hygienic.
we just fight off the
Are
bacteria.
you telling
We're
people
clean.
that their families are unhygienic?
Are you telling?
it's like-
Are you telling us that we
Am I
don't
weird?
shower? We're not
No.
hygienic. We're full of bacteria.
Yeah, I think that you're reaching a bit too far.
Okay, my bad.
I mean, comment down below if you guys share drinks with people.
With the
I share
boys.
drinks.
No, not with people. Not with any random
Everyone.
guy.
Yeah.
With the
General.
boys.
I share drinks
dude.
with my mom
Alright.
as well, so. It
Either
makes me
or.
Italian, by the way. Ballerina cappuccino. Para
You sound like you're having a good time. Feels
Numero
good, yeah?
numero uno, para scusi. Grazie.
Salami.
Feels good having your
Salami,
team move
pastrami,
forward in the
margherita.
playoffs, guys. Look at this. Look at this burst of energy.
Woo!
He's feeling it.
I'm back, baby. Thanks to good day.
Feels so bad for TLID, man.
Yeah.
Woo!
Can't
Feels
help
good for
it.
Onic though. Forgot my jersey. I was supposed to bring it here and
This
shove
is
it on her
actually
face.
a pretty big moment because SPS, Onic was taken down by TLID. Their tournament run was stopped by TLID. Their MDL team was stopped by TL.
Really?
TL Academy.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So it's a bit of a revenge play here for Onic.
I'm vengeance.
I'm Batman.
Amazing. But before we get into our next elimination match
Yes, sir.
between Bigatron and Alter Ego, we are going to go to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere for more Mpl Id Season 15 playoffs action.
sore dan selamat datang di acara Mpl Awards Season 15. Tentunya bahagia banget kita di sini Bude Clara dan juga Alisa karena kita melihat banyak sekali kejadian. Bukan hanya hari ini namun dari babak regular season. Banyak pertarungan sengit antar tim dan sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan secara langsung momen yang tentunya menorehkan sejarah baru bagi dunia e-sports. Yaitu momen penganugerahan, penghargaan, dan apresiasi kepada semua individu yang terlibat di Mpl Indonesia Season 15.
Dan terkhusus untuk para player, coach, komunitas, dan semua yang terlibat karena telah memberikan usaha terbaik mereka selama musim ini. Dan sebentar lagi kami akan mengumumkan siapa saja yang akan menjadi pemenang dalam 5 kategori dalam Mpl Awards Season 15 ini. Dan 5 kategori tersebut adalah kategori Most Improved Player,
kategori Dream Team,
kategori Coaching Team of the Season,
kategori Rookie of the Season,
dan pastinya kategori Regular Season MVP.
Dan sepertinya semuanya udah gak sabar dan penasaran. Jadi langsung saja kami akan bacakan dari nominasi Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulder. Semua player telah menunjukkan kemauan keras dan tidak hanya itu. Mereka juga didukung oleh para teammates, coaching staff, dan juga super fans. Mereka mampu menjadikan setiap player berkembang menjadi player yang lebih kuat lagi dan membawa mereka sampai di titik ini.
Dari seluruh player di season ini yang sudah menunjukkan kemampuan terbaiknya, siapakah player yang mampu membuktikan bahwa dirinya lah player yang terus berkembang dan layak menjadi Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders? Dan nominasinya adalah EVOS Albert,
Geek Aboy,
Bigetron Alpha Eman,
Geek Fam Cops,
Alter Ego Nino. Dan kami akan mengundang kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development Munton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Head and Shoulders untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Terima kasih. Dan pemenang untuk kategori Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders adalah Nino dari Alter Ego. Selamat.
Congratulations Nino. Season demi season dia lalui dan kali ini di season 15 dia menorehkan hal yang begitu baik. Terlihat dari pergantian role-nya tidak membuat ia jadi jatuh, namun malah dia menjadi semakin tinggi dan semakin membaik. Dan selamat untuk Nino dari tim Alter Ego, Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulder. Kenang-kenangan sudah didapatkan, mendapatkan penghargaan langsung dari Mpl Indonesia.
Congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development Munton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Head and Shoulders. Kami persilakan untuk bisa turun dan duduk kembali. Dan kepada Nino dari Alter Ego kami persilakan untuk memberikan speech.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore semuanya. Pertama cuman mau ngucapin makasih sih sama coaching staff Alter Ego, teman-teman semuanya, keluarga yang udah dukung. Tanpa kalian mungkin Nino bukan siapa-siapa ya. Cuman itu aja sih guys, makasih ya guys.
Selamat sekali lagi untuk Nino dan sebagai Most Improved Player tentu tidak mudah. Dia membuktikan dirinya di season ini dan tentu saja Most Improved Player sudah kita dapatkan. Selanjutnya kita akan melihat siapa yang akan menjadi pemenang di kategori Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel.
Pastinya perjuangan setiap tim tidak hanya lahir dari mereka yang bertarung di medan laga. Di balik setiap kemenangan, ada strategi yang diracik dengan cermat dan dorongan motivasi dari para coaching staff baik in-game maupun out-game.
Di Mpl Indonesia Season 15, banyak coach yang mampu mengeluarkan potensi terbaik dari setiap playernya. Dan siapakah coaching team yang berhasil menunjukkan strategi dan tentu saja memberikan yang terbaik pula. Dan nominasi Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hosi,
Onic,
Geek Fam,
Bigetron Esport. Kami akan mengundang kepada Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communication dari Telkomsel untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertama saya ucapkan selamat kepada para tim pemenang yang telah berjuang dari awal sampai saat ini. Telkomsel melalui dunia game sebagai one-stop gaming solution, kemudian simpati terbaik untukmu, mendukung penuh industri dan ekosistem e-sport Indonesia. Saat ini Telkomsel telah 5 musim berturut-turut bergabung dengan teman-teman dari Mpl untuk mendukung ini. Kemudian kita juga mengharapkan agar pro player dapat lebih berprestasi lagi baik dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Sebagai bagian dari mendukung ekosistem di grassroots, e-sport Telkomsel juga menghadirkan dunia games waktunya Indonesia bermain. Semoga juga ini bisa jadi cikal bakal teman-teman player untuk bisa lebih profesional seperti teman-teman yang hadir di sini. Dan kemudian kami coba sampaikan pemenang Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hoshi.
Congratulations! Selamat untuk RRQ Hosi yang sudah berhasil memenangkan Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel. Untuk coaching staff langsung saja. Tentu saja sudah tidak asing dengan panggung ini, coaching staff. Beramai-ramai bertiga, kita tahu sih bagaimana NMM, Cascute, dan juga Rave bisa mengembangkan RRQ hingga titik ini. Menjadi juara regular season dan bahkan membawa mereka ke upper bracket di season 15.
Ya, dan berikut pemenang kita dari Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel, RRQ Hoshi.
Kita abadikan momen ini dengan piagam, penghargaan, dan semua yang telah mereka dapatkan dengan kerja keras dedikasi untuk timnya. Inilah dia, coaching staff dari tim RRQ Hosi.
Congratulations sekali lagi dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communications dari Telkomsel. Kami persilakan untuk kembali dan kepada coaching staff RRQ Hoshi, kami persilakan untuk memberikan speech.
Tes. Selamat sore semuanya. Nggak banyak-banyak sih, paling ya say thank you lah buat RRQ Hoshi, tim semuanya dari manajemen, player yang tetap percaya sama kita. Ditambah kita sekarang nambah personil lagi, ada Rev. Terus kita masih mendapatkan award ini, ya bersyukur. Dan untuk para penonton setia, tetap enjoy minggu ini untuk nonton MPL. Thank you.
Sekali lagi congratulations. Dan memang kita melihat dedikasi yang luar biasa dari gameplay, strategi segala macam telah mereka eksekusi dengan baik. RQC telah mendapatkan awardingnya, namun selanjutnya kita akan memasuki kategori Dream Team of the Season by Good Day. Dan untuk menjadi tim yang hebat tidak hanya coaching staff yang mampu meracik strategi yang apik, tapi juga memerlukan player yang bisa mengeksekusi plan dengan baik.
Dan pastinya para player dari 9 tim sudah menunjukkan kualitasnya di season ini. Walaupun tidak ada tim yang sempurna, namun setiap orang pasti memiliki player impian untuk masuk ke dalam timnya. Dan pastinya Mpl Indonesia ingin mewujudkan seluruh keinginan para superfans. Dan kita akan melihat Bude seperti apa sebenarnya line up Dream Team dari komunitas Mpl Indonesia yang dirasa akan menjadi tim sempurna di Mpl Indonesia.
Ya pastinya menarik karena untuk Dream Team of the Season akan terbagi menjadi 5 kategori. Yaitu Gold Lane, Jungler, EXP Lane, Mid Lane, dan Roamer. Pemenang Dream Team of the Season ini telah melalui tahap voting dalam proses seleksinya.
Dan sebelum kita melihat siapa yang akan memenangkan Dream Team of the Season by Good Day, kita akan memanggilkan terlebih dahulu Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku Brand Manager dari Good Day. Kami persilakan.
Good day everyone. Good day everyone, dengan bangga Kopi Good Day menjadi official sponsor MPL Season 15. Karena kami percaya in the power of positive energy and the spirit of never giving up. We know what it takes to have a good game and push rank at the same time. Karena Kopi Good Day selalu hadir menemani setiap aksi serumu. To all Mobile Legends players out there, keep believing, keep chasing your dreams, and always remember to start a good game with sebotol Good Day. Karena Good Day perlu banyak rasa. Terima kasih. Dan pemenang Dream Team of the Season by Good Day adalah God Laner RRQ Toy. Jungler RRQ Sud Sujin. XP Laner RRQ Giren. Mid Laner RRQ Rings. Dan yang terakhir, Roamer RRQ Idol.
Selamat kami ucapkan untuk para player yang berhasil memenangkan Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku Brand Manager dari Good Day untuk memberikan penghargaan dan piagam dari MPL Indonesia.
Idok telah mendapatkan piagamnya dan kita tahu bahwa menjadi roamer butuh dedikasi yang luar biasa membaca permainan. Selanjutnya pun kita bisa melihat bahwa Idok bisa dibilang dia berhasil untuk memecahkan histori menjadi roamer yang masuk ke dalam MVP leaderboard. Lalu ada Rins, ada Dairen, wow sudah sampai Susujin. Langsung ngebut di sini semua dari RRQ merupakan dream team. Bagaimana tidak? Mereka adalah juara dari regular season.
Betul sekali Bude, kehebatan dari RRQ Hoshi ini pastinya tidak terlepas dari peran Gold Laner, Jungler, EXP Laner, Mid Laner dan juga Roamer. Kita lihat dari timnya yang selalu konsisten memberikan yang terbaik dalam setiap matchnya.
Kita akan berikan momen ini, di mana momen Dream Team by Good Day. Di mana RQ berhasil menyabet keluar dari setiap lane-nya. Menjadikan mereka benar-benar bisa dibilang mendapatkan mendapatkan perhatian dari seluruh super fans di Indonesia. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dedi Natpitupulu selaku brand manager dari Good Day. Kami persilakan untuk turun dan duduk kembali. Terima kasih Bapak Dedi. Dan kepada para pemenang kami persilahkan untuk tim RRQ untuk speech satu persatu dari, ayo siapa nih? Kita RRQ Toy dulu gak sih? Let's go, Gold Laner!
Pertama gue mau ngucapin alhamdulillah dan juga mau ngucapin makasih ke orang tua gue, coaching staff, manajemen, ke Kingdom semua. Jadi makasih aja.
Yeay, itu dia tadi dari RRQ Toy dan selanjutnya our juggler ada RRQ Sutsujin.
Gue cuma mau ngucapin terima kasih ke Kingdom yang udah support dan tentunya award ini menjadi motivasi buat bermain lebih baik lagi. Thank you.
Itulah dia dari Sutsujin, namun selanjutnya ada RRQ Dyron, the XP Laner.
Sebelumnya terima kasih semuanya yang udah support gua dan teammate sampai di titik ini ya. Terima kasih juga yang udah voting kita mendapatkan Dream Team of the season ini.
Yeay, congratulations RRQ Dyron dan selanjutnya mid laner RRQ Ritz.
Pertama-tama mau mengucapkan alhamdulillah bisa dapat lagi. Terus terima kasih buat para Kingdom, fans, yang nge-vote saya. Terima kasih buat keluarga juga.
Itulah dia sang kapten, namun last but not least, romer kita ada Idok.
Ya, yang pertama-tama alhamdulillah bisa menang awards ini. Ya, terima kasih buat Kingdom yang selalu support kami dan keluarga di rumah, manajemen dan coaching team.
Once again, congratulations to Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan untuk bisa kembali. Selamat sekali lagi untuk para pemenang dan selanjutnya di MPL Indonesia Season 15 ini Bude, kita bisa melihat munculnya banyak wajah baru yang hadir dan membuat MPL Indonesia menjadi lebih berwarna. Terdapat 19 rookie yang telah hadir dan membuat MPL Indonesia Season 15 menjadi season dengan rookie terbanyak.
Kita bisa merasakan bahwa regenerasi terus berlanjut. Bahkan hadir lebih masif dibandingkan season-season yang lalu. Wajah baru membawa warna baru untuk MPL Indonesia. Di mana kehadiran para rookie membuat MPL Indonesia lebih kompetitif dan lebih panas.
Dan pastinya potensi para rookie terbilang tidak kalah dari para seniornya. Namun ada banyak rookie yang di season ini tampil dengan sangat gemilang dan bahkan performanya tidak terlihat seperti rookie.
Betul, dan kira-kira dari banyaknya potensi yang lahir di MPL Indonesia Season 15, jadi makin penasaran gak sih? Siapakah yang layak menjadi Rookie of the Season by GoPay? Nominasinya adalah
Geek Make It,
Onic Savero,
RRQ Toy,
Alter Ego Rene,
Geek Kenziski,
Tim Liquid ID Kyo,
Navi X Magic,
Dewa Maybe,
Alter Ego Arfi,
Navi Woshipol.
Kami undang kepada Bapak Rudi Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing dari GoPay untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Rookie of the Season by GoPay.
Ya, selamat sore semuanya. Terima kasih Budi dan Alicia. Terima kasih juga buat Muntun. Tidak terasa sudah 3 season, 3 musim GoPay menemani teman-teman di sini semua dan mempersembahkan penghargaan bagi talenta muda Indonesia yang berbakat, yang berhasil membuktikan diri mereka di panggung e-sport Indonesia. Ya, saya rasa kita semua setuju, season 15 ini masih mengusung tema yang sama seperti musim lalu. Ya, temanya tentang regenerasi, tentang para rookie yang muda dan berani. Tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat saya kepada para pemain yang senior, tapi kita melihat bahwa musim ini benar-benar para rookie menjadi andalan di tim mereka masing-masing. Ya. GoPay sebagai salah satu official e-wallet yang mensponsori MDL, MPL, dan M-Series selama 2 tahun berturut-turut, saya khususnya mendapat privilege bahwa saya bisa melihat perkembangan dari pemain masing-masing. Ya, yang membuat saya sangat bangga. Rookie of the Season MDL Season 9 dan Rookie of the Season MDL Season 10 berada di dalam nominasi Rookie of the Season MPL Season 15 ini. Jadi 2 dari antara mereka itu berhasil naik level dan main di MPL Season 15 kali ini. Dan gak cuma mereka naik level, tapi mereka membuktikan diri mereka benar-benar bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan, bahkan membawa tim mereka berlaga di upper bracket playoff kali ini. Naik level, bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan. Sama seperti GoPay yang terus hadir menemani para player Mlbb untuk terus boleh naik level dengan GoPay Games, gopay.co.id/games, tempat web top up di mana teman-teman bisa menjadi wadah untuk terus berkembang dan naik level dengan top up yang konsisten dengan harga murah. Kami ingin pengalaman bermain menjadi hashtag pasti GG. Kemudian GoPay juga hadir dengan aplikasi baru untuk terus bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan sebagai kegiatan sehari-hari untuk mengisi pulsa, membeli paket data, membayar tagihan listrik, membayar tagihan internet. Juga kami hadir dengan feature-feature finansial, tabungan, transfer, dan kami terus berkomitmen untuk menginovasi sehingga GoPay terus menjadi andalan bagi teman-teman gamers. Akhir kata, untuk semua pemain Mobile Legends, dimanapun semua berada, juga untuk para nominasi Rookie of the Season Mpl Id Season 15, terus berprestasi, terus semangat, berikan yang terbaik, dan bisa mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Maju terus e-sport Indonesia. Dan saya akan membacakan yang menjadi Rookie of the Season Mpl Id Season 15 by GoPay adalah Maykids dari Geek Fam.
Congratulations Maykids! The Smiling Jungler telah berhasil mendapatkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Sejak debutnya hingga regular season berakhir, namanya tak pernah hilang dari perbincangan superfans, dari perbincangan para talent. Dan tentu saja dia akan langsung mendapatkan penghargaan dari Bapak Rudy. Dan ini adalah tentunya yang diharapkan dari Maykids sebagai rookie mendapat apresiasi dan dari GoPay.
Congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Rudy Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing GoPay. Kami persilakan untuk Maykids dari GameFam untuk memberikan speech.
Pertama-tama alhamdulillah aja, nggak expect sih bisa dapat rookie. Ya makasih buat coaching staff, orang tua sama tim gua nge-support gua terus. Makasih.
Terima kasih The Smiling Jungler. The Jungler gemoy, banyak sekali nama yang dia dapatkan. Namun sang Rookie of the Season dari tim Geek Fam memang masuknya tuh membawa sejarah baru. Geek Fam masuk upper bracket, juga bisa dibilang berkat dirinya. Dan banyak sekali tentunya kita melihat performa Maykids yang membuat kita wow.
Betul sekali, membuat kita terkejut dan layak sekali pastinya untuk memenangkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Dan yang tidak kalah luar biasa pastinya adalah player yang bisa terus-menerus memberikan penampilan yang maksimal di setiap matchnya. Dan membawa timnya menjadi lebih baik di setiap pertandingannya.
Dan kali ini kita akan memasuki dan membacakan nominasi untuk MVP Regular Season by Samsung. Dan nominasinya adalah Onic Kairi, RRQ Idok, Geek Make It, Bigetron Eman, Onic Sans.
Semuanya pasti deg-degan. Maka dari itu kami akan langsung mengundang Bapak Martinus Manurung, Head of Esports Business Development Munton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Samsung untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori MVP Regular Season by Samsung.
Baik, dan pemenang kategori Regular Season MVP by Samsung Galaxy adalah selamat kepada Idok dari tim RRQ. Roshi.
Selamat untuk Idok dari tim RRQ yang sudah berhasil memenangkan MVP Regular Season by Samsung. Ia merupakan satu-satunya roamer yang masuk ke MVP Leaderboard dan nominasi MVP Regular Season dengan 3 kali Player of the Week. Idok membuktikan bahwa roamer ternyata juga bisa menjadi carry untuk timnya.
Back to back nih Idok, tadi baru naik sekarang naik lagi. Memang Idok menorehkan sejarah baru bagi roamer Indonesia. Dan kita melihat banyak sekali yang didapatkan dengan kerja keras yang ia berikan. Banyak sekali. Dan inilah dia MVP regular season. Seorang roam yang masuk ke dalam leaderboard dan berhasil memenangkan. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung sudah memberikan penghargaan dan inilah dia Idok. Dipersilahkan untuk sepatah dua patah nyanyi juga boleh Dok.
Ya yang pertama-tama gue nggak nyangka lah bisa dapat MVP regular season. Ya piala ini membuktikan buat para roamer ya bisa bersaing dengan role yang lain. Dan gue juga makasih buat teammates gue yang selalu mendukung gue, coaching staff, manajemen yang mempercayai gue, dan keluarga di rumah. Thank you.
Congratulations sekali lagi untuk RRQ Idok. Wow, luar biasa sekali prestasi yang ditorehkan ya Bude.
Iya, gak kerasa ya. Udah banyak kategori kita bacakan, sudah ada 5 para pemenang pun juga sudah kita dapatkan. Banyak sekali mungkin yang benar-benar menikmati bahwa apresiasi diberikan. Dan kita langsung aja mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada semua yang telah bergabung bersama kami di sini dari awal hingga akhir, baik yang ada di Jakarta International Velodrome maupun yang ada di rumah menonton secara online.
Dan tidak lupa juga pastinya kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh player, pelatih, manajer tim, content creator, komunitas, sponsor, dan pastinya penggemar dan para super fans yang telah membuat Mpl Indonesia Season 15 menjadi yang terbaik hingga saat ini. Kalian adalah tulang punggung komunitas Mpl Indonesia.
Benar sekali. Dan memang kita melihat semuanya bersatu untuk hari ini. Tak lupa kita ingin mengucapkan congratulations. Selamat untuk para pemenang. Semoga penghargaan ini memacu semangat kalian untuk terus berjuang, berkembang, dan menjadikan dunia esports Indonesia semakin besar dan kuat.
Dan tidak terasa selesai sudah dibacakannya 5 nominasi Mpl Award Season 15. Dan sekarang waktunya untuk Aliza bersama Bude pamit undur diri. Namun jangan kemana-mana karena sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan match yang seru antara Bigetron yang akan berhadapan dengan Alter Ego.
Tentu saja ini yang dinantikan pula bagaimana kelanjutan dari hari yang pertama babak playoff. Jadi sampai jumpa dan selamat menyaksikan Mpl Indonesia Season 15 Playoff. We are this!
baru. Alpha Intelligence, tambah makin next level, always race. Wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Alpha Intelligence, tambah makin next level, always race. Semua game kita nggak worry. Fast story. Victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Ada tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games max andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always risk. Wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always risk. Semua game kita gak worry. Victory! Victory!
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals. Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
intelligence. Don't got my thing next level, always rest. Wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence. Don't got my thing next level, always rest. Semuanya kita nggak worry. Victory. Guns victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Jakarta International Velodrome, bersiaplah untuk berderum drum semua hal untuk menyambut match kedua antara Big Catron dan Alter Ego. Ini adalah pertarungan do or die. Kedua tim ini harus bisa memberikan yang mereka miliki. Karena kesempatan hanya satu kali saja di babak play-in. Mereka memang finish di klasemen yang begitu tipis, posisi 4 dan 5. Namun dengan histori yang begitu memukau dan memikat, kita tidak bisa lupa bahwa kedua tim ini selalu baku hantam. Mereka selalu memberikan gameplay yang begitu apik dan menarik. Dan kalau kita bahas tentang babak playoff di musim lalu, bagaimana kita bisa melupakan bahwa Alter Ego harus go home dengan skor yang cukup telak di tangan tim di Gatroin. Dan progres dari kedua tim kita bisa saksikan bahwa balas-membalas sudah terjadi di season 15. Leg pertama, Bigatron berhasil menumbangkan dengan 2-0. Namun di leg kedua, Alter Ego berhasil membalas dengan 2-0 pula. Dan pertempuran yang bisa kita bilang baku hantam tak akan usai. Akan terus berlanjut di babak playoff. Namun hanya akan ada satu tim yang melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Dan satu tim lainnya harus berpuas diri. Dan ini adalah pertemuan mereka yang bisa dibilang di babak playoff sering sekali bertemu. Dan histori terus akan berlanjut. Seperti apa tim akan menulis dari histori mereka. Dan tentu saja kita juga penasaran seperti apa keramaian, keseruan dari Big Troopers yang udah ramai di sini. Dan juga Alter Champs yang sudah mulai bersiap. Dan kita akan menyaksikan bahwa banyak sekali pertemuan yang kita nantikan. Dua tim bisa dibilang baku hantam terus menerus. Dan tentu saja acara hari begitu meriah babak playoff bisa mengumpulkan semua super fans dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia dan bahkan dunia. Dan tentunya tak lekang dari dukungan para sponsor dan partner. Karena Mpl Indonesia season 15 babak playoff powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day, dan juga kita punya partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawkband. Dan supplier kita ada RSV Helmet, UBS Gold, Kila Food, Royal Guard, Mercon Merah Putih, Imaginary, dan Jakarta International Velodrome. Dan mengingat bahwa playoff apapun bisa terjadi, semuanya akan benar-benar kita lihat siapa yang akan berdiri dan siapa yang akan tunduk. Di match pertama 3-1, usai begitu saja. Nasib tim akan benar-benar tergantung dari bagaimana mereka bisa beradaptasi di babak playoff ini. Semuanya berekspektasi, semuanya ingin menyaksikan pertarungan yang epic. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama Jakarta International Velodrome. Inilah dia pertemuan Bigatron dan Alter Ego.
Another elimination match ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, as we're back for Mpl Id Season 15 playoffs here live in Jakarta International Velodrome. Back with me, Eterna, alongside with Arashi, as well as Realize. And we're going straight into yet another bout of the Chaos Derby.
Dude, Chaos Derby in the playoffs, we haven't seen this in a long time. They were playing that recording of us, not of us, but of Alter Ego and Bigatron.
Of you?
In Bali, dude, in Season 8. Dude, the nostalgia hit me like a truck, man. We haven't seen this in so long, and I think, dude, if you thought that the earlier match was loud, in theory, this should be the louder match, dude.
Yeah, this actually goes back to kind of the lore of why this was called the Chaos Derby to begin with, right? Season 7, it was BTR, I believe, that sent Alter Ego home on the play-ins on the first day of the playoffs. And they said, what? I think they said something spicy in Season 7. They were like, Alter Ego, go home.
Go home.
And then in Season 8, sorry. In Season 8, Alter Ego were the ones to be able to take down BTR on the first day of the play-ins and singing Sayonara.
Sayonara.
That's a little bit of the lore. So ever since then, it's been very spicy when they meet each other in the regular season. But finally, we get to see them in the playoffs. We did have a little bit of a survey going on earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys can go ahead and check out
and vote what you guys thought. I kind of missed it. What was the topic? Did you guys catch it?
One of them being they will take revenge. That's
Okay.
it.
What was the main
Okay.
question though?
Who will win the 6th Chaos Derby?
Oh, this is the 6th.
Yeah.
And I believe the score right now, the tally, should be 3-2 for Alter Ego.
Yep. Ooh.
So a certain young red-headed man was saying it's time to equalize the score.
Absolutely, absolutely. 3-2, 6. Will it go in favor of Alter Ego or will it go in favor of BTR? But before that, we do want to discuss a certain new figure that has climbed his ranks in the regular season and made his way to later on, though. We'll be talking about that. We're talking about this first. Again, it's a little bit of a nostalgia, a breakthrough that we're looking at, the Sayonara versus the Go, Go, Go Home thing. This is something that we did explain earlier on. We're looking at the past matches and their results. But honestly, 2-0 Alter Ego in the final week of the regular season. What are your guys' thoughts on today?
I mean, today will be very, very close. I feel like that 2-0 was reminiscent of how Bigatron were performing, obviously. Alter Ego, they were able to put an Arfi onto the lineup. That guy's the one who we will be talking about.
Yeah, I got excited.
Yeah, we will
Too
be
excited
talking
for
about him. Spoiled, but I think for Arfi, he has been able to adapt to the team very, very well. He fit in like a glove for Alter Ego. People were talking about Highs leaving. Will that be impact? Will that have an impact to Alter Ego? But turns out it's Arfi just making plays left and right, and of course Rin is always also there. So I felt like the Chaos Derby kind of lost its touch when Key left, when Pai left.
Right, the vocal ones.
Yeah, the vocal ones, right? The ones who are...
Look at Udil.
Udil as
Oh,
well,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
The trash talkers, basically. But now Rin is reinstated into the Alter Ego lineup, and then you have Arfi as well, people who also talk. It feels like they're spicing up the heat again.
That's definitely what we were expecting, what we were hoping for, right? Come on, man. We're Indonesia. This is a country known for spicy cuisine. We gotta have spicy players too.
Yeah.
We should.
Fair point, fair point. For sure, for sure, for sure. So back to the audience topic voting earlier on. Oh, there you go. Who will win the 6th Chaos Derby in the play-ins? It looks like...
Bigatron?
I can't see.
Bigatron.
43% to BTR continues dominance over Alter Ego.
Dominant.
Not surprising. I wouldn't call it dominance, but...
I mean, Alter Ego were able to get the last laugh, at least in regular season, the closing match.
Yeah.
2-0. But Bigatron has been always criticized for, you know, choking in the playoffs, not making it to the last cut. So I hope they're able to show much more sustainability in the playoffs and then provide us with, you know, a chaotic match that should be chaotic.
That should be what we're looking at, but we've got to address the problems with BTR. Right? So...
Which is?
Exactly. Let's talk about it.
Oh, okay. Well, something I've heard before, some people have voiced out concerns about how Bigatron, they have a very good gold laner, right? No one's debating that.
He's the gold laner.
But is this team becoming a bit too reliant on said gold laner? We just saw earlier a team that has always been able to rely on Fabian. You saw how Onic approached that, man. Fabian taken out of the equation. There's nothing to say that Alter Ego can't do something similar, especially because if you look at their situation, it's the exact opposite. They have multiple ways, multiple channels to try and get that win.
Absolutely, and one of which is Arfi, right?
Yes, sir.
Arfi, we have Rin, we have these really new young blood players coming through from the side of Alter Ego that have really shaped and held on to how they've been able to perform this season. But finally we get to, you know, the topic that I've been waiting for. Chasing the gold standard. You're seeing Arfi and Kelra up on your screen right now, and the big question is whether or not Arfi can actually follow in the footsteps of the golden standard in the gold lane, which is Kelra.
Yeah, back rooms, we're talking about this being a far-fetched statement, but I guess it's all about the process. It's all about making it up there, right? Kelra, I was about to say Kelra at first was having his own process, but he turned out to win MSC right away, so I can't really say much.
Yeah, he kind of exploded onto the scene, so...
It's unfair.
I think people are drawing comparisons with how explosive the debut was. Arfi, dude, within the first few games, savage, if I'm not mistaken.
Against RQ.
Shut up, bro. We did not need that extra information.
Okay, I will.
That,
keep it to myself.
that was a little personal for Arashi.
It's a critical hit.
What I'm trying to say is that it's a savage on your debut against RRQ. RRQ was the leading team in the regular season.
Absolutely.
They were the Titans that everybody was fearful of.
Yes.
So that just adds more, I think, more spice to the mix, and it adds more credibility to RFE that he won't be tackled by the stage jitters.
For sure, for sure. And whether or not BTR as well can actually get through that kind of hindrance, because you mentioned earlier on, right? BTR, when it comes down to playoffs, it feels like there's kind of something going on with them, and they kind of fail to get all the way into the grand finals. So it's a little bit of a flashback to Season 7? Was that? Yeah, Season 7 of BTR alongside with EVOS. It's BTR's mission now to come back to MSC to represent Indonesia once again here in 2025 from their last time, which was 2021.
Dude, I mean, it's such a different time. Look at the familiar face that we saw there. Mr. Age, the mad scientist. We saw Key still in Bigatron. No, who was it? The twins. I keep forgetting which twin.
Max.
Madamax.
Were they both there in Season 7?
No, the one.
Season 7
it was Max.
I think it's Max, right? So I mean, dude, what a trip, man. But Season
Brand.
7, Brand was still there.
Yeah.
I mean, I bet Mirko was having a nostalgia trip immediately. He has all those rosters locked
Exactly.
in.
And that's why it's funny, because back in the day, Season 7, when Brands was in the roster, well, of course, he kind of wasn't available for the MSC run, but it was all around the gold lane. Paspam Brands. That's where it came from. It wasn't when he was at EVOS. It was when he was with BTR. And now, one of the biggest questions is, BTR have kind of fallen back to that Season 7 strategy, that one-dimensional BTR. That poses the big question. If they're so one-dimensional, will they be able to go all the way into the grand finals here?
And that's the thing, because for Bigatron, this is a team with flexibility. We know that Luke can go and have that carry style. He also has that Masha in his arsenal. On top of that, the Moreno can carry as well. But it really seems like when they do carry, it's out of necessity. It's out of circumstance. Bigatron doesn't seem to have, I don't know, like a game plan where they are going to rely on Luke to hard carry, where they're going to rely on Moreno to just snowball out of control. It seems like, okay, it's always Iman.
Technically, it's always Iman and Moreno, reflecting back to the regular season.
Yeah, but it seems like it's mainly Iman, and then, you know, Moreno is just there. And if Iman falls short, then Moreno is always around, right? But we haven't, I don't think we've seen a very, like, Moreno-centric...
Moreno-Selena matches? I'd say he'd be hard carrying as well. Instead, I'd say he'd be the spear, facilitating Iman in that regard. So it really depends on the drafts.
But he's facilitating Iman.
For later on.
I think it's fair, because Iman is just world class. This guy is way too good to ignore. Why would you choose a winning condition that isn't the best winning condition? You could choose Iman because he's the best goal laner there is in Mpl Id. Let's be fair.
I agree.
This guy is so good to just ignore.
But that's in the regular season when you're trying to get points, when you're trying to get something. But now in the playoffs, it's a whole different ball game. It's a best of 5. If you are too used to just Iman, there are 3 games technically or more for your opponents to kind of solve it out. And when that happens, I really hope that Bigatron has alternatives.
We have a lot of questions, ladies and gentlemen, but of course only the players will be able to answer it because it looks like they are ready. We haven't seen the Chaos Derby in quite some time, but here they are walking up on stage.
The Jakarta International Velodrome will bear witness of yet another Chaos Derby. Not just another Chaos Derby, it's an elimination match with both teams possibly duking it out with every inch of their power. Mechanical Titans without a crown. They have time and time again fell short. In front of them are the 3 masked men standing strong. Forged in crimson steel, it is Bigatron. And the 3 masked men behind it with the thirst for chaos. It is Alter Ego.
That is the Chaos Derby, ladies and gentlemen. Walking down right now, here are the coaches. And NFR, along with Theo Nile. And of course, our marshal here bringing Dimas, bringing in Sefer and Tazi.
Dimas.
Let's see, man. The drafts have been so important all the way from the beginning. We've seen it happen in the first match. The drafts can immediately decide who gets the upper hand and who can actually get a straightforward path towards victory. So the homework, the research has begun way, way back in the past 2 weeks, but it's gonna come to conclusion now.
We've seen the impact that the draft can have in our opening match of the day. We saw when the draft coming in from Onic was a little bit questionable, that gave TLID the loophole to be able to get in that victory, that one game victory earlier on. So the drafts will be a huge decider. And we're now going to take a look at BTR's meta check.
Well, immediately, right, the pocket picks do stand out. See that Masha that was popularized by Bigatron. Along with that, the most banned, the Fanny as well. So this is a different situation here, because before Bigatron Esports, one of their main solid carries is their jungler. But we're in a different time. Annabelle definitely has a ton of potential, but he hasn't really been the most flexible or the most dominant of junglers so far. So that is something that we have to wait and see. If he can step up to the plate right now, that could be the extra factor alongside Moreno as well as Eman to really kind of throw some confusion into the drafting mind game.
It's insane for me how Luke is able to absorb at least one ban. So technically, the enemy team will only have 4 bans because that one ban will be targeted towards his Masha, right? And that just gives Bigatron more leeway to then navigate in the draft and dictate what draft they want to bring. For Alter Ego, it's always been the Granger, obviously since highs. But I think RFP with the Granger, this is the hero that he got the Savage, by the way, against RRQ. He's able to perform very well in this hero as well. And they like it. They like it so much.
For Alter Ego, you do see that Leo Mort lurking around in the bottom right corner. Beware of that. But if you look at the most banned, again, the Fanny has been banned by both these teams. So are we gonna see a match without a Fanny ban? Because they respectively don't seem to be that confident with their jungler's Fanny performance.
Is Annabelle good with the Fanny though?
I think he hasn't. It's okay, but he really isn't like Kyrie level.
I'd prefer it to fall. I'd prefer it to be banned rather than fall to the hands of Rin, because Rin is.
But Rin is also okay.
Yeah, they're just decent with the Fanny.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why this is kind of different. Because before, oh man, with Fabian and
yeah.
Kyrie, there's no way that
There's
Fanny
no way.
sees the light of day.
No way,
Makes sense.
But now that might happen. And considering the stakes right now, do teams want to try and take that risk and go for something like the Fanny despite the lackluster performance? And another factor for the 3 masks here is Nino.
Absolutely.
Nino.
Nino then and now. 5th to 6th place in Mpl Id Season 7 back then. And then he was able to get the best gold laner in his next season. It's a different kind of storyline to what we saw in our first match, considering that they were able to finally lift the trophy. But that's why Alter Ego are called the Uncrowned Kings, right?
Yep.
Haven't been able to lift it up, but this might be that rare season and that rare occasion that Alter Ego has that chance, because among all the casters, we've seen a lot of them actually saying that Alter Ego is the dark horse of the playoffs.
And I can agree. When I was asked myself, who do you think is the dark horses of the playoffs season 15? It's Alter Ego, man. If they do indeed improve at a adequate pace, there's no saying that they can't really beat Bigatron, man. They have the flexibility, they have the standout players, and Nino has improved so much, especially considering he moved over to a different role. On the opposing side, though, this is a man that has not moved roles, has stayed consistent. What Mirko would refer to as the smartest gold laner in Indonesia.
He did it before it was cool.
Before he was
cool,
cool, yes.
like the item swapping, that was insane. That was groundbreaking.
That was only a jungler thing.
That was only a jungle thing. Exactly. So the fact that he was able to do it back then, I don't remember what season it was. It was like super long ago, before it was cool. This is why Eman, up until this point, is still the golden standard for gold laners in Indonesia.
Don't forget the itemization. That's one of the things that made Mirko, that really impressed Mirko as well. when he was able to just go with a weird, unorthodox item build. But when you look at it, when you try and see the intention behind it, it all makes sense. And that's something that's going to be very valuable, especially when interests matter in a matchup like this. A different item or even a different item component can swing the balance in favor of your team. So we are definitely going to keep an eye out for that for Eman. And look at the hero pool. Dang.
I actually really wanted to talk about Luke. We talked about Nino earlier on, the fact that he's really developed and progressed in his performance. But what did you guys think about Luke in the regular season? Sure, we're seeing him being on the top 5 player of hero pools, especially in the EXP lane particularly. But yeah, performance-wise for Luke in the regular season?
Yeah, it was solid, but I always say that, you know, in Geek Fam he had much more freedom, to be honest. And Megatron is not given that much of a task to be the enabler for the team, but I think he's fitting well, and he could be the main carry for Megatron attack.
I feel like it might be the difference between who he's bouncing off of. Because we've always mentioned the synergy between the EXP lane and the roam position is always going to be so important. Back then, Luke was with Beloyski, and Beloyski knows how to adjust, how to kind of bring out the best in his teammates. So now, in Bigatron, he's usually paired up with roamers with their own, with a strong sense of identity as well. Back then with Key, now with Light as well. So it's almost like there's not a clear direction on who's actually steering the boat. And, you know, in the highest level of Mobile Legends, that has to be cleared out in order for the EXP lane and the roam both to be able to make those plays more confidently.
Exactly. So, Light or Finn? See,
Okay.
that's another thing that we're not really sure what to expect. Because up until the very end of the regular season, they still have been swapping out these roamers.
Yeah, we cut Light some slack.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Wait, what up? Whoa!
Is that Optimum Pride?
That's pretty cool too.
Optimum Pride, though.
Sorry to cut you off, realize I just got caught off guard. What the heck was that?
Earlier.
Me too.
Now it's Optimum.
Optimum Pride.
Optimum Pride.
We can't say the whole thing. We can't say the whole thing.
Yeah, we can't say the whole.
It's Optimus Prime.
You gotta ask Midnight later.
Oh, I think I know.
Yeah. So Optimus Prime, Optimum Pride,
Optimum
yes.
Pride, babe. Say Optimum Pride, though.
Yeah, exactly.
So going back, Finn or Light?
I started my point by saying that we cut Light some slack early on because maybe he's still trying to adapt to the language, communication issues and all that. But I think coming into the regular season and towards the end, I think Finn was much more dynamic because, you know, Light wasn't really able to go online when he wasn't able to get his power picks like the Cho, the Chip. And even with the Chip, sometimes his engages were questionable. Like he was following up and crashing into the second tier turret while it's still standing and everyone just follows suit, ending up with them all dying. But for Finn, it's always him able to play different types of heroes, different approaches in the team fight. So personally speaking, I would prefer to have Finn because they look more solid, but I'm not trying to discredit Light. He's good in his own regard. But as of now, Finn, I think, is much more dynamic.
Well, especially with the drafting phase being so important right now, I do feel like Finn brings a lot more questions towards the opponents because he's been a bit more flexible, and we've seen him with being decent with a lot more heroes compared to
He
Light.
picked up the Angela, even.
Yeah. Exactly. With Light, when he gets his signature heroes, he pops off. That's great. But when he doesn't, it's not really as consistent. So it's kind of the highs and lows versus the consistency. And if you want Luke also to gain a bit more consistency, I feel like Finn would be the right answer. But who knows?
Who knows? I guess we'll see as we get into the drafting phase. We kind of missed the earlier lineup because it was shown to us who was playing.
It's Light though that's playing. Right?
Oh, it's Light.
Yeah, he was in the frame, right? It was.
Oh, you're right. It is Light. Okay, there you go.
He was playing with his phone.
So here are the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 5 elimination match between Alter Ego as well as BTR. That's not Onic. I think a little bit
hey!
Whoa!
We won our match.
They can't move on, man.
We won our match.
Even the asset can't move on. Blue side Alter Ego, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. These are fast picks coming through. Fredrin, Masha, Chip Banda by Alter Ego. Onic, BTR go for the Hayabusa Jory and the Phobius ban. They pick up the Baxia for Alter Ego, and the Luo Yi and the Kalia gets picked up.
The Baktia is very good, especially against a Harith. We talked about this, the Kimi, some sort. It's some sort of a denied pick to the Kimi as well. But with the Baktia, you can skip the Dominance Ice, the Genius Wand early on with Glowing Wand as well. You can skip anti-regen items so that you can accelerate core items that helps you with the skirmish, because he has his own built-in anti-regen with Tortoise Passance in the ultimate, so that really helps. So for again, for Bigatron, excuse me, I got off guard as well right there. For Bigatron, Kalea Luo Yi, the Kalea has been their bread and butter. They're gonna probably pair this up with a Beatrix later on if they wanna open it right now.
Oh.
Selena though, for Hijume, that's a pick stolen then from Moreno.
Kind of, but with the lawyer already in the picture, I think Moreno wouldn't be too concerned about that.
That's true.
But, oh boy, we've seen this before, by the way. Shield Unity into a skill shot.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it before with a Franco, I believe. Now with the Selena, there's a chance they can elevate this combo even more. So far, we've seen what could be the trio mid already from Alter Ego, but we'll have to wait and see. They definitely have the rotational advantage, especially in the early game.
Yeah.
But remember, with the diversion, things aren't always what they see.
But I'd say that that combo is kind of telegraphed, because the Abyssal Arrow is kind of slow, right? Even if it received a few buffs, moving faster, compared it to the Iron Hook just goes fast. It's instant. But the Abyssal Arrow is kind of telegraphed, so, you know, the execution needs to go down to the minute details.
All right. We're coming to the second phase now of the ban and picks. Looks like Valentina is the choice of a ban coming through from BTR, I believe.
Valentina, yeah.
Valentina ban. Why do you think the Valentina ban here? Do you think it's a potential deny Lucas, Edith?
Or maybe the Selena might go roam, but yeah, they picked up the box. Nah, there's no way. Wait, well, wait till the end of Valentina then. Yeah, kind of makes sense.
Because
there you go, because Lucas picked.
But
boom.
Because Valentina can be picked up by Nino in the EXP lane.
That's true.
And he has done it before.
Yeah.
Amazingly, by the way.
Yeah.
He wrecked that match.
It was insane.
Kind of carrying, so hey. Now for Alter Ego, they bend the glue as well. Trying to make sure that Nino can't get on anything that's a bit too,
Good morning, good evening everyone. It is still Mpl Id Playoffs Day 1 at syempre may watch party ang Just ML. Hello, I'm Yuko. Kasama ko si Brokey tsaka si Toko dito. Kung kanina 3-1 ang naging result ng laban ng Onic versus TLID, Onic ang nanalo by the way, so eliminated na po ang TLID. Now it is a best of 5 between BTR tsaka AE. But panel, kamusta muna ang performance ng dalawang teams na to throughout regular season? Consistent ba? Sino yung mas shaky sa kanilang dalawa?
Yung feeling ko yung ano? Ay, hindi. Pare silang shaky eh. Pare silang inconsistent. Yung BTR, ano to eh, parang kapag trip nilang talunin yung kalaban, tatalunin nila.
Kapag hindi.
Tsaka kahit bigyan mo sila ng magandang drop, parang tumatalong. May ganun.
Especially itong Alter Ego. Sila yung team na di ko alam kung nagtitrip o yun talagang playstyle nila eh. Di ko alam. Pero sa game na to, BTR ako. Ayoko dyan sa Alter Ego.
Parang ganda. Maganda nga actually first 3 picks ng BTR dito plus the Grange to top it off. Things are looking pretty good, pero pag-usapan din natin ang Selena pick na to. Sa MPL PH at least, super laking tulong or ang ganda ng impact ng isang Selena. Did we see the same impact sa MPL ID?
Pag BTR gumagamit, pag si Moreno. Pero pag iba, parang hindi ko sure.
Not sure paano. Especially someone as early.
Hindi sila mahilig mag-ganyan eh.
Yeah.
Selena?
No.
Hindi ko sila nakikita mas madalas ka pang nakikita mag-Faramis yung MPL ID kesa sa MPL PH.
Oo nga no, mas nag-Faramis nga sila. Nag-transition na din ata kasi yung meta natin, but tinanggalan nila ng 1-1 si Eman. I feel like a lot of people definitely respect yung 1-1 ni Eman. But they did leave ang Granger dito, Harith tsaka Ling. Oh, ang last 2 picks. Very interesting to see na last pick ang Ling. Tokwa, inom ka muna ng tubig dyan. So, Brokey, prediction sa last pick ng BTR?
Hindi ako masyadong reliant sa late game tong AE.
Yun nga eh.
Right?
Mahirapan silang kumontes ng Turtles, panigurado bigay lahat.
Nakaselina pa sila.
Yun nga. paano pag nag-snowball ng maaga tong BTR? Paano sila didepensa?
Okay na sana yung backshot nila eh. Backshot jungle.
Kala ko nga backshot jungler na eh.
Oo, kaya gulat ako eh.
What if Ling Roam pala yun?
Parang kung titignan mo lang, yung line up
Nag-trip.
dito ng BTR, yung unang, tapos binigyan mo pa ng Josie Light.
Hindi maganda performance ni Light sa Cho ngayon
Pero
sa
kahit
Mpl
siguro
Id.
hindi maganda yung performance niya, kung ikaw yung Ling, sobrang hirap ng lagay mo na hindi lang Cho yung iiwasan mo, pati yung Kalea, yung Tsunami Slam niya.
Ang gumawa nito last time, alam ko si ano, TLID. Kalea Cho.
Nakalimutan ko lang kung nag-work ba siya.
Nag-work.
Paano kaya yung ano nila nito? Kailangan magkasundo si Light tsaka si Luke. Sino yung magpapapap ng Purify, sino yung susunod magpapalo up. Kasi may isa sa kanila na magpapap ng Purify ng Harit eh.
Alam mo kung ano kailangan nila para magawa yun.
Tira?
Tama, actually. Pero healthy communication din, guys.
Feeling ko mas okay kung si Light yung magpapapap ng
Purify.
Kasi,
yeah.
Kasi pwede mo bang, ewan ko nga paano gumagana yung Purify sa Way of the Dragon. Kasi pwede mo pa rin sipahin eh. If napapansin nyo, makakalakad ka, pero may slight CC pa din yung Jeet Kundo ng Cho sa Purify.
Kesa naman doon sa Kalina talagang pag nalapitan ka, tas ano ka,
wala na. Purify na.
Tanggapin mo na lang.
So mas okay siguro Cho yung magtanggal ng Purify.
Seems like it. Alright, so ito po ang ating game number 1 again, best of 5. Ang ating series number 2, final series for today. Pagkatapos nito, Nostra na tayo, bukas ng 12 noon.
Mamaya.
Nostra mamaya.
Kinabahan ako.
Di mo alam, overtime tayo ngayon, Tokwa.
Shit.
Kasi isang linggo ata, 2 linggo na tayo walang ginagawa, sabi ni
Pero
Brokey.
teka, Light kagad yung kukuha ng first blood. Sabi na nga natin, delikado na nga mag-i-snowball yung lineup ng BTR. Na first blood pa sila ni Light mismo.
Pero mas delikado yung kasi Annabelle na ako
Pero okay na rin kahit si Light. Kasi it means na lalamang siya ng level. Ganito sa early ng laban, importante na mayroong kagang ultimate yung roamer mo. Lalo na Tsunami Slam, parang -1 kagad yan para sa BTR.
Pero hindi ko talaga gusto dito yung
Yung Ling.
Yung Ling.
Okay yung Harit eh. Okay lang naman siguro yung Harit, no?
Ba't kayo magliling?
Sobrang reliant yung sa
Tapos, tingnan mo, yung backshot nilagay pa nila sa XP lane.
Kala ko nga, Okay.
Mas okay yan, Rom eh.
Hindi, kala ko ang gagawin nila dito.
Si Light yung Kalia.
Yup.
You were saying.
Discipline. Kala ko ang gagawin dito ng AE. Baksha, jungler, Badang XP, mid Selena, tapos Rome Angela.
Mas better yun.
Kasi 'di ba, parang meron kayong late, meron kayong early. Ganto na reliant kayo sa late game. Wala silang kakayanang kumontes ng turtle,
Nada. Ay no, pag magkakasama sila, kino-corner lang din.
Yun ginanon lang yung Ling. Tempest of Blade na force out lang ng ganun. Ginagawang pagkain yung AE. Tama yan? Okay yung drop ng BTR.
Tama yan,
tumak out.
Para tapos na yan.
Shoutout sa iyo, Ito Mac.
Ay, si Annabelle! Ayun lang. Nagkamali ka, boss.
Nag-diversion ng low health. Si Annabelle.
Kala niya kasi superhero ka, boy.
Okay. XP Cho pala to.
XP Cho.
Kaya nga sabi ko, nagulat ako kasi si Kalia yung, si Light yung may hawak sa Kalia. Pengin naman.
Grady yun.
Yung wala pang cheese.
Hindi ba, may cheese.
Ayun na. Yun pa ang isang greedy.
Sino?
Si
Rin, namatay siya.
Ayun lang.
Sumubok siyang uminbait.
Nanggigil masyado.
May turtle pa naman.
Ang dramatic talaga pag BTR.
Tapos binigay niyo pa yung Granger kay Eman.
I know.
May turtle pa naman, tapos binigay yung Granger kay Eman. What a rhyme. Ulit ko lang, baka kasi hindi nyo narinig.
Narinig na.
Palakpakan natin. Woo! Woo! Lupit!
Karating mo dun?
I'm very supportive today.
Annabelle? Diversion lang. Padala lang sa lane.
Linis lang ng
Talent
waves.
prediction. Asa yung Kimir ko? BTR pa rin
Si Chefin, siya naman lagi naiiba eh.
Ewan ko ba dyan? Ano yan eh? Malamir ko yan eh.
na kay Hard Mirko ata, I don't know. Kasi di ba nung unang ang lakas mang meme ni Mirko sa mga prediction niya.
Siya yung lagi yung baliktad. Tapos may chances din na tumatama siya.
Yep.
Pero pag tumama naman, siya lang tama kasi siya nga lang yung naiiba.
Yeah. 1-5 on the board. 2K gold lead favoring BTR and this is what they want. Quote ko lang yung sinabi ni Brokey kanina, masyadong reliant sa late game kasi yung AE,
Wala ka,
hindi pa
nabuhay pa
namatay
si Luke. Akala ko patay na si Luke doon, nagka-error na siya eh. Luke. Sumipa si Luke dun sa back siya, tapos nag-follow up kaagad siya kahit may Tempest of Blade, sakto siya dun sa damage. Nabuhay pa yun, Chow. Kunat kasi, naka-concussive blast.
Oh, that's why.
Binigyan nyo lang ng gold plate si Eman dun sa taas.
Yep.
Guys, ito tatandaan nyo, pag BTR kalaban nyo, kailangan nyo lang puguin si Eman. Pag di nyo napugo si Eman, wala. Babay na kayo.
Paano pupuguin si Eman kung yung Granger hindi na ban?
Diversion.
Si Light? Lalim na ni Light. Hindi, pero Tsunami Slam naman
Ay,
daw.
okay lang. Si RP
Nakuha
pala.
si RP. 4v5 yan ha? Ay, hindi. 4v4. Pero wala si Eman dyan. 1v1. Eman and Rin. Dun sa kabila.
Papatayin pa si Rin, no?
Papatayin pa si Rin, surprisingly. Ling yun napilitan tuloy siya mag-mamba out. Muntik pa. Never mind. Nakuha pa ng BTR yung bot lane turret dito ng AE.
Kami okay kami sa 3-0 BTR.
Tama.
Okay kami dyan.
Kung naaalala nyo, yung post ko nung nakaraan, guys.
Huh? Hindi, BTR fan na rin ako ngayon. BTR fan na rin. Nakalimutan ko na yun. Kung ano yung ginawa ng BTR dati. Limot ko na yun.
Paalala ko?
Wag na.
Natalo sila ng ng influence rage.
Oo nga pala, no?
ASL.
Hindi, nag-trip lang si Etomac noon. Nag-trip lang. Ngayon kasi si Tarzi na eh. Tarzi ba?
Tazi.
Sino si Tarzi? Sipa!
Kasama mo nung nag-hiking.
Patay!
Oh,
ang sakit na ni Eman.
Kasama sa Dreams. Does it mean BTR versus RQ?
Feeling ka. O yan wag niyong kalimutan guys, 2-0 ng BTR yung RQ ng regular season.
Pangit talaga nung Pangit talaga nung link pick nila.
Hindi ko gusto. Tama mo, 0-4 na si Rin.
Huwag kayo magliling, nagkaleya na nga.
Ang naisip ko, maybe ang iniisip nila kaya mag-dodge because of Tempest of Blades, tapos tumatalon din si Rin. Kaso hindi either way, pagka-land nila sa Land of Dawn, nakukuha pa din, mapatay pa din yung link.
No choice ba kayo sa hero?
Ay, si Nino!
Buti pa yung Onic, may baong Julian.
Tama.
May baong
Kaja.
Kaja. Talagang pinagandaan ni Yeva. Feeling ko sa alter ego, sila na lang kumuha kay Etomac. Para dyan pa rin sa Etomac sa Indo. No? Palitan nyo na yung drafter nyo, AE.
What if bumalik si Etomac ng Pinas?
What if lahat ng drafter ng Team Indo, Pinoy?
Sana ang saya nun. Alam ko yung mga nag-qualify sa M5 ba yun? Oo, there was a time na yung mga nag-qualify na team sa M5, lahat ng coaches nila Pinoy. Tapos nag-picture silang lahat nung gala night.
Imagine, no? Nasa Indonesia kayo o kaya natalo yung PH teams. Nanalo kayo kasi yung coach nyo, Pinoy.
Hello, SRG?
Hello, SRG? Hello, Onic Id?
Hello, Onic Id? Wala pa nakakatalo sa atin sa M-Series, no? Puro MSC lang.
Yes.
Malas ng Pinas sa MSC, no?
Oo nga.
M-Series, Season 1.
Parang gustong-gusto ng mga teams yung especially Indo, yung MSC kasi doon sila talagang no?
Pero sa Mpl Id, never pa nag-champion ng PH teams.
Actually, tama. Ang galing.
Gagi, shit.
Great analysis.
Fun fact.
Paano yung fact mo?
Fact. Fun fact.
FACT.
FA.
natin yan.
Sorry.
Mahirap kasi pag si Tok walang sasabi.
Mamaya, kumakar ka na eh.
Uy, ayoko niyan.
Carpool, mamaya, para sa mga uuwi.
Nakakasira ng ball joint yan. Mahal ang ball joint.
Oy, teka! Sa likod!
Si RB! Arp!
Ayun, nakapag-flicker si Arp. Ayun na yung plano!
Eman?
Grabe si Eman.
Pinap ni Light yung purify ni RP. Tapos, si Luke ang pumalo up.
Boss. Eman.
Eman is the she.
Eman.
Hindi gumana yung arp. Ang gumana yung look.
Hindi, mas gumana si Man, pre. Ay!
Ayun
Patay
din.
ka na naman!
Ay, akala ko si Emily ako. Para unofficial savage sana. Pero kasi, open din kasi Luway, guys.
Hindi, naka-playoffs mode tong BTR.
Oo.
Sabi sa inyo, BTR eh. Sino ba nag-alter ego?
Alter ego, go home!
Ay, ikaw yun eh.
Oh, syempre, binabaliktad ko lang.
Tama.
Nag-TLID
Si Sagid noon yun eh. Buong puso alter ego yan eh.
Oo nga, naka-alter ego siya, no?
Ako, buong pusong TLID din ako. Kaso, wala eh. Bengkong eh.
Pero KDA check muna tayo, guys.
Kumusta?
1-3 si Nino.
6-0 si Emma.
1-1 si Hijume.
Wala na?
0-5 si Rin.
Wow!
Pag nakita mo nga yung ganyan ni Eman, yung Granger niya na 2-0 na, 3-0 na.
Alam mo na eh.
Alam mo na yun.
Kay Piercer pa. Parang si Rin gumagaya, no? Idol siguro nito yung alpha ni Fabian.
Oo nga, no?
Kanina.
Ay! Ang lalim.
Patay pa rin.
Ang lalim.
Tinamahan ng shockwave ni
Ang
Annabelle.
lalim, may si Annabelle, may bounty.
Nakakuha na naman nila yung Lord eh. Si RP na naman ang nadali. Pipilitin ba? Basag lang ata.
Basag lang muna, intayin yung Lord.
Ang sakit to. Grabe yung poke.
10 minutes na din eh. Tapos I think naka-Sky Piercer naman
Basag
si
yung bot.
ngayon.
Mabasag yung bot.
Hindi rin sila makalapit kasi baka ma-chokes
Uy, basagin yung bot!
Respect.
Respeto.
Invade na lang siguro ng purple buff. Buhay na si RP eh. 4v5 to ha. Wala si Annabelle. Kabubuhay lang ni Annabelle. 4v5 to. 4v5! Binuhat lang ni Light.
Godlike kasi
Rin natagpo ang tanga. Walang ginawa.
Grabe ka naman!
2-9 trade favoring BTR pa din. 4-17 on the board. Mayroong pang mawawala na bottom lane turret.
0-6 na si Rin. Idol mo si Fabian.
Ba't kasi kayong magliling?
Ling.
Ling.
Okay na yung box eh. Kala siguro nila, ay pre, gaya natin Onic kanina, magugulat tayo. Ayun, nagulat kayo, no? Wala na magawa.
Hindi, wait lang. Buhay na si Rin. Rin, ipakita mo kung sino ka. Tempest of Lady Rin.
Sumabog dahil ang konti lang nung buhay ni Eman. Tapos lang siya. Nag-first lang ata. Tapos auto-attack. Sumabog si Rin.
Grabe.
Idol na kita, Rin. Para ka si Fabian.
Sino ulit yung coach na itong nung alter ego, si Seper? Pinoy yun, di ba?
Lalaan ang drop.
Pinoy yun.
I don't know.
Hindi Pinoy yun.
Pinoy yun, pre.
Ni Pinoy yun.
Check mo. Check mo.
Alter ego ah.
Alter ego. Coach ng alter ego. Pinoy yun.
Ang dami nangyari.
Di ba si Seper? Si Seper?
Hindi, titignan ko. Check ko.
Oh, let him cook.
Hindi. Wait lang.
Hindi. Anong nationality niya?
Indonesia. Kenny Deo nga pangalan, oh. Walang bobong drafter sa Indonesia Pinoy. hindi Pinoy yan.
Sino to? Ang tanga naman ito. BTR pala. Tingnan alter ego.
For comparison lang.
Kaya pala malakas yung BTR.
Bakit?
Nagpakulay na ng buhok lahat. Kasi Emma tsaka si Light parehong nakabaskat.
Ayaw nga, hindi ng color yung hair nila. But anyway, that was game number 1. So, tingnan nyo muna ang ating highlights. I think si Eman yung MVP daw, at least for me. Pakinggan nyo din ng ating English talent sa Mpl Id stream. We will see you guys in game number 2. Bye-bye!
He doesn't need that many kills, by the way. Like, he's not going to win regular season MVP anyways. Panelist, MVP, or...
Thanks, boys, and I share the sentiment. I share Shefin's sentiment. 11 minutes and 35 seconds for our opening game here in the Chaos Derby.
Wow.
I honestly have no words. Alter Ego, that was a game. That was
no
a
words
game.
too. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Not a good look.
That was a game.
It's still game number 1.
I know, but dang, bro, you're supposed to set the tone with this first game.
Indeed.
What was that? From in a way from both teams, because Bigatron were still cleaner, but there's some moments where you're like, are they just brawling it out? Like, what's going on here? The pace was insane, man, and it really felt like Bigatron were just bringing in the aggression, right? Okay, you want to go aggression? We'll take 2 pick-off tools. And despite RP surviving from a tsunami slam, Luke comes in like, not this time, bro.
Kung Fu.
We'll get you twice. You know, one purify. You're not getting away. And for Alter Ego, man, honestly, not trying to be rude, but it felt like they were winging it the whole way. Like towards the end there, when they were chasing Bigatron out of the base, what was the plan? Who were you looking for? Who was gonna output the damage? So many questions.
Felt like they ran it down to a certain degree.
To a degree.
And come, I think, minute 6, minute 7, Rin was 0-4-0-5. It was unplayable for him. It was so unplayable because, like Arashi said, they had 2 engaged tools. The first one was a Tsunami Slam. The second one was the Way of the Dragon. And those are 2 lockdown tools that is so good against the Ling that is really elusive. So, so hard for Rin to play that game.
So is this the idea, like in match number 1, hey, take Fabian out of the equation, your team crumbles. Is this the idea? Take Rin out of the equation, your team crumbles? Because he was targeted, man, every single time, even here. Even with the Tempest of Blades available, this is not as secure as you would imagine. Oh, here, by the way, here's just that play. Gets him twice, man. Bigatron were out for blood. For Arf's blood in particular.
To be honest, like you guys were talking about, sorry Arashi, Alter Ego are their own enemy. You mentioned them like crumbling in terms of like their execution and their game plan, but what were the drafts as well? They found their winning conditions towards the end of the regular season. Ino going on a carry kind of hero. Allow Rin to play a little bit more safer, but they didn't go with that, and they just accentuated this man right here. Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G Maniac in minute number 8, I believe. Already opening his first performance here in the playoffs with a Maniac on the Granger.
I mean, that's how you set a tone on a signature hero. The Granger, man, was just so elusive for Bigatron, and Alter Ego, again, look at how these fights are playing out. Who is supposed to scout for information? Who is supposed to go and engage? And when do you do it? A lot of times you're seeing one person here get jumped on by the whole team of Bigatron, and Alter Ego are like, oh no! And then they let it happen again. Where is the coverage? Where is the unity that we are expecting out of Alter Ego, the Familia?
Danger. I mean, he's able to get the Maniac going because the setup was there for him. The whole team was, again, funneling it to him. Look at the initiations, the number of controls, the CZ that Bigatron has in their pockets. It's just insane how many tools are able to lock them down.
And that's why I think it's brilliant. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, Alter Ego just doesn't have a fair chance against it because, number 1, it's a Boxia, number 2, they have Selena, and the Harith is also very, very vulnerable to that.
Yeah. This is how a Lucas is supposed to be played. This is them giving a tutorial like, hey, with a Lucas for TLID, right? This is the Lucas that requires proper setup in the early game, and he gets it. They need to find the snowball in the early game. They get that. I think it's just really brilliant drafting as well. They have the Luo Yi, who definitely will have mid-prio. Being able to roam around the map as well to get the picks onto the side lanes. You have the Cho, fast clear in the EXP lane. Was he on damage or was he on tank? Oh, he went tank.
Yeah.
So full facilitating, good clear, good movement, objective setup was there. And the big question for me was, Alter Ego understanding that, why did they contest for Turtle 1?
I have
and
no
they
idea.
kept going after that.
My big question immediately also was that the Baxia, again, so why was the Baxia picked up? It was first pick, my guy. You know, first pick. Like, what could possibly be that valuable? And then afterwards, you ban the glue that's like a, healing based as well after you've acquired the Baxia. So, I don't know, Eterna. It seems like they understand that they can't really match up to Bigatron Esports in the early game, right? They need a bit more time, a bit more gold. But they just kept going for it because I feel like their composition forces them to do so. The Baksha and the Selena, this is not a composition that can kind of hang back and wait to scale, and more importantly, that can farm up easily either, right? For Bigatron, it's the exact opposite. They're fine just farming if they want to, if Ultra Ego wants to just keep farming and make this a late game direction. They have the macro tools in the late game to try and play with the Lord, the neutral objectives. So Ultra Ego kind of drafted themselves into a weird corner.
Yeah, you don't want to stay put, right, with the Selena, with the Ling as well. I think I'll put it to account as well. Box, yeah, you really want to get rolling. You really want to get onto the sidelines, and I believe that I think they had a plan to really match the prio that Bigatron had, but I think overall the control was just too heavy for Ultra Ego to deal with. So yeah, the Boxia pick was questionable. The Selena, I think, still works to a certain degree, but hey, you're up against a Luo Yi that is able to just take control of the map.
Do you see that? Rin did less damage than Dreams.
Oh no! Wait, Rin is on 6K?
You want to talk about not being allowed to play the game? That is it.
6K damage on a Ling.
Is that it? Yikes.
I'm right.
Is that real?
Yeah, the Badang did more damage.
6'8", 6'4". 6K damage on a Ling. Now that is the first time.
I mean,
shut down. Only 4 purple buffs.
He's 0-7, right?
Yeah.
At the end, yes. Yeah, 0-7-0.
Why can't I mean?
Call me Bond.
Just again, why did they allow this to happen to the boy, man? Let him split, you know, like avoid the fights.
Yeah, we can't pin the blame on Rin, you know, wholeheartedly. It's a team game, number one, but number two, yeah, they did not create a protective environment for him to bloom and just get his buffs, you know, get going, keep farming, and you know, do the split push, because Ultra Ego were constantly fighting. Even if we know that they have that characteristics that, you know, they like to brawl it out early game, but that's just not it. When Rin is 0-4 behind in the 6th minute, you know something is wrong.
And by the way, I really feel like there's a lack of synergy as well between the Baksha and the Selena.
Yeah.
Because again, the idea is to have these engage tools, and we even talked about the potential combo.
Yeah.
But first of all, no combo. First of all. Second of all, is Nino's job to engage, or is his job to scout by rolling around, right? Is Hijume's job on the Selena to engage with the arrow or to set traps around? Because I feel like these two should have some kind of communication, some kind of synergy for best results. But it really seems like there was a complete disconnect, man. They were just doing their own thing. Like sometimes Nino will engage, and then Hijume also kind of like doubles down. And you just have no idea, like, you know, what is the job description here? We haven't even started talking about Dreams, by the way, who is also in the mix there somewhere in the engage, in the scouting. Because he was also engaged on multiple times. So you have a Baksha that's notoriously tanky, right? Why the heck is the Badang getting bullied? You know, like, why is the Badang in the vulnerable areas? Shouldn't the Badang be the counter engager to save the Baksha? So many questions, man. Like, I have so much I want to, like...
It's confusing.
It's okay. Get it out. Get it out.
I have no idea. I'm just gobsmacked.
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 I'm battered.
I'm flustered.
Gobsmacked in the first day already.
Oh, man, oh, man.
So what do you think could have been done differently for Alter Ego? Do you think it started with the drafts, maybe? Do you think it started with just execution? Was it weird? The Badang and the... What's his name? Baxia?
Baxia.
Did you think that maybe if they were swapped, it would have had a different result?
Maybe, but regardless, they should be looking further ahead.
Okay.
But on a quick segue, before we revisit this topic, Eterna, looking further, this is the new gen of MSC 2025. Yo, some familiar teams right there, realize. I know you know some of them.
Yeah, obviously Zeta Division. I'm very happy. I've been following this organization since 2022. They weren't even in the Mlbb scene, but, you know, now they're there. And by the way, I want to highlight Ultra Legends. So this team is from Mpl Mena, and they are just a group of friends.
Oh.
Who played in Mpl Mena, and they created this narrative that is called the Power Shift. You know, Mpl Mena, they have titles like Falcons, Twisted Minds. They're all gone. They're battered by Ultra Legends. Just a group of friends. A group of friends making it to MSC. They don't even have a proper organization.
That's kind of cool, actually.
And now they're in MSC, the wildcards though.
So it's literally just like, you know, what, like that legendary squad.
Yeah,
That's
like a
just
group
so
of friends.
good that, and it turns out they can actually match up to the pros.
Yeah, Ultra Legends, that's why.
That's kind of crazy.
It is crazy.
Good fun fact there.
So who knows? You guys keep playing, you know, in the back room.
Hey, I don't want to make Iman retire. My Moskov might just...
I think we need some medical assistance here. Someone clearly has like heat stroke or something.
Medic over there, please.
What was that? Your Moskov.
You gotta take a look at my Moskov. Mirko is amazed by it. Arashi.
Is it as good as Arashi's Jawhead?
It is. Arashi's Jawhead is.
Jawhead. I don't know about that.
I remember the Jawhead from back in the day. I regret it.
I believe that was a coup for another. I don't know.
I swear it was a Jawhead.
We're too old, but
I swear. I swear.
Okay, Arfi's leading the top 5 player Maniac.
He is still leading. Even when Iman got one early.
Yeah.
But I think Amon has more savages.
Yeah, I think so. So, oh, okay. I thought they were gonna show it.
Oh wait, no, Arfi also has a savage.
Yeah.
Does Iman have 2?
No, I think he only has 1.
So you know there were the rumors, right, when Highs left, and the fans went, "Why did you bench the marksman that is able to get us a savage?" And then
First savage of the season as well.
And then Arfi came in, savage, right on the dinner plate, straight away.
I think that's exactly why he got accepted by the community like almost instantly.
Yeah.
like
savage.
Wait,
yes.
he got a Okay, all right.
Alter Ego.
My bad, Arfi. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Up and down performance, it's fine. Savage.
Yes. Goni approves.
I think that's what was happening with Alter Ego in that game, honestly. They're like,
Are they
just
waiting?
fight.
Are you trying
We're
to say-
behind, fight.
Are you trying to say that they're waiting for an Arfi savage to happen?
Yeah, fight. Keep fighting. We're behind, fight. Losing neutral objectives, fight. Losing priority in the lanes, fight.
Let's kind of shift this angle right here and try and talk about what Altrigo can do like a little bit better, you know, some adaptations. Because I feel like
go back to your win con.
Yeah. But I also feel like they have a limited amount of crowd control. I really feel like they should save it, you know? We save it for the moments that matter. Because if you, again, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of Rin and Arfi. Dude, Arfi outplayed the heck out of Bigatron, escaped the engage, only to get engaged again.
Yeah, with the kick,
Feels
right?
bad.
You know, I feel like if I was in his shoes, I'd be like, guys, no stun? You know, nothing? This guy just went at me, bro.
No
Like,
feel?
Like,
no front?
help me, bro. Help me.
I saw that, right? He popped the Zaman for us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
was
feel like,
done.
I feel like maybe they can be a bit more deliberate with the amount of crowd control they have and then ration it, right? Okay, Fist Crack is for defense, Shield Unity to attack. Abyssal Arrow is to attack, and then, you know, whatever, something like
Something of the sorts.
Because especially, again, shifting over to Rin a little bit, especially against a Kalia, dude, it's not just the Tsunami Slam. I forgot the name of the second skill, but that second skill is basically like an Edith onward.
Yeah.
So the moment you're down from a Tempest of Blades, dude, I feel like in that game, Light was on point with the toss over.
Well, there it is, boys and girls. We're looking at the previous game recap now, and we gotta address the main concern for Alter Ego coming into the playoffs, right? People have been talking about Rin. Will he be able to evolve from just playing assassins? Will he be able to finally pick up the utility jungle properly? Because of course, flashbacks to regular season when he picked up the Fredrin disaster. We thought the Baxia might be flexed for him. Now the big question is, was it flexed because he's not comfortable on it, or was it a coach call? Because if it's because of Rin, that's not good. Because Annabelle technically is a lot more flexible, right? We haven't even seen Prime Annabelle Alpha gameplay yet. That's still something that he has in his pocket too, that he can utilize in this matchup.
Yeah. Again, there's just no reason to be backed up into a corner that fast in the drafting phase.
Exactly.
For Altrigo. And this is a team that we have just highlighted. The reason why they're the dark horses is because they're no longer as one-dimensional. Before, it's shut Rin down, win. But now they have all these other tools, but it seems like they just weren't working well together, at least in game number 1. On top of that, I do wonder, right? If we do want to play was going to say devil's advocate, but not quite. If we're gonna say that Rin can't play anything but assassins, were there any other options available right there?
Leo Mord. He's played the Leo Mord.
Yeah, Leo Mord.
Or to a certain extent, the Lucas is also available. If they want to pick it up for themselves.
That's true.
Picked up the export in the regular
Yeah,
season.
X-Borg as well. I was about to say that.
Hanzo.
Hanzo.
What do you think about the Hanzo now, though? I feel like it takes a little too long to get rolling.
I feel like it's in a weird spot, I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't exactly know where to place it almost. Because, you know, with the right team, with the right player, it's still a great asset to be able to just yoink away a buff, you know? But easier said than done. Anyhow, the point we're trying to make is that Alter Ego have options. They should probably start exploring some of that. And as we've highlighted, just to recap a bit from that long rant, they should probably get something aggressive for Nino, right?
Agree.
Identity. We've highlighted him being like the strong laner. Get something for Nino there. And then be a bit more deliberate with the plan there. Is it going to be more for Rin, more for Arfi? And if it is, you know, draft accordingly.
Let's hope.
Amen.
Let's hope things change. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I don't know if you guys share the same sentiment with us on the panel or not, but something's got to be different here for Alter Ego. 11 minutes. That was a very short game for BTR to really dominate over. We're looking at a 3-0 if we continue to see the same pattern from three-phase mass. So now Bigatron are going to be on blue side here in the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And straight off the bat, right? Hayabusa taken away, power pick for Rin. Joy taken away, power pick for Rin. The Luo Yi gets taken off the map. Alter Ego go for the Chip Masha ban and the Fredrin.
Wow, man, this Masha is really living rent-free in the heads of Alter Ego, man. Again, if you're talking about wanting Nino to go aggressive in the lane, that makes sense, right? So if they're already willing to ban the Masha because it's just that big of an obstacle for Nino, we've already highlighted the possibilities,
Obvious.
the flexibility as well. But again, obvious if it's going to be a bit more straightforward. The Bigatron are the ones now taking the Baksha themselves. Is this going to be a statement? Are they trying to show Alter Ego how to use it properly?
It can still be flexed as well. I mean, that's the main premise of having the Baksha. Is number 1, skipping those items for anti-regen, and number 2 is that you have flexibility. You can go XP, roam, and jungle, but I would prefer to much more go towards the roam compared to the XP or the jungle. But Alter Ego, they go for the Badang and the Granger. So, yeah, Arfi with the Granger, it's a comfort pick of his. The Badang, though, this is interesting.
Well, it is still a flex pick available, so they're not really showing all their cards just yet. Trying to even out the score, because even for Bigatron, right, this Baksha can go several places technically, depending on how creative Bigatron gets with it. So now, this early on, I do believe there should be some value in taking a jungle pick away from Alter Ego, right? That's always a good option to go for. Never mind, Kalia, along with the Farsa, so a lot of engaged potential, a lot of burst damage. The early levels should be quite dominant here from Bigatron, having the Farsa base burst damage, and also the Baksha spam ability antagonist to kind of abuse.
It's also really good range against the Granger, right? The Farsa. So that is a deterrent against Arfi, just in case he wants to get into the team fight. It's not going to be as clear-cut or simple. But for the flex potential on BTR, Realize mentioned earlier on, Baksha is flex, and normally it should be. But I don't believe so far we've seen BTR actually flex as Baksha. Now that we see the Kalia as well, who technically should also be flexed too. Are we seeing just flat Kalia, roam, Baksha jungle?
Yeah, I think with the Kalea, it just sets in stone that this...
Nagbabalik. This is ang daming tao. Nagulat ako. This is game number 2 for series number 2. BTR po ang nakakuha ng first win sa series na to. Nagulat pa yung audience natin. Welcome, welcome. Ngayon, kinuha na ng AE, yung Granger. But, Baksha in wait. Baksha naman, na kaninang nasa AE, nakuha naman ng BTR. Ano ang mga naaalala niyong magaganda sa Indo, guys?
Yung
Jowa ni Sans.
Jowa ni Kiboy.
Oo. Hindi, real talk lang.
Real talk
Tama
lang.
naman. We appreciate yung beauty,
Yup,
di ba?
Yup.
Ibig sabihin nun, good choice sa Onic Boys. Di ba? Hindi lang si Kyrie yung may magandang jowa.
Aha.
Pero, may hinahanap akong sound effects eh. Teka lang
Wait lang Baka ibang sound effects yan eh.
Oo nga, boss.
Baka tambol yung una niyan eh. Butrix, binan dito ng AE. Denying lang yung combo na Kalea and Bea. Ano, ipa-play mo na ba yan?
Hindi pa. Hinahanap ko nga eh.
Parang ganyan siya nung hinahanap niya yung yung kay Fanny. Nag-e-effort talaga siya. Lucas tinanggal.
Sila yung parang gumamit to, sila yung nagban
Boy, yung jowa ni yung jowa... Ay, sorry. Wala pala akong mic. Yung jowa ni Sans, eto yung boy, oh.
Boss, nakalive tayo
Ay, sorry.
Tox, check mo daw yung email mo.
Check mo yung email mo!
Kasi send lang, kabibigay lang sa akin na evaluation for
All day, all night. No protection. Kung Tino.
Alright, guys.
Okay, guys. Doon na po nagtatapos ang watch party.
I-TikTok ko nga yun.
Tapos background yung picture ng jowa ni Sans. Guys, ang ganda ng jowa ni Sans. Lancelot, by the way, kinuha ng AE. If you guys recall, yung babae na nag-zoom yung camera after they win na may salamin na naka-black na sando yung jowa ni Sans.
Uy, Lancelot? Hindi na nga gumana yung league mo, magla-Lancelot ka pa?
Malay mo, Ling Lords pala siya. Tapos Lance Lords din.
Baka.
Hindi, mas...
I won't judge. Hindi ako man-judge.
Later na lang, no?
Binan ba yung Granger?
No.
Hindi niyo pa rin binaban yan?
Kinuha na ng AE.
Ay, oo nga pala. Sorry. No.
Boss.
Kinong.
Sa iba ka kasi yung utak mo nasa iba kasi.
Sorry.
Open ang Harit. Pobius? Oh, back siya jungle.
Kay Annabelle?
Back siya ni Annabelle.
Okay lang.
I-retail ni Eman. For AE, ano may hinihintay dito? XP o Rome? Gatot siguro? Or pili ko okay na yung Gatot eh. Hindi mo na kailangan pakomplikahin pa.
Tong Kinong.
Gatot nga. Told ya.
Uy, John Ray Tiago.
So let's see. Will it be a 2-0 or aabot tayo ng game 4 kung sakaling manalo dito AE at tablay nila. Pero Retrian, syempre Lancelot.
Yeah, dapat ngayon mas may leeway na tsaka mas may opportunities ang AE to secure yung mga objectives which they weren't able to get anything at all. Yung game number 1. Pero all in na to. To the viewers out there, comment down below sa tingin nyo sino mananalo this game number 2 as we load into the Land of Dawn. Again, Mpl Id Day 1. Si Midnight nandyan. Nakita ko na yung story niya.
Nandyan na siya? Anong gagawin niya pala dyan?
Feeling ko lumipad lang siya for the heck of it kasi may free time naman.
Grand Finals.
Tas baka kunin siya ng Grand Finals or something. 1 week daw siya dun eh.
Pwede, kung 1 week, di ba? Aabot.
Yes. Tsaka 30 days free tayo, guys. Yung visa natin, 30 days free stay sa Indonesia.
Tama ba?
Legit? Oo, tsaka Thailand.
Free stay?
Oo. 30 days. Alam ko may ibang 90 days pero malayo na kasi yung sa sa Ulak.
Sa Indo, tsaka Thailand?
Oo, 30 days.
Puntahan mo pa yung
Sakto pala yung sinabi ko noon.
Piram.
Si Toko kasi guys, inspired yan. Mag-ML. Mag-ML.
No return.
Napilitang mag-purify.
Sino?
Si RP.
Wala, hindi makakatalon yan. Habulin lang ng back siya yan eh.
Na ano ko, paano magiging performance ni Rin dito? Hindi naging maganda yung ano niya kanina, yung link niya.
If hindi maganda yung performance niya dito sa Lance, I feel like shift na ng genre ng mga heroes na ginagamit
Hindi
niya.
na pang assassin.
Yapi.
Labas din ngayon ng Kaja Jungler.
Hindi kasi,
Ito na yun.
Hindi kasi sila nagaganyan, pre. Yung ano, yung tawag dyan? Tank jungle.
AE?
Hindi sila nagaganyan.
May isa pa naman silang jungle eh.
Sino?
Yun yung
Hajime?
Si Hajime ba yun?
Saan bang team si Hajime? Alam ko, alter ego rin
alam
yun
ko may isa pang may isa pang jungler ang ang AE.
Yes,
Hindi lang si Rin.
recent lang si Rin tsaka si Arfi eh.
Ang daling counter rin pala ng alter ego kung sakali, no? Iban mo lang yung mga meta na assassin.
Joy.
Hayabusa.
Para nawawalan ka agad sila
Suyo.
ng hero.
Yun lang yung tatanggalin nila sa alter ego, pre.
And Hime napagbaba ka agad sa 50% yung buhay niya. Baka wala
Patay
pang dalawang flicker. Ay hindi, isa lang naman. Pero kayo yung may Lancelot, kayo pa tayo maaagawan ng
Di,
first
pre,
certain.
mahirapan si dito. Si Rin. Ano yan? Phobia siya
Naharangan ka agad siya ni Tsaka hindi ka mo nag-focus
Patay
sa
siya, oh.
Hindi nag-focus sa turtle.
Hindi, nahuli siya nung second skill. Patay pa to.
I mean, hindi nag-focus sa
Naka-double
turtle yung
kill na si
BTR.
Moreno.
Hindi nila binurse talagang hero kung hero. Ganon yung mindset nila.
Ay, tatlo pa. Sasama pa tong pag di ka umalis dyan.
Ay! Light! Within!
Seize the win.
Lugi naman dyan.
Ewan ko ba dyan?
Lugi.
Kirong.
China? Ni hao.
Ni hao ma.
Ni hao ma. Si She.
Ay, iba ba yun?
Iba language mo.
Ay.
Tama yun, pero mali yun. Alam ko na sabihin mo, boss.
Kau
ni ma. Tinatawag rin yung mama niya. Grabe ko naman.
Kinsamani?
Kinsamani popcorn.
RWM. Pero dalawang makunat kasi yung nandun sa loob, boss. Sinalo lang yung full duration ng real world manipulation.
Pero na-stop naman yung run ng BTR. Naka-score na rin yung alter ego. Ow! Patay ka, Rin?
Hindi.
Patay yan, tama.
Pang! Hindi. Phantom execution!
Sabi sa'yo eh.
Nawala na ng daliri si Rin.
Pre, para akong pro player. Alam ko kung patay na o hindi.
Muntik pa yon. Pero actually, akala ko nga, in my head kasi, if hindi mo kaya mag-link, zombie, di ba? Akala mo, kinakat ko na yung sentence mo, bahala ka dyan. Dapat, medyo mas madali na Lancelot siya. Kaso parang when push comes to shove, nape-pressure pa din si Rin no?
May kasi, may phobias kasi.
Tsaka, outdrafted na naman sila. Ba't ganun? Pasok nyo na si Sino ba yung isa nilang jungler? Si Kizen?
No-steal pa ni Moreno, hala ka.
Palo si Moreno this game, no?
Playoffs mode.
Sobrang palo ni Moreno this season, promise.
Parang pareha sila ng Onic ID, iba yung laro nila ng playoffs. Grabe si Luke!
Ay!
Grabe si Luke dun.
Luko-luko ka. Pero nag-error sila dun Di nila napatay si
Pero napatay naman si Nino.
Hijime pala.
Tas bawas din si Rine.
Nino!
Nakita pa ni Light. Pinatay ng roamer!
Pinatay ng Kalia, boss!
Rine natagpo ang tanga sa game 2.
Tama!
Pati ng game 1.
Si Rine, momentum yung niya.
Patay ka? Grabe si Moreno this game, sir.
Hindi si Rine, boss. Para momentum yung kaanuhan ni Rine.
Phenomenal performance daw.
Grabe si Moreno.
Buti pa si Moreno, phenomenal performance. Si Rine, abnormal performance.
Chinito ba yan si Moreno?
Maybe.
Ang powerful niyan masyado.
Malakas mag-eme tapos chinito na ko lagot.
Na Moreno.
4-0 si Moreno.
Patay ka! Ulti!
Pa!
Dalawa! Bang!
Gabit.
Ibong mang may layang
lumipad. What? 59% pa rin alter ego?
Light.
Grobe na.
Lights within.
Grobe na. Pinugbog na kayo, guys. Kung kaya para di na nakakaya, FF na.
Playoffs to?
FF nyo na, promise.
Pero playoffs to, di ba? Wala ka.
Bakit kayo ganyan? Connexi, stabil, mabar, makin, langkar. Pakit G21.
3-0.
Pwede na, boss.
Pwede na,
Ay,
pwede na.
nakita akong parlay. 3-1, 3-1 daw siya. Isa na lang ang hinihintay.
Uy, sana all.
Kung ganito, hindi malabon 3-0, boss.
Oo nga. Sayang, no? Buti na lang MW. Fast lang ako.
Pasok niya si Kaizen.
Si Kaizen ba?
Nakakapalo ko ng cellphone. Nabasag yung tempered ko.
Ay, talaga? Uy.
Kakaganot ko.
Masyado kang nagagalit kay kay Rin.
Bumaba nga yung ayun Nandyan na.
Sis the win, Rin.
Sis
Moreno.
the win.
Why?
Why?
Ay! The disrespect. Binaboy ka lang ng ganun, Rin.
Patay na naman si Rin.
Rin?
Patay
Rin?
na naman. Patay siya.
Pang 1-4 mo na yan, Rin.
Ang kuna.
Alalahanin mo, Rin. 0-7 ka kanina. Hinahabol mo yung standing talaga.
First round exit na naman alter ego.
Same sila last time no? Sayang. Imagine they fought for their life no regular season.
At least dalawa sila ng TLID.
Sa bagay. Tama.
Alam ko BTR din ng laglag sa AE. Check ko nga.
Ah, talaga?
Teka, kung sakaling malalaglag to,
kalaban ng BTR.
RRQ. Or Geek ba?
RRQ.
Geek.
Oh, Geek ba?
Ang kalaban ng RRQ, Onic.
I see. Maganda din yon. Maganda din yon.
Bukas yun guys.
Kung sakali pala lahat ng teams may Pinoy.
Yes.
Siyempre, hindi naman sila abot dyan guys.
Geek Pam, si Baloy, BTR, Eman, tsaka si...
Oo nga! Last season, na 3-0 ng BTR yung alter ego.
Onic, si Kyrie, tsaka si Ryota. Tapos sa RRQ, si Idok, si Cody.
Tama naman.
Oh, Cody.
Na-shutdown si Moreno, pero still,
Sino nakapatay sa kanya?
Si Nino.
5-1 yan
Sakit
5-0 yung para sa na yun
Biglang baba yung lead
Tiba.
Sa 8K na tayo na 7K.
Pero okay lang.
Killable naman kasi talaga yung Parsa. May Lancelot kayo, may Badang.
Pag di nyo pa napatayan, ewan ko na lang.
Umasim lang talaga yung Moreno. Si Moreno.
Ang MVP din last season sa match nila,
4v5
si Moreno.
Pumapalag sila ng 4v5. Parating na naman si Moreno. Pwedeng ibagsak yung kailangang ibagsak. Isa. Dalawa. Flicker. Sabay feather strike.
Wala, kaka-flicker niya lang. Wala pa siyang flicker.
Meron na.
Magkaka-flicker pa lang.
4v5, tas AE pa yung nabawasan. 2-0 na si Eman, Pag si Eman talaga.
Pag si Eman nag 3-0 guys, wala na. Iyan nyo na.
Bawal ata mag-call dyan. Alam ko may fine pag nag-surrender. Gusto mo nang ipatapos yung laro pero hindi ka pwede mag-surrender.
kailangan mo talagang lakuin. Sakit na sa puso.
Tsaka hindi, parang wala rin plano yung alter ego, Parang, sige, survive lang namin tong game na to, bawi kami next game. Wala silang wala na silang strategy na nilalabas
Inagawan pa nga nila ng hero tong si Eman Kasi kung open tong Granger, baka Granger all the way tong si Eman.
Pero tong game na to, si Moreno MVP.
Sino papatay kay Annabelle? Pwede nang bigyan si Dreams. Si Rin pa yung nahatak.
Napilitan mag-ultimate. Pero si Nino wala.
Aray.
Hinahabol nila si Rino.
Ginulungan. Annabelle?
Bang.
Buhay pa si Annabelle. Pero, wala pa rin talaga para sa AE. May damage naman. Kaso, kailangan mag full item nitong Yib para mangyari yon.
Decline ko. Sa Lupon Company updates.
Approve mo na lang.
Lumabas rin sa akin yung kanina Sakit ng damage ni Eman, pre.
Eman Adan.
Eman Adan.
Alam mo ba?
Eman.
Ang ganda ng remix niya.
Eman versus Arlie.
Di mo alam.
Bakit ka ganyan?
Nasunod dun.
Hirap.
Alam ko.
Sapin.
Di ka namamansin.
Ay,
dreams!
Si
Life
Dreams.
could be dreams.
Puputulan ng dreams.
Bawat player may kanta.
Si Dreams ang hindi nasama sa Dreams.
Tama.
Tama.
Nightmare, pare.
Ayun lang. Nightmare, take them! Kanina yun. Kanina yun.
Hindi ko rin alam.
Itigil mo na yung ADHD prop mo, pre. Pati kami nagugulang sa mga ginagawa ko.
Sorry. Sa ML yun eh. Kanina bang boses yun? Nightmare, take them. Kanina yung pay? Wala pala si Poppy.
Wag mo na idamay.
Sorry. Kaya ano ata?
8K gold lead para sa BTR. Kakambak pa ba kayo ng lagay na yan?
Wala na. Hindi na sila makakambak dyan, pre. Puro early game hero nila, oh. Lancelot.
Kailangan full item yung Yib. Kaso pag nangyari yung scenario na yun, full item na rin syempre yung Parsa, full item na si Eman.
Men, ganyan pa nga lang item ni Eman, muntik na ma-delete si RF kanina eh. Muntik ma-one-hit.
Parang kay RP yata dito, benta niya ng Sky Piercer niya. Hindi na ata siya
Hindi din
makakapag-stack.
makakastack, hindi talaga, boss.
Datata pag ganyan, no, yung paglugin-lugi ka na, hindi ka na nag-i-Sky Piercer pa.
Real-time victory rate.
Parang Granger ni Q2 kanina eh.
Lakas ng alter ego nung regular season.
Ang naalala ko nga sa kanila, wala
Lakas sila
silang...
tumimfight.
Oo, lakas na tumimfight.
Alter ego, go home nga to.
Alter ego, go.
Balik nyo yung mga main player nyo. Hindi, si Kenzie, sa jungler, sino ba kapalitan ni RP? Sablang din to eh.
Si RP?
Yung magaling mag-Moskov.
Ay, oo.
Ba't nga pala bila nawala yun?
Oo nga eh.
Malakas mag-Moskov yun eh.
Yun nga yung nagbubuhat sa kanila eh. Anong goal pa nila?
Check ko nga.
Gusto pa nila si RP ah.
Ay, binaba ata.
MDL?
Tama ba?
Grabe naman si Lok! Si Lok!
Si Heis. Binaba nila si Heis.
Oo nga, si Heis yun, yung magaling. Mas okay pa yun.
Wala silang mapitas kahit isa.
Ganyan talaga sa Mpl Id.
Life could be a dream.
Binababa nila yung mga okay na hero sana. Pinag-usapan na ba yun?
Parang may chance ata sila sa MDL, hindi ko alam.
Parang wala pa nag-open up ng topic na yun, no? Yung problema ng Mpl Id na papalit-palit ng player.
Wala pa.
Yan sila eh.
Gawa tayong podcast.
Saka may kasi sila eh. May datong. Wala akong problema sa kanilang maglabas ng
Yan mahirap eh. Pagka marami kang pera, di ka nakakontento.
Sino ba ang talagang consistent sa roster nila?
Onic.
Hindi, papalit-palit din ng XP.
XP, sorry.
Sino? Si Geek.
Geek nagpalit din, technically.
Nagpalit din sila. Di ba rookie yung gold lane nila?
Hindi si Kadera.
Hindi pa si Kadera.
Ay, sabagay, si Kadera, nasa roster pa din, pero technically, hindi pa siya lumalaho as much.
Binigyan niya lang ng ilang games yung si Kenzie ba yun?
Si siguro RRQ. Yung roster niya ng RRQ ang parang walang pinapalitan.
Kasi ba naman pre, yung gaganda nung yung gagaling ng mga
wala
player
na kasi si Skylar wala na doon. So parang talaga si Toy na. Tapos si Hazel pinadala na rin. So yung RQ na lang talaga ang consistent main 5.
Sayang yung si Hazel, no? Dapat kinuha na lang siya ng Mpl Id din eh. I mean, ng ibang team dyan sa ID.
Okay pa naman si Hazel eh. Parang naging addition naman siya dun kay
Coach
Bam. Laking tulong eh.
Sino ba kalaban ng SRG sa finals?
Hindi, semifinals pa.
Ay, hindi pa ba tapos?
Grand finalist yung OG SRG. Sila? Secure na nila yung EWC.
Ay, hindi pa tapos? Hindi pa tapos yung Malaysia?
Ang kalaban ng Aero, Homeboys.
Hindi sila hindi sila yung isahang buong linggo MPL?
14 and 15. Sasabay sa tapos na to.
Magkasabay. Saya nito ako nun.
Matalo lang ng nila Coach Bam yun. Playoff slot na sila sa MSC. Pipilit ba nila to? Piling ko kaya tapusin eh.
Carry naman. Mataas. Ay, si Rinaldo.
Grabe si Eman!
Winning chant lang, boss.
Nilapitan na
tapos
sa mukha.
Tapos na to.
GG. Di kaya ni Hijam yan.
Baka nga mapitas pa siya eh. Pwede pa siya pasukin, no?
Pipilitin ng BTR.
Grabe si Eman. Pinasok niya lang ng ganun. Eman Aran.
Imagine you'd think na pag i-rethel, di ba, malambot ka, kailangan play safe ka. Hindi, tumalon sa respawn point si Eman.
Hindi, tsaka alam niya kasing kaya niyang i-delete eh, kahit sino eh.
Iba ang build ni Eman. Tingnan mo ang book ni Eman ngayon. Game mode on.
Kaya siguro, buffed siya ngayon. Well, BTR is 1 game away from the series win
one win away from getting another life sa playoffs ng MPL ID. Kaninang series number 1, na 2-0 din ng Onic ID, yung TLID, diba? Tapos biglang naka 1 game yung TLID.
Actually, dapat nga 3-0 yun eh.
Kung
hindi lang kung hindi lang hinayaan eh.
Will this be the... Hindi mo natuwa yung panel natin dyan.
Hindi.
Will this be the same story? Or baka ma-3-0 ng BTR to. Makinig muna kayo sa ating talents from Indonesia. At tingnan nyo ang ating highlights. We will see you guys sa game number 3.
Bye-bye!
We were already concerned about Alter Ego and how they would perform on stage with Rin and Arfi, remembering these two guys are rookies. Now, what do you do when you're 2-0 down? You have to deal with the playoffs pressure, but now you have to deal with the playoff pressure being 2-0 down in an elimination match.
Miracle is something that maybe they're hoping for. Hey, maybe Miracle Boy wants to step up for Alter Ego.
At this point, we gotta ask the crowd. I mean, we gotta ask the panel and the crowd, and then more analysts.
Yeah. What do you have to say, guys?
We gotta say that Alter Ego were outclassed. That's the only term that we can use here. Outclassed from the early game up until the final point. Moreno, the maestro, showing off his skills on the Farsa as well, stealing here and there. The solo kill happening onto RP in the bottom lane. Actually, there were so many solo kills that I couldn't even count.
Yeah, Alter Ego go gone. They were gone that game. Fully gone.
Because like in game number 1, it seems like it's a whole team thing, right? Oh, this was not the right game plan. It's like they lose team fights, you know? Game number 2, dude, Bigatron were just taking all of the highlight moments. 1v1, you want a 1v1? And they just delivered. Dude, every single one of them were just making crazy plays and again and again. And Alter Ego just could not stop it, man. They did try to make some maneuvers, but overall, I would say like 80% of the moments, if you're gonna watch a highlight reel, it's gonna be Bigatron, man.
They were able to exert pressure since minute 1, I guess. With the Farsa, you have so much, I'd say, control as well, reaching out to the back line and having that burst damage. But in the hands of a Moreno, that Farsa was more like a heat-seeking missile. Like, it was missile. It was able to just burst down, like, the members of Alter Ego. And how do you even win a 1v1 against the Granger as a Farsa?
You're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to, and Moreno was able to show that.
And he also,
incredible.
Remember the flicker?
Exactly.
Yeah, that flicker, and he recalled in front of Alter Ego.
So his anticipation moments with that flicker was insane. The fact that he was able to anticipate Arfi as well in the bottom side with a feather airstrike opened up was also incredible, which is why he deserves the player of the game here for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. As we take a little sneak peek into the highlights, those were one of the moments where Annabelle was actually able to get a lot of solo kills happening on the board as well, against Arfi, against Rin.
And you're seeing the terror of that Baksha, dude. In the right hands with the right game plan. You saw that Rin was trying his best to get out of the way, dude. Get away from the wheel. But Annabelle cannot let it slide. Brother, this guy was burned down slowly but surely by the tire.
There you go, that was a moment. Oh, that's a big play.
Yeah, and dude, Light again on the Kalia. Once again, just enabling the team so well. Because Alter Ego are forced to respect a lot more of the other heroes coming in from Bigatron, this means that Light, he's just doing what he needs to be doing. And he just looks so much better here because of all the opportunities.
I don't know, I'm out of words to say what I can say, because Alter Ego, it felt like they were outclassed on a micro scale, on a macro scale. Even Rin was able to show some fight in this game. At least he wasn't really playing an unplayable game as a Lancelot. I had high hopes for the Lancelot to go online. We're waiting for the power spikes to happen, because if they were able to reach that, I mean, Alter Ego had a solid chance, especially with the Gatot Kacha and the Badang in the fray. But how do you even survive that first layer of the fight if the front line just evaporates in an instance? And it seems like Alter Ego are also clueless at the same time. It's like a back-to-back stomp losing type of deal, you know? And the question becomes, when you enter game number 3 later on, how can they mentally recover from this?
That's a big question because RFE is new to the MPL scene. Rin is also new to the MPL scene. Maybe playoffs also, the pressure is bigger, a lot more people are watching you, the stage is also a lot larger. So there are, once again, a lot of questions. And knowing Alter Ego from back in the day, Alter Ego are a team that work off of momentum. And this is a situation where it's the exact opposite. They have to try and figure out how to go back, reset, refresh from a 2-0 loss and a very stompy stomp 2-0 loss.
And I think the even bigger problem for Alter Ego is that whatever is causing them to lose, they are not having a good grasp on it. You get what I mean? So if I'm the coach right now, I'm seeing these games play out. Going to game number 3, I have no idea what is the main issue. It seems like there's a lot of small issues building up together, rolling up into one. So it seems like a problem that will require a lot of time to solve. And I don't think they have the time.
On the topic of the rookies, right, for Rin specifically, I feel like he's pinned to a wall where people are just going to judge him like, why aren't you carrying us? Why are you not performing to your best? When in game number 1 and slightly in game number 2, he isn't really protected and helped by his teammates. I think a first reason to that premise is the fact that they are too busy containing Bigatron. They're just running at them. But number 2 is the fact that I think they all think that Rin is able to be independent. But again, you're playing a Lancelot. You're playing a very, I think, still fragile to a certain degree. Yes, Lancelot does have some escape skills, but you still need to be funneled. You still need to be protected to an extent so that you don't fall under pressure when it comes to Bigatron coming at you. Now that Rin is 2-5, 0-7 in the first game even, I'm afraid that he'll fall further even into the spiral. You get what I mean? Like, it's not entirely his fault, but he's gonna think it's his fault.
But he's gonna feel like it.
He's gonna feel like it because he knows that, okay, the team is counting on me. I'm able to show signs of insanity in the regular season. But come the playoffs, he's gonna question himself. Am I jittering? Am I under pressure? But at the same time, Alter Ego is not also enabling him. So it becomes this problem that's just venting everywhere. It's hard to face it.
Yeah, again, he has so much to deal with right here. And looking at that game, again, if you look at the items he's building, yeah, eventually he's able to get all the way to a Malefic Roar, but at that point, everyone from the side of Bigatron are just way too tanky, man. The fact of the matter is, he has a very few selections of targets on that Lancelot, the Farsa and the Irithel, and technically, come on, the Irithel is going to be very difficult for you to try and dive onto, deal damage, and survive from. Because you see the damage that Eman was doing. He went straight for the Great Dragon Spear, something Mirko was highlighting.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about the extra range, about the extra penetration. He wants bigger crit numbers, and that's exactly why. Usually on Assassin, when you go in to the marksman, in the past couple of seasons, you are the danger. But you have to remember back when the crit meta was a thing, when Bruno was a thing. If you misplay as an assassin against a Bruno, against an Irithel, 2 or 3 basic attacks and you're gone.
Not just that, but also the additional movement speed that it offers. Right?
Yeah.
So it really allows mobility around the skills that the Lancelot has in his kit. So it makes it a lot more difficult. Plus, he also has the Has Claws to boot. So even if he did get damaged by the first or second skill, or even the ult coming in from Lancelot, still there are ways to kind of work around that, especially with the Wind of Nature too. So, well,
one thing for sure though,
here we are.
In game number 3, I'm pretty sure that Lancelot ain't showing up against the Baksha, dude. If they see the Baksha, I think the big takeaway for Alter Ego is that you need some solution for that Baksha before you can pick something like a Lancelot. Because otherwise, dude, Annabelle, again, with a vengeance, was just running straight at Rin, and there was nothing that anyone can do about it. So, that's an issue.
Is this the end, though? Is this the possible end?
It could be. It looks really bad on Alter Ego right now. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat it. There's no way to address it in a lighter fashion. It's not looking good for Alter Ego. Rin, again, succumbing to his power picks. The fact that his heroes have been taken away from him. he's not been able to perform on the other heroes. It looks like the rest of the team is also very uncomfortable. We've been very enthusiastic about the idea of Nino on a damage dealer, but the fact of the matter is, it's not going to happen if Rin is still on an assassin in the jungle.
Wait, you're right. Yeah. If they do so, there'll be an overload of damage. There'll be a lack of frontline.
Exactly.
And resources also.
What?
Resources as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You kind of have to funnel the gold and all that.
And that's why Nino here is going for the regular tankier kind of build.
Yeah.
And again, maybe... Man. Again, we're talking about the Benedetta, like, is something split pushing the option? Because in the team fights so far, it really feels like Bigatron has all Trigo's number.
Because technically, against the Boxia, what do you guys think about this, right? Alpha export. Do you think these two junglers could be an answer to the Boxia in the jungle?
Back when that was the meta, when the Boxia Angela was constantly showing up in the league, that was the answer. Something like an alpha, the true damage being the main thing. If you don't want to deal with the alpha, then I guess you can go... Back then, the carry also shows up. And again, it's a whole order to fit those tools into a proper rounded out composition. So it's easy for us to speak from the comfort of the sofa on the panel segment here. But we really do sympathize, man. Alter Ego, they're in a tough situation. And I really do feel for them, because if I was in their shoes, I don't know if I have what it takes to just, to perform.
Let's thread back the storyline, right? Last season, Alter Ego are on the same fate. And impending doom today might happen like last season, and Nino is also kind of down, mentally broken. He had steps towards Hodel with their CEO, obviously. They wanted to pay back his trust. And now they're on the brink of elimination. I think this is the time if like he wants to show it, not only Nino, by the way, the whole team, if they want to show that they can pull it out, that they are the dark horses, they can start by winning game 3 and possibly go back to comfort. But again, if I want to say comfort, they're not getting comfort because all their favorites are banned out. I mean, the Joy today, by the way, hasn't seen the light of day, and that is a Rin staple, by the way.
And that's
Hayabusa as well.
Yeah. The mobility type of heroes, that's where usually Rin performs, which is why they went for the Ling earlier, It's something that should be comfortable for him, but
the Ling is even more vulnerable than the Lancelot.
Yes.
Exactly. That's probably why they went for an alternative.
Lancelot.
Oh boy.
But Nolan. Nolan's like down in the abyss.
Well, so we're back here, man. Alter Ego, with only minutes to go before what could possibly be the final game of the season. They've done so well and they got so far. I really want to see something, signs of life coming in from Alter Ego, right? Because I feel like, if this was a book, if this was a novel, a movie, I would want to see something from Alter Ego, For our sakes, for their sakes too.
It felt like a teenage novel. That's flowers and daisies, no problems.
Let's hope with the short amount of time that they have, it will be enough for them to come back because match point. But before that, we are going to throw it over to our host.
Dan di Jakarta International Velodrome, semua superfans masih bersemangat walaupun kondisi sedang tidak baik-baik saja buat Alter Ego. Alter Champs, mana semangatnya? Tapi Bude, jangan mau kalah. Big Gap Troopers, mana semangatnya? Kalau untuk Big Gap Troopers, mereka udah bukan semangat lagi, mereka udah sambil bahagia.
Betul sekali, karena hanya tinggal 1 match point saja. Bigatron akan bisa mengantungi kemenangan di hari pertama ini, Bude.
Yes, ini akan menjadi mendebarkan karena akankah sejarah terulang kembali atau malah di sini tim Alter Ego yang bisa mengejar. Kalau kita ingat-ingat dengan game yang begitu, aduh kayaknya kita belum melihat full potential nih.
Betul sekali, kayaknya belum jos gitu ya. Kita akan melihat apakah di game ketiga nanti akan keluar potensial dari kedua tim ya. Khususnya kita pengen melihat perlawanan juga dari Alter Ego nih, Bude.
Iya, semuanya pastiin yang terbaik. Tapi kalau ngelihat di sini kok kayaknya rame banget ya. Ada Alter Champs, ada Big Troopers, ada Super Fans. ada tim-tim juga berkumpul di sini.
Betul sekali, keseruan dari Mpl Arena yang ada di Jakarta International Velodrome ini pastinya luar biasa sekali ya. Dan tapi Bude, ngomong-ngomong soal keseruan, tadi Alisa juga udah jalan-jalan nih ke Mpl Festival.
Wow.
Udah ketemu para super fans dan pastinya tadi udah melihat teman-teman yang lagi watch party juga nih.
Rame banget yang ada di depan sana. Gak hanya yang ada di dalam, namun juga yang lagi watch party di luar. Hello semuanya.
Hai, dan pastinya Bude, Alisa nemuin sesuatu yang menarik banget nih.
Ada apa Alicia?
Alisa nemuin logo dari MPL. Bener gak sih Bude logonya yang ini nih?
Serius kamu nemu logo MPL?
Ih Bude, masa meragukan Alisa?
Agak sih, agak ya.
Nih. Bude, aku langsung
Tunjukin,
kasih
coba
lihat
tunjukin.
nih. Nih, logo MPL ya.
Bener gak ya?
Bener kok Bude, harusnya ya. Nah, tapi ngomongin soal logo MPL ini nih Bude, gak cuman Alisa bisa lihat logo MPL ini aja, tapi logo MPL ini juga Alisa bisa langsung search di Samsung terbaru
Pembuktian
Alisa.
ya, pembuktian bener atau
Betul.
salah.
Nah Bude, lihat ya, ini Alisa tinggal pencet aja home buttonnya, lalu tinggal Alisa circle to search ya. Nanti bisa langsung muncul di Google untuk apa sih sebenarnya logo MPL ini dan langsung muncul nih Mobile Legends Professional League
Waduh.
Indonesia.
Keren bener, memang nih Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Ini adalah yang terbaru dari Galaxy A series 5G. Karena kita bisa ngelihat mau cari apapun gampang. Mau tahu apapun gampang.
Gampang banget Bude, tinggal cekrek langsung circle to search langsung bisa ketemu di mesin pencarian favorit kalian.
Tapi nggak cuma itu Alisa, karena ini di Samsung Galaxy A36 5G ini dilengkapi prosesor Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 yang pastinya buat kita para gamers makin happy. Ditambah RAM-nya hingga 20 GB dan memorinya hingga 256 GB juga. Jadi buat mabar, buat kita para gamers pastinya anti nge-lag. Dan ditambah displaynya itu loh, udah Super AMOLED 120 Hz. Jadi lancar dan gak cuma lancar, mata nyaman. Tapi juga kita kan para gamers nih maunya ngegas terus kan. Baterai habis nggak masalah karena ngecharge-nya itu pakai 45 watt fast charging. Jadi nggak pakai lama.
Wow, jadi bisa push rank seharian ya, langsung gas terus nih ya untuk kejar ranking favorit kita.
Benar, langsung bisa siap nih gaspol. Tapi nggak cuma itu aja karena kita bisa nge-content, bisa nge-vlog, bisa nge-video, bisa foto-foto dengan kece. Karena ini juga pokoknya awesome banget. Kameranya, nih lihat, 50 megapiksel.
Wow.
Bentar, nggak cuma itu karena OIS-nya Galaxy A36 5G. Jadi ini kamera 50 megapiksel with OIS-nya Galaxy A36 5G udah bikin kita makin keren. Awesome intelligence-nya ada My Filter. Wow, bisa bikin filter sendiri, bikin foto kita makin awesome.
Wow, jadi kalau aku ada jerawat terus aku foto bisa langsung nggak kehilang gitu ya Bude
Pokoknya
ya?
langsung aja meluncur ke samsung.com/id ataupun kalian bisa langsung ke toko Samsung terdekat buat dapetin Galaxy A36 5G ini. Harganya mulai dari 5 jutaan aja.
Demi apa Bude, ternyata affordable banget.
Serius, dan kalian juga bisa ngedapetin awesome bonus senilai lebih dari 1,5 juta. Ditambah free memory upgrade dan juga travel adapter. Dan ini sampai tanggal 15 Juni 2025 kalian masih punya waktu.
Ayo buruan untuk teman-teman semua yang pastinya lagi nonton ya, para super fans, langsung buruan karena ini still deal banget, good deal banget. Harganya mulai 5 jutaan aja dengan berbagai bonus menarik dan pastinya asikin games kamu dengan langsung bisa push rank dan awet seharian juga ya untuk baterainya Bude.
Betul, makin awesome dengan Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Tapi pembuktian untuk keawesoman masih terus berlanjut tentunya untuk match kali ini. Satu nyawa terakhir untuk tim Alter Ego dan Bigatron. Satu langkah lagi untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya. So, super fans, kita sambutlah game ketiga Bigatron dan Alter Ego.
fans in the building are unrelentless there. You can see all the Alter champs and the Bigot Troopers showing their support for their team, but more so for the Alter champs because it's match point. It's match point, guys.
They're showing support for their team. They're trying to let know their opposition that our team's better. But yeah, at the end of the day right now, it is match point for Bigatron. So Alter Ego backs against the walls. We've seen Wild come out from them before.
Yeah.
If there's any moment for that wildness to make an appearance, it is now, my guy. It is now.
Right now.
It's also now to take a shower.
Really?
What?
For maybe the viewers, you know. Like after this, I'm going back to the hotel room and I'm gonna, you know, wash my hair.
What are you using?
Head and Shoulders.
Hey.
Arashi, remember
Oh.
Arashi? He commented on our hygiene.
He?
She, excuse
Don't
me.
dox me like that.
My bad.
I'm
I don't want to miss. Yeah.
Why'd you tell them? That was a secret.
Yeah. Okay.
Cue the conspiracy, you know, meme.
A lot of conspiracies, but hey, you want to stay hygienic with your,
Nothing happened.
with your hair game to the
Nothing
max. You gotta use Head and Shoulders.
It's in
Because with Head and Shoulders, you can
yeah.
wipe out 100% of wet dandruff, plus itchiness protection, and of course, CITB.
I dropped it.
No, CITV.
Sheffen's in the
Velodrome.
Velodrome.
In the Jakarta
International Velodrome. So CI.
TJIV.
There you go.
CITJIV. Sitjiv.
Sitjiv.
Sounds like a navigation system.
Yeah, actually. Well, from the drafting phase at least, how shall Alter Ego navigate through Eterna?
Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders.
They need the clear mind, especially with this mental being in.
Called mental.
Exactly. That's gonna allow them, you know, like a machine, like an engine, like a. It's gonna overheat when it's working too hard. You cool it down to improve the performance.
Lemon Sagar. What does that mean?
That's fresh lemon.
Not lemon is overrated.
Lemon
Just
Sagar.
want to remind you. What? Sorry, producer man? Zipper man? Can you repeat that?
What's going on?
Oh, so.
Okay.
Oh, diamond giveaway, dude.
Diamond giveaway.
Wow.
But there's more than a 10K gold difference. Right here, GoPay sharing 10K is the direct translation. 110 diamonds for 1 rupiah for the fastest 100 people, dude. Scan it now.
Get your Samsung phone
Here.
out and scan it.
Scan it, guys.
You don't want to participate, Eterna?
She's
No.
on camera, she can't. If she was
No,
backstage,
it's
she's
just I want to give back. I'd rather the
Give
viewer.
back.
You know.
Alright.
I think they're more deserving. They've been with us.
Yeah.
I don't know if I
Day
trust
one of the regular season, you know, from week 1 up until week 9, and then now into the playoffs. So you guys deserve it, right? Because of the 10K gold gap, GoPay will be giving free diamonds. So keep your eyes peeled for that, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look once again to the previous game recap. What needs to change for Alter Ego? Let's start with the drafts, realize.
I mean, the draft, again, just trying to give Rin a favorable position, if that is your one and only winning condition, I think it's going to be good. But again, that becomes hard and difficult because Bigatron are just straight out banning his favorite hero. So I think just shifting and pivoting into the second layer, which is, you know, Arfi, again. Just give him a hero that can really carry the game and focus your entire team playing around it. For example, the Granger, the Harith was also there. And I think number 3 as well is just trying to ban out possible curveballs that Bigatron are throwing at you. For example, that game number 1, the Badang and the Cho. It was some sort of a curveball, I'd say, because then you have to engage, like just lock down the Harith. The Harith wasn't able to function properly, and that defeats the winning condition of having Arfi carry the team. So I think playing around that and knowing your win cons should be like the basis before you enter the draft.
Well, right now, Alter Ego is going for a first pick selection, trying something new.
It's like game 1.
Yeah, so
we've seen, sorry Arash to cut you, Fredrin always banned out by Alter Ego. Do you think that needs to be done?
I don't know. I mean,
I think the idea is that when you're on a mobile hero, you like those mobility options. Fredrin kind of catches you, right? But at the same time, Eterna, I get your point, man. Rin has been caught either way, even without the Fredrin.
Yeah.
You're caught with the Baxia. In fact, in a Lancelot against against the Lancelot, I feel like the Baxia is a worse matchup compared to the Fredrin. So maybe, right? Maybe the Fredrin removed from the ban angle could be an option Alter Ego can explore. Not to mention, not to mention, if the Fredrin gets picked up, there's a possibility for Alter Ego to go with that cheese Valier counter. Can work. Can work.
Yeah, the Valier, obviously.
The fire.
The fire pushback, but again, this raises questions on, again, Rin's flexibility, right? I think it'll be easier for Alter Ego to draft if he was able to play the Fredrin, the Baxia. But again, I get it. It's playoffs, you only have 1 life. 5, basically, if they go game 5, but at this point, it's just comfort over gambling, I guess.
So the big question is, can Alter Ego secure their comforts in game number 3, match point? Now, BTR just need 1 more game to move on to the next stage of the playoffs here in Mpl Id Season 15.
Oh.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. The drafts. Fredrin once again banned out. Masha still banned out. The chip is still banned out, just like in game number 1. But the big difference is Alter Ego this time will go for the Baxia first pick. This is legit just game number 1 all over again.
Wait, we haven't seen the Suyo at all in this match. And I think particularly for Rin, he has 3 games played total with the Suyo, 67% win rate. Why not go that route? I mean, the Suyo is pretty flexible for a jungler, I think, for Alter Ego.
Suyo is one of the most flexible junglers, actually. So that's a good point, realize. It just seems that the compositions hasn't really been allowing that to happen. Now for Alter Ego, though, they go with the Baxia back again. Hopefully they have a real plan for this all the way to the end of the drafting phase. But along with that, they take away this Farsa that was so good in game number 2. Again, back when Baxia was meta, a known combo was Baxia Farsa, right? You get knocked into, you get slowed, you get hit by 3 bolts from the Feather Airstrike. They're getting Phobius here in the hands of Nino. Matchups that can do well against the Phobius are still available, but Nino on the Phobius has been a big factor in the improvement and performance for Alter Ego in the later weeks.
Exactly, and Phobius was the choice of ban actually by BTR in game number 1. So Luo Yi gets taken out here, the Phobius gets picked up. What is the better trade-off for BTR now because of that change?
I think if you want to shot, I think Bigatron knows that this Phobius is going to be one of the ventilators for Alter Ego with Nino on the card. So I think they go for a CC here. Could be okay against the Phobius because you really want to shut down Nino.
Wow, may harmonization pa. Tayo nagbabalik and Kimmy, aside from Granger, ang kinuha ng BTR dito. Yung AE, I think, a touch similar yung draft nila ngayon sa draft nila nung game number 1.
Ayaw na nila maglaro.
Ayaw na.
Yung AE drop to ng BTR eh.
Ganito pala to. Ganito pala pagganahin yun.
Sige nakaganyan na naman kayo. Ewan ko na lang kung maglilink pa ulit kayo ha. Ewan ko na lang.
Binan yung Angela ng BTR. Natakot kasi yung drop ng AE kung sakaling mag-Angela pa. Hanzo naman yung tatanggalin dito ng AE.
Hindi na mag-Hanzo yan eh.
Hindi, AE Isa lang, AE. Inaano ko to Rafaela.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Estes na lang, boy.
Hindi, mas okay Rafaela. Mobility Hanzo? Pero
hindi ko gusto yung Hanzo, Bon. Parang nasayang yung slot.
Ba't yung ganun yung AE?
Pwede ngang mag-Hanzo pa yung Alter Ego eh.
Talagang binibigay nila ng binibigay yung
mga hot picks sa BTR.
Kalea, kay Light. 2 beses na sila nadadali ng Kalea ni Light eh. Wala silang kadala-dala.
Game 1 ba? Nakakaleya si Light?
Yes.
Game 1, Kalea.
Pati game 2 pala.
Ang ginawang XP Cho.
Si Luke yung may hawak ng Cho nung unang game.
Iritel. Yung tinanggal dito para hindi mahirapan si Eman. Harit open pa rin naman kung sakaling gustong kunin dito ni RP.
Paano kung biglang magmasya pa tong BTR?
Ban eh. Sinecond ban nila tsaka yung chip. Datata kung baba nila yung chip, hindi na nila binan yung Masha. Malakas lang naman ang Masha kung may Louis or chip eh.
Kukuha to XP muna. Walang glue, no?
Wala.
Yun nga ata yung binan, yes.
Oo,
Gatotata, pwede nilang kunin.
Hindi, mahirapan sa gatot yan.
Hylos? Hindi.
May back siya.
Daisy, feeling ko, kunin mo na yung
Terisla?
Mga ganon, Terisla.
Ay!
Uy!
Barats jungle? Hindi, pwede pang XP yan.
Hindi, jungle na yan.
Pwede pang XP yan.
Pangit na yung XP yan, pre.
Pwede pa nga ni...
Magsisisi to. Magsisi sila.
Ba't sila magsisisi?
CC XP. BTR.
Hindi.
CC yan, pre, promise.
Kailangan pa na isang frontline. Nag-Kimi Granger sila eh.
Okay na yung Barats eh. Boy, ang kunat niya nan. Yan.
Mga mag-war axe pa nga yan. Hindi magpo-full tank yan.
Si Annabelle?
Mag-war axe yan. Mas Thunderbelt.
Tapos sobrang baliw ng BTR, no?
Carry? Ay!
Okay naman
Bruno
yung
Frank.
draft nila, kaso
Ganosa. Kailangan nila CC talaga.
Yeah.
Isiin na lang nila yung drafter nila pag natalo.
I wanna know.
Lolita? Gawin na nila XP yung Kalea. Or Cho.
Feeling ko Cho. Cho, CC.
Kaso obvious eh.
Cho or CC. Promise.
Hindi CC. Pangit CC dyan.
Pre, sakto CC dyan.
Arlot.
Ay,
hirap
CC.
Xborg?
Di nila kailangan ng crowd control, oh.
XB?
CC.
Mga
CC muna.
Nag-Uranus.
What? Nalimutan niya yung badang.
Open pa pala to?
Hindi, wala naman siyang ka-counterin eh. Tatalunan lang naman ng backsha yan eh.
Baka comfortability.
Siguro. Pero pag naka-tortoise poisons ba yan?
Tortoise poisons.
Poisons. Hindi na makakatakas yung
Ganto pala tong
yung
Araluna. Hindi nag-ano lang sa akin yung napanood kong TikTok. Pero back sa jungler, mukhang may lumalabas na bago talaga.
Sa tingin siya naman nanalo game 3.
Kanina Kadya, ngayon back siya. Ay,
sure.
kanina Kadya, ngayon Barats.
Feeling ko mas okay CC eh. Masyadong magre-rely yung BTR sa damage ni Moreno tsaka niyan.
Tsaka nakaka-cancel yung yung kagat ng Tsunami Slam eh. Or pag natalo na ni Light eh. Tapos Granger pa ni Eman.
Pero feeling ko sa lineup ngayon, sa hero comp ngayon ng Alter Ego.
Mas okay.
Mas kaya nilang pumalag.
Kung i-compare mo talaga sa drop kanina, mas okay yung drop ngayon ng Diamak.
Dapat kasi game number 1, ganyan na ginawa nyo.
Makikita natin kung ano yung magiging performance sa drop ng Alter Ego. First 3 nila yung ginamit kanina ng BTR, but this is Eman Granger na alam naman natin na nagiging Eman game.
Ayun na. Nahook si Life would be dream. Shana. Patay
Tama ba? Nag-flicker kasi sila Moreno eh. Hindi sila nag-purify, no?
Hindi kaya ni
Kaya na punish sila nung Iron Hook. Pag may nahahatak si Dreams, Matic -1 kaagad.
Life would be dreams.
Tinin.
And yes.
Tapos,
the end is near.
Kung ma-push naman to game number 4, no BTR pa din mananalo.
Parang kanina lang, no? 3-1-3-1.
Yeah.
And so I heard them.
Pero ito lang yung parang unang game na nakita natin na lamang ng early. Yung Alter Ego dahil dun sa first hook na ginawa ni Dreams. What a hook.
Kina-corner. Parang pinipressure din dito si Luke sa EXP.
Kakayanin kaya mamaya. May popronta naman sa Alter Ego. Andun yung back siya. Actually, halos back siya lang eh. Kasi sa likod lang din doon si Dreams eh. Kailangan maganda yung mga detonas. Welcome din ni Annabelle. Medyo...
What? Sabi ni Eto Mac, di pre, tayo, paisay muna natin.
For the narrative.
Pinainit lang pala ang laban. And Annabelle pwede pang mabigyan. Luke pwede rin sumunod sa hukay kung sakali.
Muntik na hindi naabot ng Iron Hook. Pero si Moreno, trying his best.
Medyo magbabackfire ata sa kanila yung yung Barats na to.
Hindi, dapat kasi hindi na sila nagbadang pre. Dapat nga CC eh. Kung CC yan, tol, hindi makakaganyan si Nino eh.
Dat kay Light na lang pinahawak yung
Yung Kalea.
Kalea. Kasi aasahan at aasahan mo yung Tsunami Slam eh.
Tapos
Ayun oh! Wala ka ng flicker, man.
Kala ko makakatakas mo.
4-0 kagad.
Oo nga, yung AE.
Game 4 is sweeping. And Annabelle, pwede na namang mapanish kung sakali.
Ayaw talaga magpa-2-0 ng mga teams eh, no?
Oo.
And naagawan din ata si Annabelle ng purple buff.
Hindi, pero kung i-late game naman nila to, mawasak pa rin AE. Bawal magkamali AE dito.
Pag nag-snowball yung lineup ng nakatakot yung
BTR.
Oo. Ay, hindi pa binigyan ni Luke. Wala siyang Tsunami Slam. Cooldown, sayang.
Hindi ginamit niya, pre. Pero hindi niya binitbit pa palayo. Pa taas na bitbit lang.
Okay.
Life would be dream. Ngayon lang din natin nakita for today at least yung Bruno. Kumusta ba yung Bruno against Granger na matchup?
Mas okay kasi
Mas okay.
ang layo ng range ng Bruno eh.
Oo.
Pero sobrang kasi na-predict mo. Predictable kasi yung Bruno eh kung saan siya pupunta next gawa nung bounce ng bola.
Wala naman sigurong problema kung may po-frontline sa kanila.
Ay!
Nakaka-cancel ng Detonas welcome yung mga Iron Hook. Hindi siya naka-crowd control. Kaso kung ganyang
Patay ka.
harasin sila ni Rin.
Wala kang Detonas.
Tapos mayroon pa Feather Airstrike. Walang panakas eh.
Uy, pag namatay si Nino pre, malaking gold to
Ilan ba yan?
Ay, 240.
Nakuha ni Moreno.
Si Moreno pa nakakuha.
Kimi, boss.
Pero 2K gold lead pa rin hawak ng AE. And Eman, lamang pa rin si RP in terms of gold sa gold lane.
Wala, naunahan kasi siya kanina.
Wala din nagbibigayan ng gold plating. Abala kayo dyan.
Lumalaban pa yung Alter Ego, Signs of Life sa pinakita nilang drop dito sa game number 3.
Kasi kung ginagawa nyo
tatapangan
na yan,
lang talaga ni Rin eh.
Ginagawa nyo na yan ng game number 1, hindi sana hindi kayo problemado. Aray!
Na-dodge yung Detonas welcome.
Magaday set sa likod. Pero patay po rin si Annabelle.
Walang follow-up dun sa likod.
Patay si Light.
Walang follow-up sa likod.
Patay, ubos sila.
Si Arfido.
Si Dreams yung kapalit. Pero hindi ata enough yun. Pumasok pa si Luke. Luke.
Loko talaga to si Luke.
Pag sinasabi nila kay Luke na tumingin, paano nila sinasabi? Luke.
Oo nga, no? Ano bang bahasa ng tingin ng Luke?
Sobrang
Sobra?
Yung hindi, sinasabi ko sobrang reliant sa late game damage yung BTR. Yung early nila, wala puro sila pan setup. Merong Badang, merong Barats, merong Kalea, nawala na ng damage. Hindi mo na maaasahan sa damage tong Kimi sa umpisa. Talagang hihintay mo pa na makapag 2 items, 3 items tong Kimi. Ganon din naman si Eman.
Ito si Eman, kailangan niya Skypiercer lang eh. This marks Barat's debut in MPL after last being used, kailan ba? Mpl Id Season 14? Nagawan pala yun ng Grand Finals?
S13.
S13?
Tagal pa.
Not that far, pero 2 seasons ago.
Oo, 2 seasons na.
Tagal na
siguro
rin pala.
mga utility era pa. Or last season ng utility.
Kasi last season.
Ata yun yung last season?
Last season lang yung Season 14 lang yung assassin eh. Yung Joy, Suyo, patay ka,
tanggal ang kunat sa sa ilalim ng tore. And
laban yung
grabe si Nino. Patay ka, huwag mo bibigay kay
Pero yung tore nila basag na. Yun yung pinofocus ni RP. 2-2 trade. Bagsak si Nino, bagsak si Rin, bagsak si Annabelle, bagsak si Light.
Uy, dami nagbabagsakan dito.
In 5, 4, 3, 2. Nakita ko si Annabelle, 0 po si Annabelle. Nakita ko si Light, 1 na si Light. Pero nandyan si Eman.
Okay yun
Wala siyang
Ay, kinagat!
Nahatak na si Eman. Ay, nagkamali si Light!
Ang
Aray
ganda
ko.
ng alley-oop na yun, kaso ayun lang.
Doraemon! Ano? Si Light nagkamali. Na flicker.
Gaya mo lang siya.
Sorry.
Kailangan magpakunat pa ni Annabelle. Kailangan niya saluhin yung mga iron hook.
Oo, kailangan niyang tiisin ang mga sakit.
Yung mga iron hook ba? Protektahan yung kanilang dalawang damager. Rine, Tortoise Puissance, Detonas welcome. Kaso nga lang pa-out. Look! Yung turtle na nakuha ni Annabelle!
Ayan na! Nandito na rin si Eman.
Annabelle,
Grabe
where are
yung
you?
positioning ni Dream Spring. Ganda.
Wala,
Life is
hindi siya
such
ganyan kanina eh, no?
Kaya nga eh. Ay! What the?
Wow!
Ay, meron pa! Si Eman!
Uy, naka-BTR na sticker si Dreams, oh.
Ay, bastos.
Ay,
bastos.
Nako.
Hindi kayo ginaganyan ng BTR kanina.
Binawian lang.
Ganyan pala kayo.
Binawian lang.
Paano pala? Tapos yung alter ego, gusto lang pala ipa 2-0 muna. Magpa 2-0 muna sa BTR, no? Ganyan pa naman yung team na... Ay! Grabe naman yung hook! Look! Na-hook! Si Luke! Sino na-miss lang?
Hindi pa enough yung damage
Kaso
na Eman.
pranko kasi yan eh. Gusto mo bang set-upan yung pranko?
Ba't mo? Naku, walking money na nga yan, guys eh.
11-4 yung ating score.
Pag nanonood ako ng live stream nila OIB, tsaka nila RTC. Napansin ko si OIB laging may style magsalita. Napansin niyo ba yun?
Hindi.
Napanood niyo ba sa TikTok? Yan po kasi yun! Ay! Yung ganon.
Hinahatak na
share ko lang.
naman.
Dating may braces si Oheb eh.
Ano ba?
Grabe
Life
naman
would
yung
be
mga
dream.
hatak dito ni Dreams!
Kaso walang follow-up. Dinura na lang papalayo.
Pero patay pa rin nata siya. Kulang sa mobility yung back siya.
Bye.
Tinalunan?
Tsunami Slam! Grabe naman yung hook! Anong hook yun?
Magnetic.
Grabe naman si Dreams.
Life
Sa
would
mga
be dream.
iron hook, talaga ikay yung mapapa.
Uy, nag-purify siya ng medium eh.
Akala mo naman pa-purify niya yung bullets ni ano eh,
Kaya
no?
nga eh.
Kinabahan na ata, boss.
Hindi, akala niya kasi magde-death sonata eh. Pag tinamaan siya ng death sonata, slow as ano siya dun eh.
Slow as hell.
Slow as
hell.
Ilan gold did? 5k lang. 5k lang pala.
Ay.
Uy, conceal play.
Malayo yung ibang miyembro dito ng ano ha. Ito na yun na sana yung window time nila, boss.
Nagkamali sila?
Hindi na set-upan nila. Hindi ko na ba't hindi niya pa ni-reach
Hindi,
ng flicker,
si
no?
Luke. Si Luke ang nagkamali, pre.
Oh, nagkamali si Luke?
Ang tinatarget niya si RP and layo na ni RP.
May purify din naman si RP.
Hindi, okay lang. Kasi nandiyan pa naman si...
Bigay yata to, bigay.
Bigay na yan.
Bigay muna.
May pandepensa naman sila. May kimi sila. And, kaso, ano ba? Anong item ni Luke? Fleeting time? First item? Lambot naman ng Kalea na yun.
Build ko yan sa Kaja.
BTR ngayon ang yumayakap sa base nila.
Oo nga. After 2 games na sila yung aggressive.
Gumanti lang daw yung alter ego, guys, sa ginawa sa kanila ng BTR nung Game 1 and Game 2. Tingnan natin kung kaya nga ba nila i-close out yung laro. 3-0 si Arfi. 3-0 si Hijume. So, mas mataas yung chance of winning ng alter ego. Pero tingnan natin, depensa para sa BTR.
Wala, kaya naman depensa ito.
Letong Barat. Walang stock.
Aw.
Oo nga.
Sa ano lang kayo ni Rine. Uy, nagamit na yung Detonas welcome. Basag ang unang tore sa gitna.
Butas ang base ng BTR.
Uy, BTR, ano ba? Tapusin nyo na.
Nag-iron hook din na panakot si si Franco.
Naka-all in to game 3, sabi na eh.
Same scenario.
Sabi na eh, may pumipinoy din talaga kayo eh.
Same scenario ng Onic TLID. Game 3 din nadali. Pero eto, Feather Airstrike na naman. Eman!
Grabe siya. Parang nagtatandrum sa bata. Ay, eto na! Eto na!
Eman Aran.
Eto na! Grabe naman!
Boss, unang niya.
Boss, parang hindi nyo naman kasi kilala si Eman.
Sino si Eman?
Agada. Solid.
Eman ko.
Di ko alam.
Bakit?
Pwede bang Game 3 na lang? Matapos ang laban.
Oy, nakakamiss yung mga ganyang classic na kanta. Ano? Hindi na masyadong
4-3 na si Eman. Nagkalaman yung Sky Piercer stock. Sa
Kaya hindi
isang
yan
high
binibenta
ground attempt ng AE.
Grabe talaga si.
Tuwa na siya eh. Mas nagulat ako nung hindi ko na nape-predict kaya nagulat ako na may soundtrack bigla.
Ay, ang saya. Ang saya.
Ay, naku.
Masakit na rin si Jum.
Yapi.
Okay. Pero si Annabelle, hindi ko gusto yung barats niya.
Hindi ko pangit ka yung barats dyan.
Walang stock.
Okay yung mga barats kung meron kay Rafaela.
Kung si Carl TZ yan, boss.
Kailangan yung mobility dyan eh. Bagal maglakad yan eh. O kaya kung XP yung barat, so may flicker. Kaso,
ay para sa akin mas magaling mag tank jungle si Kyle kaysa kay Carl.
Talaga?
Oo.
Ako Carl over Kyle, pero surprisingly mas gusto ko mag-assassin si Kyle.
Ba? Parang kasing nung time na sumikat si Kyle, tank meta
Tank
kasi.
meta, I see.
Kaya siguro nasanay ako.
Baka sinanay lang.
Ayun lang.
Wala silang contest dun sa Lord. And medyo deado pa yung pwesto
Patay
nila
si
dito.
Bye, Annabelle.
Wala talaga?
GG.
Lights within. Uy, teka. Si Eman. Bumabaril si Eman. Eman, natagpo ang bumabala.
Uy, ba't ka pumasok, Luke?
Halaka, Luke.
Sinasolo ni Eman.
Grabe si Eman dito sa game na to.
Eman against the world.
1v9, boss.
Si Eman talaga pinaka-consistent. Kaya nakakatampo, ba't hindi siya yung season MVP?
Isipin nyo, 0-1 si Luke. 0-7 si Annabelle.
Madedepend pa to?
1-4 si Light.
Wala si Nino.
Eman is the shit.
Eman is the shit talaga.
Actually,
Demonyo.
okay din naman ang performance si Moreno kasi 3-1 siya.
Oo.
Pero,
di lang talaga siya napapansin, pre.
Mas flashy lang talaga
Feeling
yung
ko,
kay
feeling ko walang problema sa performance eh.
may mga feeling mo lang yun.
Feeling ko nga.
Hindi, drop talaga.
Oo, sa drop.
Kasi-
Ay! Oy, Eman! Ay! Ayun na, GG na.
Wala kang flicker, Eman.
GG na.
Sinalo mo lahat ng Feather Airstrike.
GG na. Pag wala na si Eman, this is it.
Pansit. Light. Kaso, wala silang damage. Kung nandiyan talaga si Eman, boss, patay na rin si Light.
Boy pa.
Tika, bumanda yung bola. Isa?
Game 4?
Dalawa? Wala kumakancel doon ng Moreno,
Ayun na,
GG.
may minions na. Base lock na lang.
Eman ko!
Hindi ko alam.
Bakit ka nariyan?
Dapat kasi CC na lang.
Hindi.
CC.
Sila ng barats. Pwede yung barats na yun, XP. Para may flicker sana. Tapos kumuha na lang sila ng jungle nung last pick nila.
Walang 3-0 today. AE Bags, game number 3, kaya 2-1 ang current score natin. So panel, sa tingin nyo, 2-2 ba or 3-1 na to next game?
Depende sa draft. Hindi siya katulad nung sa Onic TLID na kita mong kita mong tilted na talaga yung TLID. Dito kasi
depends pa sa makikita natin. Alright.
Dalawang game lang kasi outdrafted yung AE.
Yung first 2 games, no? Tama.
Game 3 na outdrafted na sila.
Yapi. Ngayon, buhay pa naman ang fanbase ng AE. Makinig muna kayo sa ating, actually hindi pala sila Pinoy. Makinig muna kayo sa mga talents all the way from Indonesia at sa kanilang analysis plus the highlights as we hop on to a very short break. Kita-kits na lang po sa game number 4. Bye-bye!
Now it's time to regroup and rethink their approach in game number 4 because it's not going to be the same. There's going to be some adjustments from Coach Tazi and Pionel, surely, but this was unnecessary, I gotta say. They should have just played safe because the Hail Mary play was not there for them. Even Luke, that engage was kind of weird. But Alter Ego, what a game. And this might kickstart the comeback here in the first round.
This is what I think RP brings to the table when we're talking about Alter Ego. Alter Ego are so flashy. They need a consistent gold lane like RP.
Yep. But the panelist is there to break it down.
Once again, we're going to game number 4. Boys and girls, Alter Ego have struck back going back to their comfort for Dreams in particular. His Franco was an impeccable showing, opening up so much opportunity. And finally, we get to see Rin discovering a new shade of Rin. 50 Shades of Rin.
Whoa. Okay. I told you, right? I mean, we talked about it as well. You can't really mess up playing a Boxia. Like, even if you're not well known to be an to be a utility player, you can't really mess up a Boxia. And Rin showed that he can play the Boxia. They got perfect turtle, for God's sake. And it shows that he can if he is situation in a must-use utility type of deal, then why not? But I think, yeah, Alter Ego obviously back on their feet. This might be the momentum that they need. But to talk about a reverse sweep, I think it's still too far-fetched.
Oh, let's wait and see, man. This was a solo kill, was it not?
Yeah,
Oh man, everyone was hyped up right there for sure, man. Definitely gave him a bit of that momentum. You're seeing Arfi, man, carry the team. And you're seeing a lot of the signature aspects of Alter Ego that you were waiting to see in the past 3 games, you know? The aggression coming in from Dreams, right? Setting of the play, Arfi outputting the actual damage, actually being allowed to output set damage. It's a whole different look coming out of Alter Ego.
Absolutely, absolutely. It really is. It's exciting to see because sure, there was a setback coming into that 12th minute, but at the end of the day, one player stayed consistent, and that was Arfi. That solo kill onto Iman was something that we don't see quite often. This is a rookie versus the Iman, right? I think Sheffin put it really well when he was doing the cast earlier on. So he deserves the player of the game presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And there we go. There we have it. We get to see it once again.
And in these mid-game skirmishes, man, again, the damage coming from Alter Ego is so good. And finally, we're seeing Nino on a, you know, a bit of a signature pick, and you're seeing the impact immediately. Each of them were doing great, but overall, the fact that they now have a composition where everything kind of works together, you know, you have a good front line, you have a good engage tool, and you have a good damage output. It's almost like Alter Ego went for a comp with a very simple amount of, like, variety, right? A very straightforward game plan, and they're able to execute it so much better. And Dreams on the Franco, this is a signature pick, and you're seeing why it is, dude. It really helped out, shutting down Bigatron, starting from the Kimi in the mid lane, and then later on in these team fights, these re-engage hooks when Bigatron have disengaged already, and Dreams will find, you know, the straggler that's sticking around, really allowed them to get so much more value.
They're always able to, again, like you said, re-engage and have an extra hand just reaching out to Bigatron. I mean, we have kind of like a premise where, you know, this is a Kimi Granger game. You have to have backline access. You have to be able to shut them down. And that is provided by Ijume with the Feather Airstrike. That was, I think, one of the game-winning kills in that Crystal clash, because that kill took down Iman, and there was no extra damage from Iman. And number 2, they had the hook as well to reach out. And the Boxia rolling in. I mean, the Boxia, again, has that magic resistance against the Kimi to a certain degree. Not even with the Dominance Ice, right? Because of the ultimate. So, yeah, Alter Ego, they showcased a very, very good game, at least in this game.
And for Bigatron, we saw a lot of questionable moments. Even in the final fight there, when Eman seemed like he was going to try and make a big play happen, right? We saw Luke go really deep. And hey, if I was Miracle, right, I'll be a bit concerned, because Bigatron, we know that once they get too hyped, once they get too, you know, too confident perhaps, we've seen those moments build up. So, you know, if there's a time to be a bit more patient and kind of, you know, step back and reassess, Bigatron, this is it, you know, you have to show that you have that discipline, you have that presence of mind to still maintain and remove all the win conditions from Alter Ego, even though it seems like it's a done deal from the first 2 games.
That was the big moment, right? 12 minutes in, Eman gets that triple kill because he was able to sidestep out of the skills coming through from Alter Ego. So that initial 8k gold lead coming from Alter Ego actually slivered to 4k. But then what you mentioned happened, the Luke tragedy. Because initially it looked really good, right? He was able to...
It looked really good?
It looked really good.
I'm sorry, go on.
He was able to deny that pick from Alter Ego, but then he flickered back in to perhaps look for a pick onto Arfi. But unfortunately, he got taken down, and then Eman was in a really tough position.
I think it's fair because he knows that Eman is strong. Sure, you can't really go on the offense that eagerly, but
Technically, he had like 4 stacks by then.
yeah, but I think he knows that the Granger is getting hotter by the minute. It's
Yeah.
getting more dangerous. But you have to note that RF is a Bruno, and this Bruno late game is a problem, and that Bruno was scaling already. A few items, the crit is just so spicy. So I think underestimating the damage Alter Ego can also bring.
Yeah.
That was also done by Bigatron, and overestimating their own damage.
Not to mention, if you look at the item timeline right here, a lot of budget components for Luke. He went for the fleeting time. So, I don't know, man. If you're the EXP laner, I feel like the fleeting time can be a valid item later on. You know, I think your main job is still to be a bit of a frontline instead of focusing too much on utility. So, there's things like that kind of gets you thinking. Is Bigatron kind of being too over-ambitious here? Do they feel like they can get away with it, you know? Because especially in a high-stakes situation like the playoffs, those are the thoughts that can get you if you don't, maintain the proper mindset.
Was the Barat's pick existent?
I was about to ask.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to talk about it. We talked with Professor KB from the Indonesian
Just a little
panelist
bit.
desk. We talked about the Barats becoming, a counter towards the Baxia. But hey, I think we'll talk more about it later.
Because right now we're going to throw it over to Alyssa and Bude before we get into game numero 4? 4.
4.
DL, sambut Alter Ego X! Woohoo! Mau nggak dibawa pialanya ke sini?
Berat Bude.
Oh, berat. Hais muncul di sini. Ada Devkosh, ada Styx, ada Cyrus, dan juga ada Founder. Bukan Kodelwin, Founder. Bukan ya. Tapi di sini menarik banget kalian sebagai juara. Baru banget juara. Perjuangan kalian juara. Pada akhirnya kalian dapatkan. Bagaimana? Datang ke sini sebagai juara tuh beda nggak sih?
Beda sih. Lebih banyak yang kenal aja. Agak lebih banyak yang kenal. Agak lebih banyak.
Lebih banyak yang kenal dan mungkin jalannya juga lebih nengak gitu ya?
Iya, palanya ke atas terus.
Oke.
Udah nggak bisa ngeliat bawah. Sombong.
Sombong, gak apa-apa. Habis juara tapi luar biasa. Dan kita ngelihat kalian kesini untuk tentunya mendukung Alter Ego nih yang lagi memang berjuang. Bagaimana kalian melihat performa perdana mereka di babak playoff?
Aku lihatnya dia Alter Ego di game 3 udah balik sih.
Ini jati diri Alter Ego.
Ya, semoga di game terusnya kayak gitu terus.
Tapi Hais, kamu kan pernah bermain dengan mereka juga. Kayaknya berpisahnya juga baru-baru banget. Gimana sih kamu melihat dari mungkin ada 2 player yang baru menjajaki panggung playoff, Rine dan juga Arvi?
Aku lihatnya mereka di game 1-2 mungkin agak kurang perform lah. Tapi tadi di game 3 udah balik sih mereka. Udah jago lagi.
Udah jago lagi?
Iya.
Jadi memang game 1-2 mungkin agak sedikit penyesuaian gitu kah?
Iya, agak shaky dikit lah.
Shaky dikit? Atau memang sebenarnya kalian gimana sih ngelihat dari Alter Ego terlihat benar-benar di pressure. Rine yang biasanya kita lihat dengan linknya set, assassin link, segala macam dia bisa. Tapi kayak jadi feeder tadi ya game 1-2. Apa respon kalian?
Feeder, kayak udah ngeblank sih tadi. Ya.
Oke, udah ngeblank. Respon kalian gimana tuh? Santai aja atau bagaimana?
Agak kaget.
Masih percaya comeback sih.
Masih percaya comeback?
Kayaknya emang sengaja sih ini. Skenarionya emang begini.
Wah, memang Alter Ego ada-ada aja. Game 1-2 sengaja. Biar bikin musuh kaget.
Gak kaget sih, emang biar gamenya lama aja. Kita juga ngepredik bakal gamenya 5 game kepake semua nih.
5 game. Berarti game ketiga ini jadi titik comeback ya. Tapi bisa dibilang yang bermain bersama Rine dan juga Arvi mungkin ya. Arvi kan bisa dibilang musim ini masih bermain di MDL tiba-tiba dinaikin. Dan gimana sih ini dari kawan-kawan Arvi tiba-tiba muncul?
Ya Arvi di MDL emang gendong-gendong. Terus di MPL dia baru dicoba season ini jadi bagus-bagus aja sih. Terus tadi game 1 sama 2 mungkin emang masih penyesuaian panggung aja. Terus game ketiga tadi bisa dilihat dia solo kill Eman ya. Serem sih.
Serem ya. Ini dari Cyrus, MVP dari MDL musim ini. Dan kamu melihat banyaknya perubahan terjadi di tempat kalian dan di Alter Ego. Gimana sih kondisi Alter Ego sekarang? Ini memang Alter Ego, saatnya Alter Ego Prime mengukir sejarah nggak sih menurutmu?
Gak tahu ya, saya nggak pernah lihat Mpl latihan lagi. Cuma semoga aja lah sejarah AE sekarang.
Semoga mengukir sejarah. Founder kepengen nyemangatin gak sih temenmu yang lagi berjuang nih posisinya memang match point untuk tim Bigetron?
Ya, semangat buat anak-anak MPL ya. Selagi Dreams masih spam Franco, kita masih bisa menang sih harusnya.
Kuncinya Dream Spam Franco. Kalau di band gimana nih ya? Hais, gimana kamu melihat sekarang match point? Memang udah ngedapetin 1 poin kemenangan tapi kan Bigetron 1 langkah lagi bisa memulangkan Alter Ego lagi. Apa yang kamu ingin sampaikan mungkin?
Tetap main kayak tadi sih, soalnya mereka jago banget tadi, parah.
Parah. Kamu yakin
Parah banget.
Alter Ego bisa comeback dan memenangkan match ini?
Yakin 100%.
Yakin 100%. Dan kita udah melihat bahwa dari Alter Ego X sudah datang ke sini, mereka menyemangati untuk tim Alter Ego comeback. Mereka percaya ini bisa terjadi 100% bahkan. Dan mari kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk tim Alter Ego X. Dan semuanya pasti penasaran ingin mengetahui bagaimana kelanjutan dari game yang keempat. Langsung saja panelis, monggo.
Thank you, Bude. That was Alter Ego X, by the way, for those of you guys who aren't aware, the MDL Alter Ego team.
That's Heist. Yeah, the guy who got the Savage in the earlier weeks of Mpl Id season 3.
That's Gonnie's goat.
Gonnie's goat.
Gonnie's goat. That's important. Yeah, but going back to the previous topic, Barats. Barats. Wait, Barats rhymes with? Strats, right? And we gotta keep in mind, the best strat to win ranked game is a good connection. Ladies and gentlemen, don't let lag cause you to lose ranks because you guys can actually enjoy a seamless gaming experience with the Telkomsel Paket G2 offering speeds up to 100 Mbps for only 375k IDR. So, what are you guys waiting for? Brats, strats, subscribe now via Mike Telkomsel or tsel.id/nacional.
That's why I was lagging.
Yeah, I was about to say that's
because I did not have Telkomsel embedded in me.
It's okay, now you do.
You need that
Now you know.
Now I know that I can speak fast and
you know how to speak faster? You take snacks that help you
snacks
develop those
We're supposed
oral
to show
skills.
off our sucrose snacks, but we finished it.
But it's all gone.
There you go.
Sorry, guys.
There we
It's
go.
like
We messed up. We messed up.
We have some. We have some. Wait.
Oh, can I have some?
We have some.
This is the fried coated soy, the kadale.
I'll have this part.
Yeah, okay.
It's the top part.
I'm
This
gonna enjoy this
Sucro
real quick.
packaging.
Yeah, well, that's the only one left.
Oh, God.
That is good.
Yeah.
That is good. I call
finished
these
the Kribo
exotic
one.
flavors.
Exotic flavors.
Yeah.
You like the exotic flavors, realize?
I do. They have, I'd say, underground flavors. You know,
Oh.
flavors.
People only know, the classic on the white ball and all that. They have like the kacang kribo, which is
Oh, the Kribo one is so good.
Yeah,
That's
Kribo.
my favorite, guys. Personal favorite, Kribo.
gasla.
Best.
Hey, Eterna, we had this conversation, by the way, alongside Mirko.
You've had a lot of conversation.
We do. We talk a lot. We're yappers, basically.
Okay. Continue.
Look at the Sucro man right there.
Okay, yeah.
How do you think her mom gave birth to him with that big head?
I don't think I can answer that on broadcast.
It's a tough time in the hospital. Gasla.
I'm not sure if that's how the conversation went, bro.
Yeah, no. But I think I need something more filling after sucro. Do you guys have an alternative?
It was my lunch earlier.
Oh, really? What did
Yeah.
you eat?
Do I want to tell her? We should
Why not?
gatekeep these.
Why
right?
not?
Gatekeep.
No, why? Why would you gatekeep?
Okay, my bad. Because I had Hoka Bento.
Oh!
You had Hawk Ben?
Hawk Ben!
Are you serious?
Better than Ben 10.
Oh, what did you get? What did you get?
There's a lot of options that you can really get, but my favorite menus is the MPL Hokben fried chicken.
Okay.
It's a very juicy fried chicken.
Okay.
Has enough batter, not the excessive
much,
batter.
yeah.
Yeah, not too much. Yeah. Then the MPL Hoka ramen. By the way, I love
Ramen. Okay.
I love ramen. And of course, when I'm low on budget and I don't have money, I don't hold as much cash as this guy does. When I
Which
only
is
have
captain.
like a few bucks up on my sleeve, I go for the MPL Hoka Hemat.
Sleeve.
Oh.
Hemat means,
Thrifty, economical.
Yeah, economy.
Because I heard with every purchase of the MPL menu, you guys get something in addition?
Yeah, you do.
You get like free diamonds or something like that?
But you can find
Like
bonuses.
items, like bonuses?
A lot of bonuses.
I guess we'll figure it out later on because safety
rule.
can be fun, boys and girls,
Wow.
right? When strategy and speed are the key, focus and protection are everything. So both in-game, on the road, everywhere else. Exclusive collaboration designs are also available for every RSV helmet. So if you guys have a favorite team, who knows, maybe in the official RSV helmet official marketplace, you guys can actually find the team you want, like Geek,
The
X,
design of the team.
RSV, yeah. The white one.
Let's say it, Rashi.
Pretty cool.
Let's say it. Safety is #1 priority.
Yeah, welcome to RSV, where safety is number one.
Safety is #1 priority.
Number one. Number one priority, boys and girls, don't forget. All right, we've been reminding you since the regular season, right?
Yeah.
Protection #1, safety can be fun.
You know, unfortunately, Miko was telling us that some teams don't have an
Protection?
edition. Yes, an edition just yet. You know, so like there's some
Oh.
teams have an RSV edition.
Right.
Some teams don't yet. So, you know, we're looking forward to some more of those exclusives.
Exclusive. Imagine having a Dewa one, right? Then you have
Or Navi.
Olympus behind it.
Oh.
What about
Navi.
Evos?
Evos, it's probably a white tiger, or probably a picture of Albert, maybe.
Which is pretty cool.
I mean,
It is.
Or do you want a jacked porcupine on it?
Hey, we
that
saw
would be
that.
funny. That would be funny.
Right? Oh, it's Codilwin in the watch party with Fandi.
And?
He doesn't look too happy.
And? Fandi and?
And?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. I don't know her, honestly.
Probably a nice person.
I'm usually really aware with these people, but
Ah.
I'll figure it out, guys. Sorry, I let you guys down today.
Fandi's a very funny person, by the way.
He is.
He's hilarious.
Prince Fandi to you.
Prince Fandi. Okay, my bad. King Fandi. I'll elevate that.
It's in his name, bro. Fun.
He's fun.
Yeah, he's a fun guy.
He is.
And he's a Didi. Fandi.
But moving on to the previous game recap here. Man, RP on that Bruno. How about that, huh?
Yeah.
The fact that I'm happy to see that crit marksmen still have a place in the meta. Because so far, there's been a lot of those swift build marksmen. There've been a lot of the ability-based kind of, like the Granger, for instance. But when I first started playing, the good old marksmen go for those crits, man. So seeing those big numbers, right, the big chunks, it's a far cry from the good old days where the Bruno would hit you for like half HP in a hit back in the olden seasons. But you know, it's a different sensation. It's a different
Sensation.
play style, right? If it's in your team, then you have access to more bursts. If it's on the opposing team, you gotta be more careful. Brings diversity to the game.
I agree. I mean, the Bruno was indeed a late game threat. It's bound to be, always, a Bruno when he's 3 items in, even 4. Make it even more for RFE because he was playing a spectacular game. He knew how to kite properly because against the Granger, you don't necessarily lose out because the Bruno also has that range and that crit damage that can just burst quickly compared to the Granger. So we'll see if Alter Ego would like to have that type of hero again.
We'll see, because it looks like both teams are actually on the same side. Alter Ego still on blue side, Bigatron on red. I'm wondering whether or not Bigatron will like to go back or fall back into the same draft that they did in game number 1, considering, like Miracle likes to mention, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Hey, that's true.
Drafting phase game number 4 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, and yet still the Luoyi band. So Alter Ego go for the Boxia. Ah, but this is the change from the red robots.
Barca picked up first.
These are a quick set of picks. I mean, the Baxia again being prioritized by Alter Ego. Bigatron again. Fovia snatch in the hands of Dino because they know Luke also plays this. But these are very, very quick. I mean, the Franco is out, the Kimmy as well. This time the Kimmy is with the Baxia, so, you know, the Kimmy has more, I'd say, freedom because the Baxia just kind of denies that Kimmy off of a strong start.
But this Kimmy is picked against a Farsa, and we saw how difficult it was to actually have impact and output your DPS when the Feather Airstrike is looming right above you.
Yeah.
So, Bigatron has an angle here to try and use that. They've taken the Phobias away from Nino, and that was definitely a big factor in how Alter Ego were able to actually get good positioning in those big team fights. Along with that, the 1-1 that was banned away, I believe, in game number 2 and number 1 by Alter Ego has been let go. So Bigatron with a gold lane type of angle right here.
And it makes sense, right? The 1-1 against the Franco, technically a free Purify that she's able to utilize.
You pop it when you're hooked?
You have to time it, I think.
The timing.
Yeah.
That's just the hook.
When
I
you're
don't know if the ulti, I didn't think you can do it with the ulti.
Yeah, the ulti
Because
is
it's a
basically
suppress.
impossible, yeah, to suppress. And you can't really access your skills bar to the Purify that, you know, it's a spell, right? But yeah, the timing will be very important. And at least the 1-1, the hands of Iman is a strong pick. The crossbow of Tang will be very, very good to just, you know, jump over, like, the bulky heroes of the boxer that wants to come running at you. So, yeah, I think that's a very, very safe and decent pick, the 1-1.
Which means that there's some urgency for Bigatron to get the ball rolling early. The 1-1 has an okay laning phase and a very strong mid game. So if this drags on, the Kimmy or a different gold laner can have a chance to outscale the 1-1 and have a lot more damage output.
Yeah. Especially when the Winter Crowns start popping in, the Immortals start popping in. That's when the 1-1 really falls off. But when it comes down to, like, early game laning phase, level 1, level 2, the 1-1 is actually quite strong. Carry, though, gets taken away in the second phase alongside the rest. Cho also gets taken out. Alter Ego respecting Light here, considering a roamer has not been picked up.
Cool, so the angle right now seems like for Alter Ego is to limit the engage tools. They've been on the back foot and they're unable to mount their own offense again and again because Bigatron has the better engage, has the bigger threat on the map. But now with the Franco that has proven itself very useful, even before the Baxia is even in the picture for the combo, with the traction pulse as well, by the way, can be comboed with the Iron Hook. I think Alter Ego are trying to make sure that, you know, Bigatron can't really get those lockdown type of heroes, and Matilda will be the option. Matilda Phobius for Bigatron, but against a Franco, hey, I don't know, man. You can't take the guiding win when you're being suppressed.
But remember, this Franco was working only with the Kimmy right now, which is why the carry was banned, right?
Right.
So we're looking at something else that is needed to kind of supplement the Franco if they still want to utilize Dreams for the pickoffs.
Matrix?
V-Tricks, yeah, I mean, you need follow-up damage, follow-up burst damage when the Bloody Hunt is out, so you have that pickoff potential. But again, we need to note that the Skimmy still could be flexed.
Yeah, and
go in the hands of Shiju.
Without
there
the
you
Bayonetta.
go! The Nino special!
I've been waiting for this, man, and the Irithel comes through. And some burst damage. It's not the best burst damage. Oh wow, so if Alter Ego are gonna try and engage with a Bloody Hunt, they have to do so under the Feather Airstrike. This might be a bit
Everyone,
difficult,
and
but
ito
maybe
po ang ating game number 4. Interestingly enough, binigay ang 1-1 ni Eman but Benedetta for AE.
Benedetta ni Nino. Jungler yung ating tinitingnan para sa BTR. Ano pa ba yung mga open? Lucas yung kanilang kukunin. Nadala na sa Barats kanina. Tamang Barats naman kasi kayo, BTR. So BTR with the Lucas Jungler, Phobius XP, tas may 1-1 pa. Kakayanin ba? Umabot ng Game 5 or tutuldo ka na dito ng Team BTR? We'll see, we'll see.
I feel like pang tapusan na yung draft ng BTR dito. Although, you could say na medyo momentum ang Alter Ego. Still gonna depend on what is gonna happen pag nag-load na sila sa Land of Dawn. Kung nagtataka kayo guys, bakit wala si Tokwa, nag-CR siya.
Maalam na.
Maalam na.
Nagpaalam pala.
Nagpaalam lang,
Yun ang
guys.
much better words. Nagpaalam.
Tama. Again, last series na to. Tapos, alam ko kung nagsabi ng Brooke bukas, kalaban ng Onic is Geekfam. Tapos, ang mananalo dito, Alter Ego Man or AE, makakalaban nila RRQ.
Yun. Sana, tingnan natin kung baka yun, mas mainit na laban.
I think so.
Kasi ngayon, parang medyo nagiging one-sided yung mga series natin sa day 1.
We are yet to see a Game 5 kasi nung playoffs ng Mpl PH, Game 1, dalawang Game 5 agad di ba?
Ganun yung nangyari. Wait lang tumatapang dito yung AE mukhang dala-dala nila yung momentum.
Nag-trust
from
the process.
game number 3 kanina. So, kailangan pa rin mag-ingat ng BTR sa mga iron hook na ganon. Kita mo na ba? Mapalag pa yung AE matapang pa nga sila
Mag-eye for an eye. Pangdiinan na yung picks dito Although, ako, naglabag ako for BTR sa game na to Try lang. 3.
Tsaka yung late. Wag lang.
Alam mo, ewan ko sa'yo.
Nakakapag-doubt lang. Parang wala pa ako nakikitang successful performance ng Benedetta. Meron na ba?
Sa PH lang, pero ID wala. Zero. Except si Nino, pero wala.
Okay.
Si Lutpi, pre.
Legit ba yun? Of all people, si Lutpi? Yun yung time na win streak na sila sa regular season. Oo, tama.
Hindi sumasukses. Pero lamang ng gold dito yung AE surprisingly wala pang namamatay pero lamang nakagad sila in terms of economy.
Nagpa-power Pa 1K,
mabilis kasi mag-farm tong mga hero ng AE.
Tapos medyo napupush back din si Eman dun sa
pero
baba.
ito, unang Sacred V-Form na gagamitin. Burado, si Hijume. Turtle makukuha. Ganon din naman si Annabelle with a Petrify Alecto combo.
Oo nga pala, backline access agad yan dahil kay Nino.
1-to-1 trade. Pwede pa sumunod si Luke, pero isa-save na ni Light with a Guiding Wind. So, a lead para sa Alter Ego, yung nakikita natin. 1-1 yung score, pero Turtle na secure ng AE kanina. A jungler para sa mid lane.
Ang ganda nung constellation na skin nung sa Irithel, no?
Matapang yung AE, tumatapang, boss.
Nice save, pero gold plating.
Si Nino pwede mabigyan. Habulin yan, habulin ni Luke. Habulin ka kahit saan ka magpunta.
Yapi.
Pero naagaw yung purple buff. Hindi. Nakuha na yung Annabelle. Tagal pa. May 1 minuto pa,
1-2 on the board, pero gaya nga lang sinabi ni Brokey, economy, gold-wise, AE pa din ang lead dito. Rene.
Kilala mo ba si Rene? Si Rene. Si Karine. Yung nagbaback siya. Kaya pala.
Ang naisip nga Rene, Jay. 60-40.
Pwede ng entry. May entry na.
Minsan lang ako makapasok sa Tagalog humor, guys. Give me some leeway. Proud na proud pa naman ako nung naisip. Uy, biglang inuntog.
Circling Eagle, dalawa lang sila dito Nino, hahabulin ka ni Luke. Alecto final blow, hindi na naikasa pa. Annabelle yung makakuha ng kill. Hunter Strike kagad yung bibilin pero may hatak naman na bawi yung AE as Luke will go down. 1-to-1 trade. XP to XP. Oh, hindi pa tapos yung clash. Oy! Hindi umabot yung hook. Ay! 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 Ang tapang mo mahijum eh.
Kaya niya yan. Pati si Light. Wala magagawa si Light eh. Mali yung ginawa ni Annabelle doon.
Oh!
Si Emma na solo kill pa. Ayun lang.
Disaster para sa AE.
Tapos na-reverse sweep bigla ng AE.
Hindi malabo momentum para sa Alter Ego. Kakainin ng buhay yung BTR. Dahil lang sa miss drop nila nung game 3.
Close nga yun.
Ano nyo na yan, guys? Balik nyo na si Etomac. Si Tomac na mag-drop.
Siya na lang, boss.
Bring back Tomac.
Wow, pwedeng hashtag yun
Oo.
Pero bakit ba palag yung EE ngayon? Dahil ba to sa early game or late game lang ba? Kasi momentum.
Tsaka yung mga ganyan ni Dreams.
Yung pusa nasa labas. Yun din. Nilabas nila bigla.
Yun yung nag-isakit sa ulo nila kanina eh. Tsaka hirap yung Lucas dahil dito sa back siya. Lugi pa yung 1-1 ni Eman dun sa Iritel.
Yeah.
Pag hindi nabibigay yung mga hero niya. Pag hindi nabibigay yung mga hero mo, gumaganyan ka.
Iba yung kigil mo dun, Lods.
Oo, sorry. Naalala ko lang si Malupitan. Yup, deep.
Consistent lang talaga. Tama nga yung sabi natin, ang lakas nilang to-meme fight eh. Medyo lang, kailangan lang pala mag-online after 2 games.
Pinasarap lang, para pinaabot lang ng game 5. Madadali pa yung nakakita akong 3-1, 3-1.
Oo nga.
Katakot yung Franco ni Dreams.
Tama.
Respect the Franco siguro yan sa ganyan, next game.
Feeling ko if aabot ng game 5 to, ban Franco na.
Oo.
Or agawin na kasi hindi ko alam kung nagpa-Franco yung BTR, hindi ata.
Hindi na pambigay yung Franco nito. And actually, papasok ulit si Rin. Pero wala kasing damage yung BTR. And dinadali na nga yung backline nila. Crossbow tang, pero nasan yung damage ni Eman? Wala as of now.
Napapa-array na sila sa
Okay, napatay ni Eman.
May -1 naman, kaso mukhang si Eman mawawala din. Napunta pa kay double kill si Kimi. Oo. I call GG. Hindi ba? BTR. Sabagay.
May pasa sila eh.
High ground defense.
Pero kung mas madadali ng hook ni Dreams yan, wala din.
Lahat pwede nang kagatin ni Dreams sa sa lineup na to.
Katapat ng BTR. Feeling ko si Etomax to, hindi bibigay itong Franco. Dala na sila nung game 4 eh. Ay, game 3. Kasi Etomax kaso hindi kasi si Etomax yung nag-drop eh. Uy, Iron Hook. Bring back Etomac, yun na lang yun. Nanalo yung Onic ID nung binalik nila si Eva. Mananalo yung BTR kung ibabalik nila si
Napanood na natin
Etomac.
to. Baka yun, number 2 na coach siya or something.
Muha sila ng 1-1 para nga naman makaiwas dun sa mga Iron Hook. Kaso malulugi lang pala sa lane ng Iritel. Pero tingnan natin, hindi pa naman tapos yung laban. Pumupuso pa dito yung team BTR. Actually, nakuha nila si Dreams. Nakuha din si RP.
Back na. Unless.
Si Eman pa lang sagot, mga boss.
Triple kill si Annabelle bigla o what?
Nadali sila ni Eman. Napatay lang ni Eman si RP. Nag-ano na.
Nag-collapse
Nag-collapse na yung AE.
I got you, my homeboy.
Ang tibay naman kasi ni RP doon. Kapal na mukha, wag frontline.
Replay. Tiyan natin.
Ayun oh. Ay hindi, wala na to. Hindi nakita yung una. Nagasim si RP, sobrang ano niya eh. Sobrang angat niya eh.
Kaya nahila pa baba.
Hindi na nila inano yung Lord, no? Hinintay na bumanggado sa taas.
Tama.
Alter Ego! Bow! Bow! Lamang na. Madadali pa ba? Hindi malabo dahil si Eman at si Annabelle may item na. Ay! Na-cancel out. Hindi, na-cancel out naman ng 1-1 eh. Uy, ang sakit na nung ano. Ang sakit na ni Moreno. Hala ka! Nakalipad si Eman.
Kaya na-disengage lang din agad yung AE. Lakas nga ng defense ng BTR.
Hindi na nila kaya. Grabe na yung parsa.
115 din. Ano ba Magic Shop ba to? Yung ano ni Moreno? Hindi ko makita eh. I see, okay. Bawat hampas.
Nakalimutan ko na yung tawag dyan eh.
Cleave daw.
Damage.
Lethal injection.
Lethal damage.
Ibang game yan.
Ay! RP!
Ayun.
May turtle, may Lord pa naman.
Nanggigil si Annabelle pero nadadodge din nila yung iron hook ni ano
Pwedeng i-slow na lang to ng BTR Wait for the Lord.
Tama, boss. Gesundheit.
Tumalong na.
Kaya namin to.
Tumalong na ang AE from 8K. Bumaba ng 2K, naging dikit pa yung laban. Actually, sa mga clashes, dehado na yung team Alter Ego. Simula nung error na nakita natin, hindi na sila nanalo sa clash.
Yeah. Tapos sumakit din si Moreno.
Arp.
May nakikita ka ng trend.
Pero nakuha pa rin ng AE.
Hindi lumaban yung BTR interestingly enough.
Dumipensa sila. Tatao na lang.
Ika-clash na lang ba?
Oh.
Yeah. Kayang-kayang talunan. Okay. Sabagay. Yung sasagot na lang sila sa ginagawa ng AE, no? Lahat ng tao kinakabahan, nanonood silang lahat eh.
Okay. Tingnan natin.
Eto na. Round 3.
Second chance ng AE. Nakuha uli nila yung Lord. Sila uli. BTR uli. Ang didepensa. Pero Feather Airstrike. Nag-alisan kagad yung Alter Ego. Dreams na huli. Kaso walang follow up dun sa ano niya. Huli niya kay Eman. Wala. Hindi pa tumama si Nino. Ubus sila.
Wow. Hindi makalapit si Nino.
Triple kill si Annabelle.
Maniac. Si Moreno na iwan para tanggalin yung
Hala ka, na-wipe out. Wala, hindi nila madediretso. Kompleto yung tore ng Alter Ego eh.
Kaya nilang mag-chip down ng mga turrets.
Yep.
Pero yun lang. Mga 2 ganun pa.
Mula sa 8K gold lead. Mali ni Dreams yun. Hinuli niya si Eman. Kaso alayo kasi ng mga kampi niya. Mag-isa lang siya doon.
Top nyo guys ha.
Yun na lang talaga. Imagine kung BTR pa yung nakakuha ng Lord kanina. Baka tapusan nila to. Next Lord.
Kailangan nang kumontes ng
Hindi pa naman Evolve Lord to. Lamang lang sa wave yung AE ko sakali dahil sa taas mag-i-spawn yung Lord. Ayun lang. Nino. Lambot siya dito full damage Benedetta to.
Ubus na yung combo niya.
1-5 yung Benedetta niya, boss. Yun ang hindi natin alam.
Kasi imagine, pag ida-dive lang siya ni Annabelle, wala na. Kalmutin lang siya ni Annabelle, wala na eh. Kaya kanina din sa yung na-wipe out for the second time ng BTR, yung AE dito, hindi makalapit si Nino kasi hinahanga lang siya ni Annabelle.
Hindi
Happy
malabo
na ni Eman.
magkaroon pa ng magkaroon na ng 3-1-3-1.
Oo nga.
Hindi na kaya ng AE sa clash eh.
Hindi na.
Nagre-rely na lang sila sa mga...
Kaya nila macro to. Ayun lang.
Kahit si Rini nanlalambot pero nakagat si Eman!
Shutdown!
Talaka, wala na kayong damage!
GG.
Si Nino backline din.
Isang crucial pick-up lang, boss. Pushing yung wave sa baba, Pwedeng diretso, hindi na ata maglo-lord to.
Pag namatay si Luke, GG.
Hindi na maglo-lord. Hindi na maglo-lord.
na to.
Patay si Eman 20 seconds.
Tagal niyan. May Kimi pa buhay, si Haji.
Ito na ata yun. Parating din yung wave sa sa gitna.
Ay!
Moreno.
Si Dreams, kinagat.
Wala, GG. Game 5.
Nakakagat lang si Eman, tanggal ang chance ng BTR.
Yun lang.
Tinarget talaga siya dun sa huli, no? Well, mukhang ito ang una nating game number 5. Second series pa yung nag-game 5, no?
Grabe.
Interesting.
Last year 3-0 yun eh. Baka nga manalo guys pang Alter Ego
Actually, pwede nga manalo Alter Ego. Parang 2-0 na nga. Literally isang game na lang. Ngayon nag-2-2 pa. So, predictions para sa game number 5 bago tayo mag-break, guys. Any picks or bans?
Wala naman.
Tanggalin niyo yung Franco.
Tanggalin na yung Franco. Tanggalin na yung Franco daw. Tingnan natin kung matatanggal ba ang Franco when we load into game number 5. But for now, we're gonna hop into a very short break. Makinig muna kayo sa ating talents and their analysis at yung cheer ng mga tao for AE dito. We will see you guys in game number 5.
Bye-bye.
They're the ones leading. They're the ones with the advantage. Technically not leading, but with the advantage of momentum by their side.
Do you have something to say more?
Usually, I'd just be like sad that BTR is losing, but I'm sad at the state of this game.
It is a peculiar game indeed. And the Big Choke allegations is coming to the surface once again. Oh my god. It might happen again, man. The panelists, like, you gotta break it down for us.
We're going to game 5!
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. And you know, Mirko's famous last words. It's a generational throw from Alter Ego.
But it was.
It was.
It doesn't even matter.
And then Arashi.
It doesn't even matter.
And then Arashi. How? I don't want to say bad, but like in that sense where Alter Ego threw, they still won the game.
Exactly.
So there's layers of mistakes.
It doesn't even matter, bro. Dude, I can't even maintain proper posture. Like that was so many things were going on, bro.
Coaster,
So
right.
many things. You saw the gold graph earlier? Great scenery, bro.
Up and down,
That's
up
a
and
mountain
down.
ridge.
You like mountains, you like lakes. Game number 4, it has it all. We're looking at the replay in crucial moments, I believe, and I agree with you. That was supposed to be a BTR win after the throw came through from Alter Ego, but the fact that Emon unfortunately had to get taken out first before the team fight even occurred, that's when it really sealed the deal for BTR, man.
I'm at a loss for words. Like, what was that game? What was that game?
I need a break, dude. This is too much excitement. Oh, boy.
Absolutely. Let's crown our MVP first, though. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And it's going to go to Dreams. Once again, on his signature Franco. Game number 3, game number 4. Super accurate. I still don't know how he has the game sense to get these hooks down, but it keeps landing and it keeps finding opportunities for Alter Ego to capitalize over.
Dude, some of these hooks were just really, really good. And you can see that he has a thought process. Whenever the Farsa is ulting, whenever Moreno's in place, he kind of has a bit of a foresight type of deal when he's trying to land some of these iron hooks. And of course, it's a solo kill, but it's a favorable matchup, so we don't really count that. But man, Alter Ego though, despite having everything going for them, again, I have to restate it, it was a generational throw. How the heck did the game even go that far afterwards? Oh man. Once Bigachon got some gold in their pockets, they got the power spikes, they have the tools, the range, the burst damage, and Alter Ego so one-dimensional in their approach, trying to just force their way into the base. It did not pay off, man. Multiple times they lost multiple members when they're trying to get value with this Lord. But after a while, give it long enough, Bigachon finally had the chance, the opportunity, and they wipe out Alter Ego. This was the moment. This was their time to shine. But unfortunately, right here, the suppression, dude.
Yeah.
That was a suppression. That was what happened, man. Eman gets locked in, gets taken out, and from there, it's a matter of time.
Generational suppression, I'd say, from Dreams. He was so good with the Franco. Obviously, a staple pick for him, a signature. And yeah, in that last fight, I think Eman dying just sealed the deal for Bigachon. We took a look at the base conditions, and was it endable or not? But I feel like after
I said it was immediately, like,
yeah,
it's an angle, bro.
That's true, but like, after what Alter Ego did, that throw, I don't know what was in Bigachon's minds. I mean, they got the Maniac, they were able to turn it around, but they couldn't even still close it out.
Well, they probably got swept up in the pace and the momentum, right? In trying to make sure that Alter Ego can't recover, can't set up again with 5 members, they're trying to find something. They're trying to force Alter Ego to react. Unfortunately, in doing so, they lost their main marksman, their main DPS output. And you know, at that point, right, technically, if you think about it, Bigachon Esports have the Farsa, they have good damage abilities and opportunities, but at the same time, they have a 1-1 that does fall off, and they're up against a team with 2 marksmen, technically. So, there was some urgency for Bigachon, that's for sure. But dude, I really think that was the hype. Again, we saw it from Luke. I think we saw that from the whole team. And uncharacteristically, I think we saw quite a few of those moments from Eman in this game.
I like that you mentioned that about Eman on the 1-1, because at this point of the game, 16 minutes and 34 seconds, you can see Hijume has Immortal, Dreams has Winter Crown, Rin has Winter Crown. The only person who doesn't have that kind of, factor against the 1-1 is Nino. Even Arfi had the Wind of Nature as well. So even if the Crossbow of Tang was able to be triggered, that damage would be not as optimal or even rendered useless in some occasions. So the fact that BTR lost is not a big, I would say, a big question, because at that point, we were already talking about it even in the drafts. Because even in early game, they were so persistent on using the 1-1 in the first phase, picking it up first, but they didn't even deny the Irithel in the banning phase. They went for the carry ban instead. So I don't really see the window of opportunity that the 1-1 was supposed to have in this game, because early game, taken out, because it was against the Irithel. Late game, we saw what happened.
I think it's more on the fact that it's a generational throw, not because the 1-1 is going to outscale and recover. It's just because they were just so far ahead in gold, and now it kind of evened out the playing field. By all means, it's still going to be favoring Alter Ego. I think we saw that playing out. But right now with the Farsa, we were talking about this. In theory, that should be enough to zone out the Kimi and the Irithel. Although technically with the Great Dragon Spear, the Irithel is going to be really, really fast. So you're seeing double value for Arfi on that Irithel. and you really start to wonder why it really wasn't respected. And maybe the idea for Bigatron is that we're gonna catch him anyways with the Mathilda Lucas, which did happen. The first 2 times RP got picked up was because of that Lucas. I'm getting mixed up. It's with that Lucas play diving to the back line. So maybe they thought it wouldn't be a problem, but in the end, it became a massive problem.
Yeah, I mean, it was done and dusted when it reached kind of like the late game because...
By the way, it's actually 16 minutes.
16 minutes?
You know, we're talking it's going to be 2 minutes, 2 minutes. It's actually 16.
Oh, wait. Okay. That's a pattern.
Oh, well.
But yeah, the winner crown was so good against the 1-1, obviously, rendering the crossbow of Tang useless, the immortality as well. And for the Benedetta, it's just about escaping, right? Because the Benedetta is able to do that, so mobile. And the fact that the guiding wind was also there, kind of like a saving grace for the 1-1. But in a way, it is also such an offensive tool. Because the Matilda comes in with a circling eagle, the 1-1 can hitchhike a ride to then kind of semi-jump into the backline, get those weakness spots. But that was the reason why they lost the game. Because 1-1 was looking for that angle, went with the Matilda to go to the semi-backline, I'd say, right?
Went too deep.
Yeah, but it went too deep. And the Starlium beam from Hijume was clutch as well. Like, just locking the 1-1 in place.
And Dreams. Because Dreams suppressed it
and
too.
And Dreams as well, yeah.
Immediately, he was
bloody hunt
on site, dude.
Yeah. It's like kill on site order.
Basically.
Yeah.
At that point. And I'm so happy though to see that, again, we're seeing the signature aggressive style of Alter Ego, and it's working somewhat. And dude, Dino on the Benedetta, I mean, he wasn't hard carrying, he wasn't game changing, but there were moments there where that Benedetta really made a difference, whether it's in the wave clear to roam, whether it's in diving to the back line and stopping the Farsa. And since we've been asking for it throughout the day, I'm like, finally, dude.
It's fan service.
It only took like, what, 4 games before we were asking for it, and it actually shows up in the Land of Dawn.
Slow starters.
Late bloomers.
Yeah, they're growers.
Growers.
Yeah.
But at least they're faster than TL.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They're faster to get their groove than TL, right?
Ah, yeah.
So, because a lot of people have been saying, you know, in the back rooms, if it was a best of 7, TLID would have won. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I mean, they did, but
it wasn't me,
you
guys.
know.
I promise.
Ooh.
But game number 5 finally going all the way, full best of 5 between these two. Chaos Derby just really never disappoints. The drama from season 7 to season 8, regular season drama as well, and we're seeing that same drama being really sparked through, not just by the players up on stage, but also in the game, right? Game number 1, game number 2, heavy brawl style. We're seeing the exact same, I think, coming into the later stages of the series, but Alter Ego are adapting. Alter Ego are adjusting. They're not as hot-headed. They're not as chaotic driven anymore, right? You see those moments where like, oh, should we go for it? Dreams, that's a hook, but everyone else is already, you know, kind of retreating. They don't want to overcommit too much. And if Alter Ego can keep this up, I do believe that there is a world and a chance where Alter Ego takes this.
Well, you have to remember, it's close, it's exciting in the game, outside the game, also in the caster desk, because someone is quaking in their boots right now. Woo!
I believe so. I believe so. He's sweating. He's sweating.
Sweating bullets.
Codelwin is sweating in the watch party as well. I think everyone's sweating right now.
Fortunately, his hair is no longer red.
Yeah.
That's true.
He's no longer gonna have hair if this is the case. Well, he's gonna bald because of the stress.
Oh.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we have an interview though.
Yep, we are gonna go to an interview before we get into game number 5 with Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
Babak play-in di MPL Indonesia Season 15 Playoff semakin mendebarkan. Di match kedua kali ini, dua tim sama-sama nggak ada yang mau pulang, sama-sama ingin berjuang. Dan tentu saja perjuangan mereka terus didukung oleh support system. Bagaimana tidak, Bude langsung melihat semangat dari ayahanda, dari salah satu player Bigatron dan salah satu player dari Alter Ego. Ada Papa Nino. Halo Om.
Ya, halo juga.
Apa kabar Om?
Baik.
Baik. Dan juga ada Papa dari Moreno. Halo Om.
Halo, halo.
Om, ini adalah kali kedua Om berarti menyaksikan Moreno secara langsung.
Ya.
Betul ya, kemarin kita lihat pas di regular season, pada saat playoff sama nggak Om vibes-nya?
Beda.
Beda?
Ya.
Lebih debar-debar atau gimana Om?
Ya saya pikir buat pemain pun jago apa awal-awal pasti sedikit under pressure mungkin.
Sedikit ada pressure, memang ini panggung yang besar dengan kemegahannya. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari hari ini juga, Bigetron tadi menang 2 poin duluan tuh Om. Apa reaksi Om?
Kalau udah 3-0 kayaknya nggak enak playoff. Jadi saya pikir 2-2 biar lebih seru. Kita sebagai orang tua dukung aja, mau apapun hasilnya, yang penting Bigetron menang.
Yang penting Bigetron menang. Hasilnya mau 3-0, 3-1, yang penting 3-nya buat Bigetron.
Ya,
Itu dari Papa Moreno pastinya. Tapi kalau dari Papa Nino nih, Papa Nino ini berarti kita baru ketemu nih ya Om ya. Di
Ya.
playoff datang jauh-jauh dari Sukabumi.
Ya.
Bawa siapa aja Om ke sini?
Bawa teman dan kakaknya Nino.
Pokoknya ramean berarti Om.
Ya.
Jauh-jauh emang khusus di sini atas permintaan Nino atau gimana Om?
Enggak sih, sebenarnya Nino tidak tahu bahwa bapaknya ngasih support untuk pertandingan di playoff ini. Biar dia juga pas tadi lihat dia langsung kaget kok bapaknya ada gitu. Saya nggak ngasih tahu dia bahwa saya akan datang lihat ke sini.
Jadi surprise.
Iya, begitu.
Wah, ini udah kayak ulang tahun ya, surprise. Tapi muncul di sini tentunya sangat berarti untuk Nino. Tapi ngelihat Nino tadi lumayan kesulitan, apalagi di 2 game awal. Sempat ketinggalan dan nyaris aja. Tapi mereka berhasil comeback. Itu Om, gimana sih ngelihat 2 game awal Nino harus kesulitan gitu?
Kayaknya dia maksudnya kalau udah pertandingan playoff begini, kayaknya dia demam panggung ya. Jadi kayaknya babak pertama dan babak kedua itu dia agak sedikit canggung gitu ya. Pas di pertandingan ketiga dia udah pas menang, jadi pas pertandingan keempat dia udah percaya diri gitu menurut saya.
Momentumnya dapat ya Om, tapi sebagai ayah, sebagai papa, sebagai bapak, Bude penasaran banget. Apa sih yang Om mungkin langsung muncul ketika nama Nino muncul?
Kalau saya sih sebagai orang tua ya, sama kayak bapaknya Moreno, cuman bisa mendukung aja biar dia prestasinya lebih bagus lagi lah gitu dari tahun ke tahun gitu aja.
Pokoknya harapan yang terus dimunculkan. Dari Papa Moreno gimana nih? Apa yang langsung tersirat ketika nama Moreno muncul?
Yang pasti bangga lah ya. Kita cuma mendukung semaksimal mungkin sama. Papanya Nino Sukabumi, saya juga dari Bandung khusus buat dukung Moreno.
Khusus jauh-jauh dari Bandung.
Sama-sama dari Jawa Barat ya.
Itu dia.
Ya, Pak.
Boleh ngomong Sunda langsung nih Om. Sundain ke Moreno Om.
Ya, nyuhunkeun duku kangana kanggo warga Jawa Barat karena Moreno dari Nino itu berasal dari Provinsi Jawa Barat. Semoga mereka itu bisa berprestasi dan membawa nama Jawa Barat lebih bagus lagi, begitu.
Untuk Jawa Barat, pokoknya ini untuk warga Jawa Barat.
Ya.
Biar mendukung keduanya.
Ya, semua warga Jawa Barat biar mendukung, biar jangan masuk barak militer.
Oke, tapi itulah dia. Akan ada satu tim yang masuk ke babak selanjutnya dan satu tim harus berpuas diri. Kepada support system Bude ucapkan terima kasih, hatur nuhun.
Sami-sami.
Dan kita akan langsung melanjutkan bagaimana game penentuan. So, caster, panelis, semuanya bersiaplah.
Yeah, you can see where he gets.
Yeah, he's super tall.
Yeah, you can see where his son gets the genes.
And
his dad is so cool.
you know the dad personally. Oh, by the way,
No,
those were that was Moreno's dad and Nino's dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why we're talking about dad.
He's got a
Nothing
great
weird.
voice, by the way.
He does.
Like great for radio. It was just
He can be
the
a caster.
bass. The bass, dude. You need a soundbar to enjoy that range.
Oh.
Yeah, not like that.
Okay, my bad. But by the way, the reason why I said that is cool is that's where Moreno is able to get that swagger. You know? Why are you disgusted? Oh, my bad. I won't do that anymore.
Say something.
Yeah.
Say something.
Save yourself. Save yourself.
Say something.
I will.
I'm not gonna sweep it this time.
I will save it myself.
Save it. Save it like you guys can save money by investing in UBS Gold. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, you want to secure your future. You want to make sure things are right. Starting from just 200,000 IDR, you guys can own UBS Gold bars. So imagine that. You steal mine. Oh my god, he stole all of
I'm
ours.
collecting it. Like Thanos is collecting.
How many grams is that?
This is, let me count. I'm not good with maths.
I mean, Shevin was. Nerd.
This is 0.1 gram.
0.1 grams. So you guys can
All right.
start small, all right?
Yeah.
0.1 gram there in Realize's hands right now. It's 100% authentic, completely safe, and of course, highly profitable. So you guys don't want to miss out. Yay. Rude.
And maybe with that value safe, you can make sure that you stay fed at home. As gamers, we have a hectic schedule, man.
Hungry.
And what
always.
you need is something that can last long and taste good and stays consistent, right? Consistency is key.
This.
You're talking about Kila food, right?
Yes, sir.
Kila food. I like that you mentioned that because it's the key to everything.
Victory.
Did you see their stand outside? They have a stand that was showing off their new instant Sablak menu.
Sablak house.
There's a black house, exactly.
And,
yeah.
and you know what? Mirko was like, this is Kyrie's house.
Holy crap, it's so good.
This is Kyrie's house right here. It's a black house.
But Sablak is pretty good, man.
It is.
But the way they made it, you add hot water and boom, it's done.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the convenience, man. The convenience value is crazy.
Exactly. Late night cravings, all G. You have an emergency hunger situation, all G. If you're too lazy like me, all G too. You know, guys can actually also get a 50% discount. So scan the QR code down below here and get yours now because holy crap, it's actually so good.
I'll save it for later when I'm stuck in a bear hunting situation. When I'm hunted by a bear or like a lion.
When is that going to happen, though?
I think a week from now or two.
Huh?
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Man has plans.
But of course you can't.
That sounds like an Arashi thing to do.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like,
an Arashi thing.
Is there an event I didn't hear about? What's going on?
Arashi came by and he's like, yo, I'm stuck in the Amazon for like 2 weeks.
I'm in the mountains, bro.
Kila food is the answer.
Exactly.
Kila food.
It'll keep you fed for a while, man. You would be surprised, all right?
Oh, you said you were hungry. We can go get Kila.
Yeah, but then who casts
For
here?
sure.
I mean, after the cast, silly.
Okay.
Because we're match point for both teams now.
Match point, let's go.
One
Match
more to go.
point.
There can only be one more, guys.
Yes.
Oh, man. 4 games has led to this. Has led to Mirko.
He was filming, by the way.
Quaking in his boots.
Yeah.
He's
Came
seething.
over and he was like,
He's seething right now. He's seething right now. Dreams as Franco becomes BTR's nightmare in the last 2 games. Do they ban it or do they ignore it?
Do you face the problems or do you just act like they don't exist? This is some philosophical
denial.
question MPL is asking us right now.
being in denial? Oh, that's so me. That's my way of life.
Get gaslit, bro. Get gas.
I'm gaslighting myself.
Gaslight yourself and the problem doesn't exist.
Everything is fine. It's fine. Nothing's crumbling.
But seriously, what do you guys think? Because technically, they actually picked up the Franco in the first phase. Does it warrant a ban in the first phase?
I think in the first phase it does, to be honest, if you want to respect it fully. Because it was picked up in the first phase, by the way, by Dreams, alongside the Kimi as well. It was a Hijuma and Dreams pick. But I think if that happens, if the Franco gets banned, and then it opens up gates for Rin to use his heroes. So yeah, it's a tricky situation for Bigatron right now.
I feel like unless Bigatron has a plan that involves getting hooked, like, you know, or having someone to actually take the hook somehow, then there's no shame in banning it away. I don't think I think they can afford to let go.
Of what? Luo Yi, Joy, and Haya. Those were the bans by Bigatron.
You're
Or
right.
do they take first pick?
Yeah, they can take first pick. You're right.
Technically, that is an option.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like, if they do so, right? My point is that it's not the end of the world if you ban the Franco. And some players, especially if you're not used to it, can change the outcome of a game off of one good hook, right? So we see a lot of teams ban the Franco when they're up against RRQ because of Edok. So
Even internationally.
exactly. So if Dreams is just that big of a problem, which he kind of is, right?
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. Then I think banning it away is an approach they could take. I think that I feel like they should have taken that approach for the previous game, right? Knowing it's a bit of a problem, experiment by taking it away, and then you have one more chance to try something else.
Okay.
But now they're at the end. They're at the end here.
Right, but face value, what are we looking at? So let's say BTR take first pick, right? They go what? Haya, Joy, and then Franco? Or do they go, yeah, Haya, Joy, Franco, and then pick up the Luo Yi? Is that the...
Yeah,
Is that what we're looking at?
I think that's a way, right? Because at least now you have Luo Yi
Okay,
in your hand.
scratch that, sorry. Alter Ego first pick.
Ah, okay.
Doesn't even matter then what we're talking about. All right.
Okay, but still, the same question goes. With BTR on second pick, do they go Haya, Joy, Franco?
They might let go of one of the big macro tools, the chip or the Luo Yi, and then trade whatever hero Rin really wants, right? Which they, in theory, would really want for that. That could be an option.
But I don't think Alter Ego would let the chip go. Right?
Let it-
Because this is a scenario where BTR want to take out the Franco.
But then they might. You can force them to let go one of the macro tools, I guess. And so even though, so you're banning the Franco. Man, this is getting complicated.
Right? What do you think, Realize?
It's very tricky. We'll just have to see the draft, I guess.
Okay, okay. I guess we'll have to see it unravel on its own. What does Coach Tazi have up her sleeves? Her back is now against the wall.
No.
This could potentially be the elimination match for the Red Robots, who have come so far. 2 games in a row being able to go back-to-back wins. Unfortunately, Alter Ego turned this completely around, making it a best of 1 once again. So the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G for the final time of the day. Alter Ego stick with the same ban so far. Fredrin gets banned out, Masha gets banned out. From the side of Bigatron, it looks like things are a lot slower. I think Coach Tazi is also thinking about this. Hayabusa, though, for sure, will not be let go as a big moment. They really don't want to let that slide, considering Rin has been performing incredibly well on the Hayabusa.
All right, so I think my point is we can maybe Bigatron can trade that Franco if it's going to be that important for other value picks, right? Just force Alter Ego to just concede more value. I think that was the point I was trying to get at. Now they've banned with the chip. So Bigatron, oh no, now if they want to ban the Franco, they have to pick between the Franco and the Luo Yi.
Yeah, that was my question, right?
Yikes.
Is that okay or not? Do you want to give Alter Ego the Luo Yi? Because Hijume can also perform on the Luo Yi and utilize it. And if we're talking about early chaos, early drama,
They've done it.
Alter Ego are known for it, but they don't go for it. They go Boxy up first pick. Bigatron.
Luo
They
Yi.
go for the Luo Yi here.
Oh my god.
This is going according to plan.
All right. So this Boxcha is just that trial for Alter Ego, it seems. Man, considering they don't have any flex routes with it, considering that Rin isn't well-known for playing
Umabot
with it.
din ng Game 5, but
Bayan.
ang ang napapansin ko dito, Luo Yi na open ulit for BTR side plus yung, excuse me, Kalia, most likely will go over to Light. Hold on. Wala akong salamin. Binana nga yung Franco, gaya ng prediction mo. Kasama si Kakashi Hayabusa. Tsaka syempre si Joy.
Ang delay predict nung draft nung AEO. Next niyan, Farsa.
Hindi, mag-Angela yan.
Agad?
Hindi, sinasabi ko lang. Ay! Sabi sa'yo.
Agad?
I predict it.
Agad?
Esme na!
Esme na!
Esme na!
Kulit ka ha?
Kung nag-i-esme man si Luke.
Ganto pala tong Raluna to. Aga na eh. Alam na kasi ng BTR to, once na nilock in natin yung Eritel, sunod na ibaban, Angela. And okay din naman siguro kahit mag-esme yung BTR, especially
Granger.
may backsha sila.
Baka mag-Granger.
Pwede
Moskov. Feeling ko Moskov.
Carry to. Kailangan nilang pang shred mamaya.
Kaso, lugi siya kay Arfi.
Kung hindi pa kukunin yung esme, ibaba ng AE.
Ng AE. Granger na muna.
Ba na yung esme?
Granger pa din.
Baka magba ng CC, esme, or
Both.
CC, esme, dirot.
Dapat kasi yung Game 4, CC talaga yun. Kulit nyo kasi, BTR. Ay, nung Game 3. Ewan ko ba sa inyo? Hirap nyo ipagtanggol.
If ginagaya nila yung draft nila ng Game 1, if may Cho ulit, similar talaga to Game 1 yung draft nila ng Game 5.
Pero kung ikaw yung AE, parang gusto mo na iban dito yung
Esme?
Esme talaga.
Pero parang hindi nila pinaprayo yung ESME dyan eh. I mean, parang di nila napapansin.
Baka na nila na pag nila, dadalhin ka agad yung Granger and Eman, tatanggalin agad.
Sila yung nagba ng CC? What? Kayo nga kukuha yan eh.
Baka gusto nila kumuha ng mga Hylos or Gatot. Kaya nagba ng CC.
Baka XP Kalea na yan. Ba nyo na po, views?
Glue?
Glue.
Hindi, ibibigay yata yung Esme. Baka yung AE kumuha ng carry.
Do we know if kaya mag-esme?
Pero kung matatalo pa dito yung BTR, no? Grabe
Ang
naman yung
lungkot nun.
reverse sweep, boss. Match point na kayo. Dahil lang sa maling drop nyo nung game 3. Hindi nyo man lang pinag-drop si Etomac.
Kaya nga eh, puro Tazy. Siguro napansin ng BTR, parang si Etomac binibigay yung ibang game Tama yung ba nila, Pobius? Alter
Mga mag-yes, lang to eh. Mag-Zushin lang tong si Hijumi.
Hindi ka magsusushin siya. Mag-fall off yung damage ng AE. Mas pabor sa BTR.
Hindi, kumuha sila Masha. Ay, hindi ba na pala yung Masha?
Wala na nga. Wala na silang
Hanzo.
Sabagay, una naman.
Esme, BTR?
Ng line-up yung AE.
Kuha ka muna ng Piling ko Badang.
Ay. Yung AE yung mag-e-esme? So wala silang crowd control.
Falling Star Moon.
Binan nyo kasi yung CC. Sa inyo nga dapat yan eh.
Shot themselves in the foot.
Di rin kasi pwede mag-esme yung BTR pre. Di worth it.
Barats ulit?
Wala na.
Nagtangka na ng headphones.
Kulit nila sa Barats, no? Pero baka Barats XP.
Siguro.
Much better Barats XP na lang.
Pag nag-esme yung AE, magugulat ako. Angela tsaka
Ay,
no, esme.
pwede pa mag-link yung AE
Pwede.
Pwede link yan kasi may Angela na eh.
Oo, pwede. Okay yung link.
May protection na si Rin.
Link Ib yan. Kung pag nag-link Ib yan.
Kung magli-link sila, pwede na sila mag-Zushin. Kasi ando na yung damage eh.
Kasi yung objectives nun kahit
or
bigay na nila.
Lunox.
Badang
Ay!
Kimi pa din.
Ay!
Yep.
Ba't Kimi?
Hindi, okay yan pre. Okay yan, promise.
Oh! Sinagutan ng another healing.
Gulo.
Well, Game 5 na daw eh. Ilabas
Gulo nyo.
ang mga dapat ilabas eh.
Gulo nyo. Asa na naman kayo kay Eman?
Pero
ayop kayo?
Kung sa drop pa lang, AE ako dito.
AE ako dito. Unless si Eman magwala. Pre.
Hindi. Unless makakuha ng mga magandang pick-up si Luke.
For me, BTR ako dito. Uy, nagdadasal sila.
Yan yung mga kulto.
Cute!
Gusto ko yung gusto ko yung parang plano ng BTR na merong sustain yung alaban, may Angela, kuha rin tayo ng sustain
Pero
to counter
wala
them.
silang pang shred dun sa backsha na eh.
Ang pinaka-problema
Naka-hard
nila,
card
kumuha sila ng Florin, may backsha yung kalaban. Parang mas lamang pa rin sa sustain yung kalaban dahil dun sa backsha.
Hindi, burst heal naman yung yung tawag dyan?
Florin pre. So okay lang.
Kaso kawawa sila sa ano.
Kawawa talaga sila.
Aabot tayo ng late game.
Kawawa
yung
sila.
drop ng ano. Kawawa yung drop ng BTR. Meron ka Eritel, meron kang Kimi. Meron kang Angela. Nag-purify na nga lang dito si RP eh. Pero kung tatalong si RP, katulad ng ginawa niya kanina.
Pero kung usapang draft lang, pre wala, promise. Abugbog tong BTR. Tingnan mo. Kasi walang panaka si Annabelle dito eh.
Wala, ang kulit nila sa ano. Ang kulit nila sa Barats.
Makakabawi nga AE.
Kung ako lang kung magbabarats kayo, nag-ano kayo, Rafaela. Para bumilis-bilis yung Barats.
Wala eh. Di nila naisip yung pre. Patay ka.
Kung si Etomac yun,
Maisip
Rafaela
na
yun.
Napilitan tuloy mag-flicker si Moreno.
Grabe ka naman kay Tazy.
Nasabi ko lang, 3-0 na kasi dapat eh. Kung si Tomac yung nag-drop ng game 3, hindi 3-0 to.
Gusto niyo ba bumili ng pagkain pagkatapos?
Ijume!
Uy. Boss. Iba yun
Parang alam ko na. Alam ko na kung paano ka
Tuloy mo! May mga lalagdaan ako na dyan, papel dyan.
High pitch ka pala, boss. Di mo naman sinabi.
May mga papel na ibinigay sa akin kanina. Alalahanin mo.
Sabi ko lang naman, ganun ka pala. High pitch ka palang tao.
Nakakita ka na nag-rank ng puro 4 tsaka 5.
Aray ko, ang sakit na sigaw ko.
Ay, naku. BTR gets first dibs sa Turtle at least. So, tignan natin.
Hindi, maagaw ni Rene yan.
Feeling ko kaya,
Depende.
Lah, mga ganun tsunami slam mo.
Nanggigil masyado
Patay
si
si Luke.
Doon
Si Luke tumalon. Luke. Tapos yung inuli niya, meron pa heart guard. May back siya yan. Kahit sabihin nating sustain ng Kalea, dadalihin ka niyan. Tapos nilikuran na kayo ni Rick.
Wala na.
Ay, ewan ko ba kasi talaga kung si Etomac yan?
Wala na.
Ba't hindi nyo pinag-drop si Etomac? Hindi na nga nagdodota si Etomac. Nagbago na si Etomac. Direk, ayayin mo si Etomac.
Tanong natin bakit hindi siya ang nagda-draft.
Ko-comfort natin si
Oo
Etomac.
tanong nyo kaya, ba't di siya yung nagda-draft? Kasi crucial game to eh.
Baka yung main coach na lang talaga si
Si Knight Stepan.
Girl.
Si Knight Stepan, sabay Anja si Dreams. Ako po. Ba't kasi Florin? Ang bagal ng Barats nyo. Ba't kasi Barats? Yun na lang yun.
Kung ganyan lang din pala gusto nyo, tatag-Leomord na lang kayo.
Mas okay pa nga
Mas okay Leomord.
Oo, if ever.
Ang dali sanang pick up ni ni Jume tsaka ni RP kung Leomord kayo.
Oo.
Kasi ang problema nila dito, backlines eh. Hindi nila maabot si Jume
Ang
tsaka si
problema
RP.
ka mo, ang hirap ng line-up nila, ang bagal ng Barats. Tsaka sabihin natin meron Tsunami Slam. Ano yung follow-up mo?
Yun nga, yung rocket ni Annabelle.
Hindi, siguro pag Tsunami Slam kakainin yun.
Ano yun? Here comes the airplane! Jug.
Hindi, piling ko si Etomac yung magli-Leomord yan.
Wala na eh. Tsaka pre, ang dami pang pwede.
Nakakapanginayang. Sayang yung effort ni Etomac. Tinigil ni Etomac yung pagdodota niya para dito, tapos hindi niya lang pagdadropin.
Sayang. Kaya pa naman yung commitment niya sa kabilang game na. Rank games every night yun.
Parang nawawala na ako ng gana maging fan ng BTR sa ganyan.
Sim.
Fan ka na ng AE.
Alter ego na lang ako,
Kaya lang naman ako naging fan ng BTR, kaya ito.
Patay si Annabelle.
Wala, ginanyan lang Ginanyan lang ni Reed.
Hindi na makakuha ng buff.
Grabe din si Hijime bigla, no?
Tapos ini-XP pa, ang hilig nila sa XP Kalea.
Ewan ko ba? First 2 games,
Palong-palo sila.
Ang nila, akala ko na to. Kalea ni Light. Yun na sana.
Nung binago nila yung laning nung Kalea, nadadali na sila eh.
Hindi nyo ba nakikita nung nagkakalea si Light? Denominate nyo yung jungle, yung river. Binigay nyo ng binigay kay Luke. Loko-loko yan. Ang ganda ng traction, ang ganda ng combo. Meron sustain, may bloom. Kaso yung damage? Wala.
Si Luke backline.
Ayan na si Luke O, tingnan mo sino atake ni Luke.
Si Rin pa yung
kung si Light yung nagkalea. Ewan ko ba sa inyo. Teka. Si Eman.
Wala, patay rin si Eman.
clean up si RP.
Si RP.
Ay, malalim siya doon daw.
Sige, bugbugan kayo ng bugbugan.
7-2. Double
Aray,
kill si James.
Pinatay ng Angela yung XP later. Double kill yung Angela.
Uy, parang may nakalabag. Parang may nakalabag.
Hindi, nasasaktan lang ako para kay
nasasaktan lang.
Etumak.
As a fan.
Magkano siya?
Ha? Wala pera?
Wala pera.
Kaka-anniversary lang din.
Life could be dreams. Shout out. Shout out. Patay ka. Ay!
Nakita niya.
Wala.
Turtle sa 80.
Maling-mali yung draft.
Ang gabi yung drop nila. Binibigay nyo ng binibigay kay Light yung Kalea na 2-0 nyo AE. Tapos pinakawalan nyo kay ang hilig nyo sa Kalea XP, tapos Barat Jungle. Gagawa ako ng dami.
Tama na.
Gagawa ako ng dami, Alter Ego.
Tama na.
Tandaan yan.
Tama na.
Ginagayan yung mga Pinoy import, Pinoy
Tama
coaches
na.
namin.
Tama na.
Ganito pala tong
Tama na.
coach na to.
Bakit bang sa drama kayong dalawa?
Tama na yan.
Tama na yan. Saktan ako para kay man siya kay Light.
Sayang,
Kay,
no?
hindi nila deserve yan.
2-0 na eh. Life could be dream.
Tsaka hindi ko naramdam yung luwayin ni Moreno ngayon. Yung game 1 palang pala yung
Pangit kasi ng combo dun sa Louie.
Walang combo sila eh. Silo kasi kailangan niya mag-farm eh.
Okay yung Louie kung ang roam nyo Kalea.
Wala, patay na si Annabelle agad. Sige, bloom mo.
Ba't kasi ganyan?
Wala.
Parang lang yan eh. Okay yung Louie pag roam yung Kalea. Parang lang yan. Ba't ka naglalagay ng prutas sa tinola?
May strawberry sa tinola.
Okay yan sayote sa tinola. Okay yung Kalea sa roam.
Parang lang yan. It's always the refrigerator protecting the snacks. God damn it. Pak. Wala magagawa na talaga dito, bro.
Nice try.
Sakit lang nung pagkatalo nila. Miss draft.
Magreklamo BTR.
Tas imagine mo yung niya, no? Imagine mo yung bash kay Tazy niyan.
Papa-impeach ko si Tazy.
Di ba?
Ay, ang lala nung pag nababash yan.
Huwag niya i-bash,
Coming from you?
Wala.
Ay! Binigay lahat sinustain lang.
Wala.
Anong silbi ng barats nyo? Wala. XP Kalea pa.
Masyado silang umaasa.
Pinatalo sa drop.
Masyado silang umaasa kay Eman.
Hindi deserve ni Eman ni Etomax yan. Si Etomax yan, hindi maglalagay ng XP Kalea yan. Pwede ba sa tumalong yung coach?
Actually, lamang na nga yung BTR eh, no? Kasi,
huwag niya i-bash.
Sobrang...
Anong mood swings, no?
Sobrang expected mo na nang ipipick ng Alter Ego. Mag-first pick Barats yan.
Huwag mo i-bash!
Hindi ko binabash, pre. Sayang lang kasi 3 games? 3
3
straight games, back siya. Tinanggal nyo nga yung Franco.
Hindi kayo nadala?
3 na nga lang ibaban mo sa sa Alter Ego eh. Back siya, Kimi, Franco. Yun na lang.
Hindi, isipin mo na lang 2-0 sila, Kalea room. Kalea gamit ni Light.
Might as well na
binigay kay Luke. Nagbigay kayo ng Kalea sa XP. Kailangan nga yung Tsunami Slam niyan sa, team fight.
Tumatawa na lang din sila, Mirko.
Kaya siguro hindi ako nagiging caster ng official, kay basher ako.
Parang sumasakit lalo yung bibig ko po. Putik.
Nasistress ka daw eh.
Masahihin ko pa rin.
Amin na. Feeling ko pag may...
Traction.
Pag may...
Yung barats
okupado yung bibig ko.
Walking ward.
Ay, joke.
Ewan ko ba sa inyo?
Bakit ng pagkatalo? Ano yun?
Ayun na, Tsunami Slam na.
-1. Okay.
Yun lang, okay.
Wala lang.
Good job!
Good job!
Good job!
Good job!
Dami niyong nagamit!
Nagamit yung Tsunami Slam, nagamit yung Bloom, nagamit yung Detona's Welcome.
Para sa isa. Yan ang hirap sa inyo, guys. Binubuhos nyo kasi yung lahat sa isa.
Ay, hindi. Nakadepensa daw. Nakadepensa. Alalahanin natin, halos ganito kanina, high ground ng BTR.
Sauce.
Kaso wala na kayong parsa. Sauce.
Ano yun? Ang hirap niya for Eman. Sakit niyan ng pagkatalo nila. Sipin mo, sobrang yung binugbog ng game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5. Talo kayo sa drop.
Ba't kasi ganun?
Pasan ni Eman yung mundo ngayon.
Wala ba kayong kadala-dala sa barats? Gusto nyo mag-barats? Rafaela, para may mobility kayo.
Bloom nga daw para global.
Global.
Kailangan yung dinosaur daw galing bot eh.
Ba nilalabas si Barney?
Hindi siya si Barney ngayon, pre. Si Digimon siya. Ano ulit pangalan ng Digimon?
Nota ka na. Ba't nyo nilalabas yung barats na yan?
Ano ba yan?
Kuya, oh! Naglalabas ang barats.
Life could be dream. Shut it.
Wag. Ibaba nyo nga yan. Hindi matutumbasan ng 100 diamonds yung ano ko ngayon. Ang hinayang ko ngayon.
Sayang no, nakakapikon yung pagkatalo nila, pre. Hindi nila deserve.
Rek, nilabas mo nga yung ano, Back to the Future natin. Baka pwede pang mabalikan yung drop kanina.
Tapos ibahin mo yung mangyayari, no?
Oo. Pwede may message ko siya ito, Mac. Pero guys, again reminder lang sa mga gusto ng pang malakasang outfit na abot kamay at quality, syempre. May bagong labas po na merch yung The Armory. Back to the Future now available sa kanilang Shopee shop o di naman kaya i-PM nyo lang ang page ng Just ML. Yan lang.
Yan lang. Sobrang basic.
Ano ko pa pala yung mga winners? Wala silang kakayanang contest ng ano.
Which is weird kasi dapat mabilis yung jump in tsaka jump out mo pag may iluwayi ka eh.
Imagine, tumama pa yung prediction ng isang caster na ano.
Kaya nga,
bukod tanging nag-alter ego. Tapos 3-2 pa yun, no?
Kahit late game nila to, wala silang magagawa. Milagro kailangan ng BTR, guys. Promise.
Kaso, wala si Aling Milagro dyan.
Kaya nga eh. Wala si Milagros. Busy na mamalengke.
Oo.
Ala.
Kawawa yung mga fans ng BTR. Kawawa kami.
Pangit ang pagkatalo ng BTR.
Tinalo sila dahil sa drop. Isip-isipin nila yun. Lalo na yung Game 4, nakamunti ka na, nakagat si Emma.
Yung Game 4 yun. Yung feeling ko kaya siguro.
GG!
Ayan na, nag-bloom.
GG! Wala na. Laglag.
Para saan ang bloom? Para saan ang bloom?
Wala.
Ano yung nagawa ni Annabelle? Ano yung nagawa nung para
Bye-bye.
Ni-reverse sweep kayo? Lala nyo?
Ang pangit nun. Actually, ang magandang Game 5, yung palitan ng win. Pero I mean, to be fair, maganda to for AE.
Oh.
Diba? Na-reverse sweep nila. Pero wala kasing Pinoy sa AE.
Iyak yan si Eman.
I feel like...
Sabi ni Noribic Garcia, salamat sa gate no. Naniwala ako sa prediction mo. Hindi lang tama yung score. Kasi nag-alter ego si Sagitno.
Ay, oo nga.
Nag-alter ego din ako, Noribic, pero hindi ka nag-thank you sa akin. Pero okay lang yun. Si Sagitno lang minention mo. Wala akong ano dyan.
Ay,
okay lang sa akin.
Nakabawi na yung AE from last season.
Oo. Hindi man 3-0, at least series win pa din, diba? Alright.
Dala ng drop nila.
Ayun na nga ang nangyari sa ating day number 1. Kumusta ang day 1, guys?
Maganda sana yung series 1 eh.
Kaso?
Yung series 2 tay-tay. Uy, pakita niyo yung BTR. Gusto namin makita yung mga mukha nila.
Wala ata. Or after nito tingnan natin. Saya nila eh.
Yung mukha ng BTR naman. Gagi, lala.
So, makakalaban ng AE is RRQ. Sorry. RRQ. Tama.
Geek Fam.
Geek Fam. Okay. Geek Fam.
Bawal trip sila. Uy, no. Shit. Sakit niyan.
Tahimik niyan.
Sakit niyan, pre.
2-0, man.
Pangit ang pagkatalo nila.
Yeah. Especially yung Game 4, yung sinasabi ni Brookie kanina na they could have won it. But again, there can only be one at mukhang AE ang nanalo dito. They will be advancing sa Day 2 ng Mpl Id playoffs. Kanina Onic, ngayon naman Alter Ego. Onic will duke it out against RRQ. Tapos AE kalaban naman Geek Fam. Alam ko, if not, switch the other two teams. Yun lang naman yun. Any final remarks from our panelists?
Outdrafted sila.
Outdrafted.
Hinahanap ko lang.
Ay, ako. Uy!
Tinatranslate ko lang kung paano yung sa bahasa yung ano, sasabihin ko. Yung comment ko pala. Nire-ready ko lang.
Sakit? Hindi kasi ako nga, hindi ako fan ng BTR pero nasaktan.
Ang sakit
Ako
ng
pala
loss
ko
na
eh,
yun.
paano ko eh. Born to be BTR sana.
Sabi mo 3 games, dali kayo ng draft.
Palo naman execution nila nung game 1 tsaka game 2.
Yung game 3 maintindihan mo, sige, okay lang.
Nag-try sila ng Barats.
Nag-try sila ng Barats.
Tsaka XP Kalea.
Game 4, hindi nyo binan yung ano, wala, maano pa?
Tsaka 3 times na Kalea XP, hindi naman nag-work.
Feeling ko na-pressure na sila ng game, After game 4, na-pressure na sila.
Parang ang iniisip ko, yun lang yung baon nila, tapos hindi gumana, tapos pinilit nila ng pinilit.
Maybe. Alright, so that has been it for us, guys. We're gonna be hopping into a very short break. Makinig muna kayo sa ating main live stream. Kita-kits sa Nosha tomorrow, 12 noon. Good night!
One last bow from Bigetron. Mari sambut, inilah dia, Tim Bigetron! Terima kasih atas perjuangan tim Bigetron dan banyak hal yang tidak disangka. Mereka telah mendapatkan 2 game pertama, namun reverse sweep didapatkan oleh tim Alter Ego.